The next day, after receiving the news from Shadow Slave, the elder of the snake tribe led 20 young snake tribe members to the destination. When he arrived at the address given by Shadow Slave, he saw that there were already two teams waiting for them. Shadow Slave was also in the center of the crowd. Barbarian tribe, Scaled Armor tribe, it's you. The elder of the snake tribe exclaimed with an unnatural expression when he saw the two tribes. He didn't expect Shadow Slave to find these two tribes. He had hoped that Shadow Slave would find two forces that were slightly weaker than their snake tribe, so that they would have a sure win. He never thought that he would find the Barbarian tribe and Scaled Armor tribe, two tribes that were stronger than their snake tribe. Seeing that the aura of the team he led was stronger than their snake tribe, it seemed a bit difficult to deal with it. What? The elder doesn't welcome us? Seeing the change in the face and exclamation of the elder of the snake tribe, a man covered with scales asked with a chuckle. No, no. Of course we welcome you warmly. Facing the question from the armored man, the elder of the snake tribe quickly put away his expression and said with a smile, "Oh, I thought the elder was a little dissatisfied with us." The leader of another team, Xuanyuan, spoke casually, as if he was a little dissatisfied with the reaction of the elder of the snake tribe just now. Looking at the three forces competing against each other, Ingnu coughed lightly and immediately attracted the attention of the three people. Okay, hurry up. As I said before, the force that destroys the Ice Emperor Palace first will get the reward from His Majesty. Take it. One breakthrough pill and hidden tribulation pill for each person. Ingnu casually threw 6 pills with a strong medicinal fragrance, 2 in a group, flying towards the 3 teams. A young man from each team flew out and took it down, his eyes full of excitement. Behind them, there were also countless hot eyes. After all, if this pill was taken in the Central World, it could at least allow them to break through to the Supreme Realm. Even if you take it on Blue and White Star, you can break through 1 or 2 realms. The medicinal power remaining in the body is also extremely huge. Returning to the Central World will still be of great help to you. Although Shadow Slave asked them to swallow it on Blue and White Star to deal with the leader of the Ice Emperor Palace. But they are all the best of the younger generation in the tribe, and they have the strength to fight across borders. They are extremely confident in their own strength. How could they put such a precious pill on Blue and White Star to break through, thus wasting this precious pill? That must be the mission completed and then return to the Central World to break through. Although others want it, the quota has been determined after they competed yesterday, and only the strongest person in the team can have this pill. Looking around the teams of the 3 tribes, Shadow Slave said lightly, "It's okay. The lowest is the 6 Tribulations Nirvana realm. Each team has more than 3 people in the 8 Tribulations Nirvana realm. I have 3 space nodes here, provided by a race that is still on the Blue and White Star. According to their guess, the most likely place for the Ice Emperor Palace may be in these 3 places: Xuanyuan, Qinling, Kunlun Su. Choose it yourself. Whether you can find it depends on your means." The 3 teams looked at each other, and each gathered in a group to discuss carefully. Soon, they made their own choices. The snake people chose Xuanyuan. The barbarians chose Qinling. The Linjia people chose Kunlun Su. When the 3 teams were determined, the Shadow Slave waved his hand, and the boundary-breaking talisman appeared in his hand. He input spiritual power to activate the boundary-breaking talisman. For a moment, the wind and clouds changed color. The space shook, the meaning of destruction spread, and 3 vortexes appeared above the sky. Going. These 3 passages lead to the vicinity of the destination. After you land, take the realm-breaking pill to break through the current realm. Then take the hidden calamity pill to temporarily hide the thunder calamity, and finally make sure everything is safe before taking action. I don't want to hear the news of your failure. Yes, we will do our best, and will not delay the important matter. 60 members of the 3 tribes said in unison. Very good, go. With the order of Ingnu, the members of the 3 tribes turned into streams of light and drilled into the corresponding transmission channels. Watching the disciples of the tribe enter the transmission channel, the elder of the snake tribe said flatteringly, Lord Ying has worked hard these 2 days. Otherwise, you can come to my tribe to rest for a while and wait for the results. That's good. You were thoughtful. Ingnu was very satisfied with the way the elder of the snake tribe did things and gave him an appreciative look. After all, he kneeled for a long time on weekdays, and it was psychologically useful to stand up occasionally. I'll go first, you follow. After that, Shadow Slave flew towards the snake people. The snake people's great elder looked at the 2 elders of the barbarians and the scaled armored clan provocatively, grinning. Learn more, it's all knowledge. This time, the blue and white star group, our snake people will definitely win. I have prepared a forbidden weapon for them that can kill the 5th level supreme in seconds. You have no chance. Huh? Looking at the snake people's great elder, who seemed to have a sure win, the barbarians and the scaled armored clan looked at each other, not angry, but their eyes were full of amusement. Then, in front of the snake people's great elder, they chatted with each other. Brother man, how many supreme realm forbidden weapons did your barbarians bring to the lower world this time? Not many, just 3. They're all useless. The main thing is, it depends on the strength of your own genius. The barbarian elder waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he didn't care about these forbidden weapons at all. That's right, it depends on the strength of your own genius. The guys in my Lianjiao tribe are weak, so I prepared 2 more, which means 5 forbidden weapons. You. Hearing this, the face of the snakeman elder was so gloomy that water was about to drip out, and the smile on his face had long disappeared. The snakeman elder was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He raised his arm and pointed at the 2 elders tremblingly. He was too conceited and thought that only he could think of this, but reality gave him a heavy blow. What's wrong with the elder? His face looks so bad. Is there something wrong? You have to pay attention. Otherwise, how can you take good care of that person when you go back? Staring at the 2 people in front of him who were acting weird, the elder of the snake people dared not speak. At this time, it was better not to cause trouble. You 2 don't need to worry about my health. With a cold roar, the elder of the snake people soared into the sky and chased the shadow slave. An old thing who can only flatter. Let's go. After the few people left, a figure in white clothes without any breath suddenly appeared in the place where they had just been. Interesting, they actually came up with a method of using the realm-breaking pill to hide the calamity pill. The Red Dragon Dynasty really doesn't want to wait a moment. Forget it. I'd better notify them and send someone to the lower world to keep an eye on them. I'm really a little impatient. Travel quickly. Xuanyuan came to the villa arranged for Zifeng and others and shouted his name. Zifeng, who was practicing in the room, heard Xuanyuan Ying's cry and instantly disappeared from the room and appeared in front of Xuanyuan Ying. General Xuanyuan, I wonder if you have any orders? The Central World may have sent people down to the lower world again, but this time they have landed directly within the territory of Xia Kingdom. The situation is critical. Please ask Ziyue and the others to come with me and have a look. Hearing this, Zifeng's expression changed. Before he could contact Ziyue, there was a gust of wind behind him. When he turned around, Ziyue and others had already appeared behind him. Are they sending people down again so soon? But according to the memories of those 2 people, at this time, they have no way of sending a powerful person from the Supreme Realm down to the lower realm. If it is still the Nirvana realm, aren't they afraid of you? Zifeng's face was full of confusion. We just discovered that there is a space channel above Shenangjia. We don't know the opponent's strength very well. Now that the signal there is cut off, we have to go and check to see what the opponent's purpose is. Xuanyuan spoke quickly, very urgently. Hearing the sound, Zifeng was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute, General Xuanyuan. Are you saying that the space passage is in Shenangjia? Zifeng asked with some uncertainty. That's right. It's in Shenangjia. Xuanyuan Ying replied with certainty. Get Xuanyuan Ying's approval. Zifeng, Ziyue, and others looked at each other, and their original nervous expressions disappeared instantly. Zifeng suddenly chuckled and said, Since we are in Shenangjia, we don't have to go. Ah, what do you mean? Why don't you go? Zifeng said suddenly, which confused Xuanyuan Ying. Because I can't help if I go. Hongwan on the side replied softly. If you force yourself to help, you might even get a severe beating. A look of helplessness flashed across Yushan's eyes, his expression wandering, as if he was thinking of some bad experience. Now Xuanyuan also heard what everyone said. He asked curiously, could it be said that there are also people from the Ice Emperor Palace in Tianjiao? Zifeng nodded slightly. At this moment, the internal communication bracelet of the Ice Emperor Palace on Zifeng's wrist lit up. Zifeng tapped the bracelet, and then Yun Li's voice rang in everyone's ears. Captain, I was dealing with something just now, and I didn't notice that the central world sent people down to the lower realm again. According to my monitoring data, the other party sent a total of 3 teams to Shenangjia and Kunlungsu in the Qinling Mountains. Each team consists of 20 people, and their strength is unknown. When Xuanyuan heard this, his expression became excited again. What? The other party sent people to Qinling and Kunlun Mountains. Is the news accurate? General Xuanyuan, our Ice Emperor Palace's information network is within the Xia Kingdom, so there is no possibility of error. Zifeng said proudly. Then let's go to Qinling and Kunlungsu immediately. There are no personnel from the Ice Emperor Palace there. The situation must be very urgent. However, Zifeng and the others remained unmoved, showing no signs of anxiety at all, as if they didn't care at all. Seeing this situation, Xuanyuan suddenly had an incredible idea in his head. Turning his head mechanically, he asked Zifeng in disbelief, "Don't tell me that there are people from the Ice Emperor Palace in these 2 places. This does exist." Zifeng's words were like a thunderbolt hitting Xuanyuan, which made him unable to accept it for a while. "Just tell me where in Xia Kingdom there are no members of your Ice Emperor Palace." Zifeng answered very seriously. "Except for the Xia Kingdom's military and officials, there are members of the Ice Emperor Palace everywhere else. As for the specific number of people, I can't remember clearly." After hearing what Zifeng said, Xuanyuan was shocked to the spot. His face was dull, and he remained motionless. After a while, Xuanyuan murmured to himself, "This brat, there are so many things I don't know about. Since there are personnel from the Ice Emperor Palace in these 3 places, what should we do now? Is it possible to watch a show here?" Zifeng smiled and replied, "The general is really good at predicting things. He has guessed all this." "Ah, are you really going to watch a show? Watch it here?" Zifeng did not reply directly to Xuanyuan Ying's words, but tapped the communication bracelet and said to it, "Yunli, I remember that Your Excellency also said before that the Ice Emperor Palace should be resounding with blue and white stars. I think now is the time." "Captain, what do you mean?" Yunli's uncertain voice came from the bracelet. "Activate the Imperial Palace intranet and start the global live broadcast. I want everyone to see the peerless grace of those 3. "Captain." Yunli hesitated. Zifeng seemed to understand why Yunli hesitated. He said in a calm tone, "Yunli, don't forget, my lord once said that if he is not here, all actions will be under my command. You were also present at that time." "I understand, Captain. I'll make arrangements right now." After explaining all this, Zifeng originally wanted Xuanyuan to stay and watch the live broadcast later. However, he was rejected by Xuanyuan and chose to return to the war room. After bidding farewell to Zifeng, Xuanyuan flew all the way to the war room, waiting for the news he got from Zifeng to be informed to everyone. There are a few more people in the world who were shocked by the Ice Emperor Palace for the 2nd time. In a certain residential building. "Go! Shirtu data!" A teenager shouted loudly in front of the computer. "Fuck! Big 5! Look at my Soryak in pain!" Suddenly, the screen turned, and the computer screen suddenly turned into a primeval forest. "Fuck! Where's my game screen? Big 5? This is more painful than killing me. Who did it? I want to kill." The boy's voice suddenly stopped, because a familiar figure suddenly appeared in the screen. 20 snake people kept moving forward in the screen. "Aliens? Where is this? How come the aliens appear again?" The boy exclaimed, his face full of shock. At the same time, the picture on the boy's screen also appeared in front of everyone who used communication equipment on the blue and white star. The whole world was shocked. Countless people talked about it. each with their own opinion. Xuanyuan, a team of snake people was rushing towards the depths of Xuanyuan. Master Shigan, are you really not going to take the realm-breaking pill? What if the other half-step Supreme Master is here? Then, one of the green-tailed snakemen asked the purple-tailed snakeman in the lead, sounding a little worried. The purple-tailed snakeman sneered and said arrogantly, "What are you afraid of? Do you think I'm the same as that waste shaman? You can't even beat a native of Blue and White Star. It's really embarrassing for my snake people. It's a complete waste to use a pill like the realm-breaking pill on Blue and White Star. Half-step Supreme, this master has fought with it before. Even if I can't defeat him, this master has other backups. If they are really here, they will definitely not escape from this master's palm. That's right, your strength is also outstanding among the younger generation. How can the half-step Supreme Master of Blue and White Star be your opponent?" Another snakeman flattered him. After hearing this, Shigan couldn't help but burst into laughter, very arrogant. Suddenly, an unknown object wrapped in the flames of the sky suddenly descended and smashed deeply in front of the snakeman team. Boom! Mud, smoke, and air waves instantly burst out from it, instantly knocking Shigan and others back dozens of steps. "How dare you sneak attack me?" When Shigan stabilized his body, he was furious and his angry voice resounded through the world. But there was no trace of people around. Shigan casually waved a gust of wind to blow away the smoke and dust in front of him, and the thing that attacked them instantly appeared in front of him. It turned out to be a huge boxing glove made of unknown red-gold metal, burning with the flames of the sky, and a strong breath continued to dissipate. Before Shigan made any move, a domineering and very second-rate voice suddenly resounded through the world. "I am the Emperor with my feet on the earth, and the scorching sun above my head can shine on the sky. This Emperor is here in person, and you aliens are still kneeling to welcome him. I am the Emperor with my feet on the earth. The scorching sun above my head is as bright as the sky. The Emperor is here in person, and you foreigners don't kneel down to greet me." When the second voice resounded throughout the world, Shigan hadn't responded yet, and everyone watching the live broadcast around the world who could understand Xia, you couldn't hold back. "Huh? I really live in Bungbu. This is too second-rate. Whose general is this? It's so. Why does this place look so much like Xuanyuan to me? Have aliens really invaded again? I can tell you clearly from upstairs that this is the scene of Xuanyuan. The aliens have invaded again because my home is right next to Xuanyuan, and I can just see the situation there. You can watch the scene. I'm really envious." According to my speculation, the strong man who suddenly appeared to stop the snake people must be a member of the Ice Emperor Palace. Damn it, brother Guess. Are you still alive? At this moment, Zifeng and others, who were forcibly dragged to the military headquarters by Xuanyuan, looked very interesting when facing the doubtful looks from Xuanyuan and his group. Ziyue covered her face and said, "Brother Hao really hasn't changed at all. He's still so average." After hearing what Ziyue said, everyone became even more curious. "Then what's this person's name?" Mui next to Xuanyuan asked curiously. "His name is..." Ziyue's lips moved slightly and spit out a name. "Xuanyuan." Shigan and others looked around for the source of the sound, but found no trace of anyone. Before Shigan could speak, the snake man who had just flattered him roared excitedly. "Who are you? Come out here. You have the guts to take action, but don't you have the guts to come out? You cowards, if you have the guts, come out and challenge me. What's the point of secretly attacking?" Boom! Ah! Before he could finish his words, a ball of sky-burning flames attacked him again. Under the gaze of countless eyes, it landed heavily on him, causing a shocking roar and a scream. Smoke and dust were flying all over the sky. When the snake tribe blew away the fog and saw the scene, everyone was shocked. In the huge pit, a huge fist glove was also erected on the body of a bloody snake man, and the snake man no longer showed any signs of life. Obviously, it doesn't work. Shigan's pupils froze, and he was extremely shocked because this time he saw where the attack came from. It turned out to be the sun above our heads. Shocked and a little palpitating, he noticed the opponent's attack, but was unable to stop him. He could only watch his tribesmen die tragically in an instant. "I saw you. Come out." Snake Gon looked up at the sun above the sky, resisting the dazzling sunlight, and roared loudly. "TSK. So weak. I was still thinking that you could send some powerful people here this time, but I never thought that they would be a bunch of chickens and dogs who can't even catch my move. It's so boring." The voice of disdain resounded throughout the world, followed by the shocked eyes of countless people around the world. A vague figure slowly walked out of the sun. Soon, a red-haired man wearing a mask depicting the sun, moon, and stars slowly appeared in front of the world. Except for his head and fists, his whole body was covered in red gold armor. It was full of technology and extremely cool, and exuded a powerful and dangerous aura. The shape of the sun occupies half of the mask on its face, and the moon and stars occupy the other half. He raised his hands slightly, and the two gloves on the ground below seemed to receive the recall message and flew straight back to their original positions. As the fist part returned, a wave of air erupted, and the complete armor was finally revealed in front of everyone. "Wow, so handsome. It feels so powerful. I really want to have a set of mechas like this. Mechas are a man's romance." Countless people saw this man in armor in the picture and talked about it, their words filled with envy. The other side, Shigan looked wary when he saw the armored man, because the state of the man in front of him turned out to be at the peak of the 8 tribulations Nirvana realm like him. "Who are you?" Shigan kept looking at the armored man in front of him and asked cautiously. The armored man folded his hands on his chest, looked down at the remaining 19 people of the snake tribe, and said with a playful expression, "Snake people, what is your purpose here? Have you forgotten the lessons learned the past few days so quickly?" Snake Gon replied coldly, "Seeing that we don't show any fear at all, it seems that you must also be under the command of the Ice Emperor Palace. Looks like we found the right one. We, the Snake Clan, don't need to report to you what we do. We need to report your name. The Snake Clan, will not kill unknown people." "Huh?" Hearing what Snake Gon said, the armored man couldn't help laughing. "You are the only one who still wants to kill me? I am so scared." The armored man looked scared, but the smile on his face seemed a little unnecessary. "Listen up. My name is Sun Ritien. The surname is Tai, the given name is Yang, and the courtesy name is Ritien. Remember my emperor's name, so that if anyone asks about it on the road to Xuanyuan, it will be easy to answer." Sun Ritien? What a strange name. A normal person would think that this name is fake, but Shigan said it very seriously and seemed to really believe it. And the internet is laughing like crazy at this moment. "Ha! Fuck! Goddamn the sun! Are you trying to laugh me to death and inherit my $1,000,000 debt?" 6. The tribesman behind Shigan saw his look of being obsessed with the authorities and immediately whispered in his ear to remind him, "Sir, he is just teasing you. How could someone call you this name?" Hearing the sound, Shigan realized that he had been played. He became angry, glared at the armored man, and said sternly, "What do you mean? You were playing with me?" A smile appeared on the armored man's lips. "I'm not in the mood to play with you. This is what I call myself on weekdays." The armored man Taiyang Ritien was talking nonsense seriously, but he actually deceived Snake Gon again. "Are you sure?" Shigan was still quite doubtful of the authenticity of the man's words. He seems to be a fool, but in fact he has been deceived by the author. Certainly, just as Yang Ritien finished speaking, there was a beeping sound on his arm. He stretched out his hand to touch it gently, and Zifeng's voice suddenly resounded in the space. "Brother Hao, the Imperial Palace Internet has launched a global live broadcast. Please be careful with your words." Hearing the sound, the armored man was stunned. "Global live broadcast? Zifeng, what do you mean? Isn't your excellency still out of seclusion? Who gave the order to use the Imperial Palace Internet?" "I gave my order," Zifeng in his small voice replied, as if he heard the armored man's dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you inform me in advance?" The armored man spoke in a high voice, revealing a very dangerous feeling. The armored man thought that his performance in the second grade was watched by the whole world, and he suddenly felt like he was going to die. It was also decided on the spur of the moment. I haven't had time to say anything yet. Who knew you would say this, Brother Hao? The armored man said fiercely. Zifeng, just wait for me. I will deal with you later. Ah, Brother Hao, don't. Zifeng wanted to say something to beg for mercy, but the armored man had already hung up the communication. Their chat was not hidden, and Snake Gon naturally heard their conversation. At this moment, Snake Gon's face was frighteningly dark. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the armored man and roared angrily. You lied to me again. The armored man smiled awkwardly. He seemed to feel a little guilty for teasing the other person again, and said softly, Forget it. Seeing your worrying IQ, I won't tease you anymore. Let's introduce ourselves formally. As he said that, the armored man tidied up his slightly messy hair in a very showy manner and waved to the sky as if he was greeting the people watching the live broadcast around the world. Ice Emperor Palace. Scoring Emperor Liang. Li Mingho. The people of Blue and White Star who were watching the live broadcast heard this and immediately talked about it. Emperor Liang. Li Minghao. This name sounds much more normal. My guess was right. He is a member of the Ice Emperor Palace. I just looked at him and guessed his true identity. I am really awesome. Don't flatter yourself. The mask he wears is the same as the one worn by the 12 gods, but it is more gorgeous. Everyone can see it. Do you still need to guess? I think I know why he just called himself Sun Ritian. Why? Look at his name and title. Don't Liming and Liang mean sun? Ritian combined together means how, right? Really? Look, they're gonna fight. The crowd stopped discussing and turned their attention to Shenangjia in the picture again. Ice Emperor Palace. Emperor Liang. Li Minghao. Shigan muttered this hard-won true news. Then he smiled grimly. Since you are from the Ice Emperor Palace. That's easy. I was ordered to destroy your Ice Emperor Palace. Don't think that you can ignore my clan just because you killed one of my clan members. Today, I will show you what a true genius who can cross levels is, and what a leader of the younger generation in the Northern Territory is. Die! Flame Snake explodes tail. Suddenly, Shigan shouted, waving his red tail that exuded a strong aura behind him, and whipped Li Mingho. A very sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if he thought that if he suddenly attacked, the opponent would definitely not have time to defend. This was an attack that he had been quietly accumulating power for a long time, coupled with an unexpected sneak attack. At this moment, he had already begun to imagine the scene of severely injuring Li Mingho with one blow. But in fact, facing the sudden attack of Shigan, Li Mingho sneered, without any panic on his face, as if he didn't care about the opponent's terrifying attack at all. Stretch out 2 fingers of his right hand slightly forward. A gentle pinch. Bang! As a sound rang out, the snake's tail was firmly clamped in Li Mingho's hand, and the amazing energy wave spread all around. No matter how the snake struggled, it was useless. The smile on the corner of the snake's mouth disappeared immediately. He looked at it with an incredible face. Li Mingho, who only stretched out 2 fingers, clamped his powerful attack like a sneak attack in his hand, and he couldn't go any further. He kept rubbing his eyes and watching repeatedly. But the result was the same. Li Mingho really just stretched out 2 fingers and directly destroyed the snake's fantasy. This terrifying method made the snake's body tremble and look terrified. It was as if he was poured with ice water at minus 10,000 degrees. It was obvious that the opponent's strength had surpassed him by a lot, and they were not at the same level at all. This is impossible. I am a strong man who has fought against a half-step supreme being. You are just the same as me in the 8 tribulations nirvana realm. How can you be so powerful? You have hidden your realm, right? It must be. Shigan pointed at Li Mingho and yelled hysterically. Those who didn't know would think that the other party had done something to him. Li Mingho held the tail of the snake and waved his arm lightly. A huge force came out of his hand, and the huge inertia directly threw him dozens of meters away. Then he looked at the somewhat embarrassed snake and said disdainfully, "There is a gap, even in the same realm. You and I are not at the same level. You may be able to fight across levels, but those who do are just ordinary cultivators. A little genius like you is no threat to me at all. Do you think I didn't see you charging up to attack when you were talking to me? It's just that I don't bother to remind you. You can't hurt me with your level." Facing Li Mingho's disdain, Shigan's eyes turned red with anger. Suddenly, he looked at the tribesmen around him, and his eyes lit up. "Let's go together. I don't believe he can fight against the 19 of us alone." The young generation of the snake people looked at each other and saw the caution in his eyes. Obviously, they also understood Li Mingho's strength. But things have come to this point. If they don't take action, then there may be more severe punishment when they return to the tribe. All of a sudden, everyone took a fighting posture with fierce eyes, staring at Li Mingho, just waiting for an opportunity, rushing forward and suppressing Li Mingho. But this is just their thoughts. Facing the fierce but daring Snakeman team, Li Mingho's mouth suddenly raised an arc. His 10 fingers intertwined, and a crackling sound came from his hands. A terrifying smile appeared on his face under the mask, and he slowly walked towards them in the void. "Since you dare not attack, I will do it myself. I haven't attacked for a long time, and my hands are itching." Looking at Li Mingho, who was walking slowly, the Snakemen team seemed to see a devil walking slowly towards them. For some reason, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The aura emanating from Li Mingho was too terrifying, and they couldn't even think of competing with him. At the same time, they regretted it very much. Why did they have to fight for the quota of the lower world? Wouldn't it be better to stay in the tribe and enjoy themselves? It's a pity that it's too late to think about this now. Swish! Li Mingho's figure disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared in front of a snake, grinning and saying, "Did you seem to laugh very happily just now? Let me be happy too." "You, what are you going to do? Don't come over here." The snake was panicked and trembling and yelling. The next moment, bang! Ah! A heavy punch with the flames of burning the sky fell on him, and in an instant, Shigan screamed and flew backwards to the sky. "The sun is shining in the sky. See if you can still laugh." Li Mingho laughed loudly and shouted again in a middle school second. Then his body turned into streams of light, and his figure flashed at a very fast speed. Every time he flashed, a scream of Shigan sounded. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Shigan was like a toy, being hit by Li Mingho. Even the other snake people were stunned at this moment. "I don't know whether I should help or not." After thinking quietly for a second, they chose to give up at the same time. After all, the gap seemed a bit big. If they took action, they would probably get beaten. What's more, Shigan still had a life-saving trump card in his hand, so he shouldn't fall so easily. They looked at each other and chose to wait and see. Snake, who was being treated inhumanely in the sky, regretted not taking the realm-breaking pill, regretted not choosing another place, and regretted accepting the mission of Blue and White Star this time. In short, his mentality collapsed. When Li Mingho realized that Snake was almost out of breath, he let him go. At the moment of falling to the ground, Snake got up instantly, and his movements were so fast that it was amazing. It turned out that he was pretending to be dying just now. Suddenly, he took out a small snake spear with a terrifying glow and a terrifying aura from his arms. The target was Li Mingho. The extremely dangerous aura instantly spread around. This sudden situation, it shocked the crowd watching the live broadcast. "Go to hell?" With a ferocious expression on his face, Snake Gon poured a large amount of spiritual power into the snake spear and was about to shoot the supreme, forbidden weapon at Li Mingho. However, the next moment a strong wind suddenly emerged. Snake Gon's pupil shrank. There was no figure of Li Mingho in front of him. Just as his spiritual consciousness spread and he looked around, searching for Li Mingho's figure, suddenly my hands felt empty. When he looked down, he saw that the forbidden weapon snake spear originally held in his hand had disappeared. At this moment, Li Mingho's figure also appeared about 10 meters in front of him, and the snake spear that disappeared in his hand was lying quietly in his palm, being scrutinized by him. "What the hell is this? It smells so scary," Li Mingho whispered while holding the forbidden weapon in his hand. "Give it back to me, you robber. This is mine." At this moment, Shigan had forgotten that he and Li Minghao were in a hostile position, and had also forgotten the purpose of his trip. His eyes were red, and he rushed towards Li Minghao desperately, just to regain the forbidden snake spear, which was his last hope. Crack! Li Minghao threw out his palm with his backhand and directly fanned the snake away. You still want to take away the things that I got with my strength? Why are you dreaming in broad daylight? Shigan's eyes were angry and fierce, and he bared his teeth and claws to attack Li Minghao again. This forbidden weapon was his last hope. If they couldn't get it back, they wouldn't be able to deal with the Ice Emperor Palace, and they wouldn't even be able to deal with the man in front of them. At the same time, the other members of the snake tribe could no longer calm down. Snake Gon had lost the forbidden weapon, and they must have no choice. If they don't fight for the forbidden weapon, they won't be able to get out of here. Then a group of snakes came towards Li Minghao in a mighty manner, intending to fight for the forbidden snake spear. Facing the fierce attack of the snake people, Li Minghao placed the forbidden snake spear in the storage space of the armor. There was no trace of fear on his face, but he laughed excitedly. "Ha! Well done! Group fighting? What I like most is group fighting. The sun is shining in the sky. The beating will make you howl." After shouting again, Li Minghao's whole body radiated an astonishing brilliance, as hot as the sun, and his body flashed into the crowd like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. The movements of his hands also verified his 2 out of 10 lines. He really made the other party squeal and scream. The screams continued to resound throughout the world. Seeing this ferocious scene of Li Minghao, the people in Blue Star who were watching the live broadcast didn't have any sympathy, but were extremely excited. Yes, that's it. Left hook, right hook, side kick. The lines are so good. The sun is shining in the sky, and the flowers are smiling at me. Second grade too? I think it's quite interesting. Next time I fight with someone, I'll yell something. I've already thought of the lines, and I'll let the sun shine in the sky and beat you until you're bubbling. Ha! You are really talented upstairs. If not, I have to think of a line. No, I have to think of someone more capable. After a while, the battle in Xuanyuan, which had no suspense at all, has come to an end. Now, Li Minghao stood in the center of the battlefield with outstanding grace, surrounded by a mess like the surface of the moon, with craters. At this moment, in the large and small pits burning with flames on the ground, there are snake men who have long been lifeless. Li Minghao dragged the snake's tail with one hand and walked towards a clean place. As he walked, he said softly, "I'll leave the rest to you. Take off everything you can use from them." I don't know who I am talking to. Yes. After his voice fell, the originally calm void suddenly responded, and then figures appeared from the void, each wearing a mask, exuding the powerful aura of nirvana. Walking to a stream with no blood stains, Li Minghao casually threw the half-dead dried snake aside and washed the dirt off his armor. Wait until he finishes washing. As if he thought of something, he slapped his forehead. Why don't I use energy to wipe away these bloodstains directly? And why do I have to bother coming here to clean them? He kept muttering in his mouth, and when he returned to Shigan, Li Minghao suddenly kicked him. "It's all because you are so stupid. Staying with you for a while has affected me." Snake Gon, who suffered Wu Wu's misfortune, can't tell the story of his suffering. Do you have to blame me for this? Although he was extremely angry in his heart, he could not say a word because he was so injured that it was extremely difficult to open his mouth to speak. He really wanted the other party to give him a good time, but according to his observation, the other party didn't seem to have such plans yet. "Hey, little snake, are the 2 teams that came with you also from your snake tribe?" Li Minghao asked, looking down at Snake Gon. Shigan was stunned for a moment. His pupils widened, as if he was shocked at how the other party knew that there were 2 more teams. "You, how did you know?" Shigan used all his strength to spit out these words with difficulty. "You know nothing about the Ice Emperor Palace. You don't know anything, and you still want to wipe out my Ice Emperor Palace with such arrogance. It's really ridiculous. Forget it, you look like you can't say anything. I'll do it myself." As he said that, Li Minghao stretched out his big hand and pressed towards the head of the snake. The snake also realized what Li Minghao wanted to do and struggled hard. whimpering incoherently. Search the soul. Pressing his palm on the snake's forehead, Li Mingho slowly closed his eyes, and the snake's life was like a movie, constantly replaying in his mind. Although Li Mingho's realm was the same as the snake's, the snake had no ability to resist at this moment, so Li Mingho could perform the soul-searching technique successfully. After a long time, the sky-burning flame ignited in Li Mingho's hand and instantly wrapped the snake. Amid the shrill screams, the snake's body slowly turned into ashes and completely disappeared from this world. Age: less than 6 chapters, leaving a ring covered with patterns floating in the void. Li Mingho rubbed his swollen and painful head, his face solemn. Why would a force of that level target my Ice Emperor Palace? Is it really just because of your name? Forget it, don't think about it for now. Maybe you know the real reason. Let's wait until you come out of retreat. Shaking his head, he put these thoughts behind his head. Li Mingho grabbed the ring floating in the air and grinned, very happy. He had already learned what was inside from Shigan's memory. The owner had fallen, so there was naturally no obstacle for this ring. Li Mingho's mind moved, and an exquisite white jade bottle appeared in his hand. At the same time, the forbidden snake spear that he had snatched from Shigan before also appeared in his hand. Although there are some precious items in the ring, the two things in front of him are the most precious. Li Ming showed a satisfied smile. This guy is still a bit useful. Although I didn't enjoy his strength, I am quite satisfied with this gift. By the way, what is this guy's name? Li Mingho looked thoughtful, and he didn't seem to notice this just now. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. He's dead anyway, so let's just call him the boy who brings wealth. After handling everything, Li Mingho stood in the sky, and figures kept rushing out from below and standing behind him. Mighty, magnificent. After everyone arrived, Li Mingho waved to the sky in front of him, as if greeting the audience. Hello everyone. Things here are over, and we should return to our own positions. Goodbye. Remember my name? The sun shines on the sky. I am the emperor with my feet on the earth. The scorching sun above my head can shine on the sky. Ha! Looking at Li Mingho's final farewell. The crowd watching the live broadcast all looked like they were trying not to laugh. I really can't help it. I think he's so funny, powerful, funny, and a member of the Ice Emperor Palace. I really love him. I think he likes the name of Sun Ritian. Get rid of your feelings. By the way, what is the jade bottle taken out of the Snakeman's space ring? Lord Ritian looks very important. Why do you want it? Do you want to try Lord Ritian's fist? Try it and you'll die. Alas, is it over so soon? I haven't seen enough of the Lord's grace. I really hope that more aliens will come, so that Lord Li Mingho can fight for a while. You can hope for something good. That's right. What if it appears in other places and the big brother can't get there in the first time? Look, the picture is changed to another place. Countless people turned their eyes back to the picture again, and when they saw the magnificent scenery of Qinling Mountains. How come this looks like Qinling? Yes, it's Qinling. I happened to pass by here on a mission last month. I can't remember it wrong. Oh, I remember it now. Just now, it seems that Lord Li Mingho said that the other side has 2 teams. Is it true? Lord Li Mingho just left. Is he coming here? Do you think there is a possibility that Qinling is also guarded by people from the Ice Emperor Palace? According to my speculation, there is this possibility. The speculation is very good. Don't speculate next time. By the way, brother speculation, remember to refuse when I add you as a friend. Shidu. At this moment, the shock on Xuanyuan and others' faces has not faded. Others may not have noticed the group of people behind Li Mingho, but he was highly focused from beginning to end. When the group of Nirvana Realm personnel came out, he was shocked. That's nearly 100 people. What a terrifying force this is. This is just the strength of an emperor of the Ice Emperor Palace. The other 2 emperors plus Zifeng and others. How many strong men should the Ice Emperor Palace have under his command? Looking at the picture of Qinling at this moment, Xuanyuan suddenly asked Zifeng, Zifeng, what is the name of the guardian of Qinling? Zifeng was about to speak when the communication bracelet on his wrist suddenly vibrated. He pressed it lightly, and Li Mingho's voice suddenly resounded in everyone's ears. "Brother Feng, we haven't seen each other for a long time. I have prepared a lot of good things here, waiting for you to enjoy them." Although Li Mingho's tone was smiling, everyone present felt a dangerous breath. The strong man Yushan glanced at Zifeng with pity. Zifeng was stunned when he heard the words, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was very afraid of the other party. "Brother, how today? I still have some things to deal with here. How about another day?" Zifeng carefully discussed with the bracelet, as if he wanted to delay it until today. Who knew that Li Mingho didn't give Zifeng a chance to discuss it all? "You didn't tell me about such a big thing as the global live broadcast, which made me look so ridiculous. No one can save you today. You can't escape this beating," I said. "No one can help. You can't get to me in an hour. You should consider the consequences yourself." Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Zifeng looked miserable and looked at Ziyu, Yushan, and Hongluan for help. The three spread their hands, and the meaning was very clear. They were powerless and could not help Zifeng. They could only let him fend for himself. Just when Zifeng was about to leave, "Wait a minute, Captain." Wuma Hongluan suddenly stopped Zifeng. Zifeng turned his head in surprise, thinking that he had helped. Who knew that Hongluan took out a handful of pills from the space ring on his hand and handed them to Zifeng. "Captain, these are all healing pills I made myself. Although they are not as good as Yun Li's treatment, they are still very effective for external injuries. Take care of yourself." Hongluan looked like, "I can only help this much." Yushan and Ziyu laughed on the side. Zifeng took the pill and rushed to the sky without looking back. His back looked extremely depressed. It felt like a warrior who would never come back. Of course, this was just a joke. Li Mingho would just beat Zifeng up and vent his anger. Seeing this, Xuanyuan opened his mouth and wanted to ask something else, but the live broadcast suddenly changed, and his eyes were immediately diverted. Qinling, beside a bottomless cold pond, a vague figure sat on the edge, with naked jade feet constantly moving in the water, rippling the water. Under the cover of the leaves, a stunning profile with a mask on his head could be vaguely seen, revealing mystery everywhere. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth raised a little and curved. A cold voice came with the wind. "It's time to have fun." A breeze blew by, and when he looked back, there was no trace of the woman by the cold pond. At the same time, in the middle area of Qinling Mountains, a group of burly men wearing animal skins, with swollen muscles, broad shoulders and round waists, and with unknown ethnic patterns all over their bodies, walked quickly in the void, with a huge and heavy aura emanating. Under this huge aura, the ferocious beasts retreated, and everything was silent. Suddenly, someone among the barbarians asked the strongest figure at the front, "Master Manuan, is the Ice Emperor Palace really hidden in the Qinling Mountains? We have advanced so far, yet we haven't found a few wild beasts. This seems a bit unreasonable." Faced with the questioning from the tribesmen, the Man Yuan said very firmly, "What do you know? It is precisely because it is so quiet on this road that I am even more certain that the Ice Emperor Palace will be located like this. Otherwise, why are there only these low-level ferocious beasts in such a large mountain range? That must be because someone has eliminated the powerful ferocious beasts. According to the information we have received before, there seems to be no other forces in the Xia Kingdom except the Ice Emperor Palace. It can be done, so that's the case. Your Excellency has foresight. Going faster. I have a feeling we'll find them soon." "Yes." The barbarians responded and accelerated their pace towards the depths of the Qinling Mountains. However, before they had gone very far, they stopped, just because a magnificent figure wearing a mask suddenly appeared in front of him. This man's mask is also engraved with patterns of the sun, moon, and stars. It is almost the same as Liminghao's mask, except that the shape of the silver moon takes up most of the mask on her face. His long aqua hair was tied up with an exquisite hairpin. He was dressed in a smart outfit that showed off his enchanting figure. He was holding two blue scimitars, like crescent moons, shining with a frightening cold light. "Who?" Man Yuan looked at the magnificent figure in front of him and asked with a solemn expression. Although it seemed that they had more manpower than the other party, and although the other party's realm was at the same level as his at the 8th level of Nirvana, he still sensed an extremely dangerous aura from the figure in front of him. Stop! It's forbidden to go ahead! The moon blade pointed at Man Yuan and the others. The woman's lips moved slightly, and a cold voice came from this magnificent figure. Are you from the Ice Emperor Palace? Man Yuan asked in a deep voice. Under the command of the Ice Emperor Palace. Haoyue Emperor. Under the Ice Emperor Palace. Emperor Haoyue. Ouyang Emperor Haoyue. Ouyang. Man Yuan kept repeating the name, as if he wanted to remember it in his heart. I didn't expect that there was a beauty like you in your Ice Emperor Palace. And she is at the peak of the 8 tribulations Nirvana realm. By the way, how many people with the same strength as you are in your Ice Emperor Palace? Man Yuan suddenly asked, but the moment he said it, he regretted it. How could the other party tell him such a thing? Sure enough, Ouyang stared at him coldly, as if she was looking at a fool. Well, just ignore what I said. Man Yuan waved his hand. It seems that I made the right choice. Behind the Qinling Mountains should be your base camp. Where did all the men in your Ice Emperor Palace go? Why did you only let you, a delicate beauty, come out to fight? Aren't you afraid of getting yourself involved? Man Yuan's eyes kept looking at Ouyang's body, and his tone suddenly became a little frivolous. After his voice fell, the barbarians behind him laughed, and some of them even whistled. Ouyang's eyes became colder again, and she looked at Man Yuan as if he were a dead man, with murderous intent not concealed at all. Looking for death. None of you can leave today. Ouyang's tone was extremely cold, without any emotion at all. Just as Man Yuan was about to leave, a tribe member in the early stage of the 8 tribulations Nirvana stopped him and said, Sir, it's useless to kill a chicken with a butcher knife. Let me first explore her details. If I really can't beat her, it won't be too late for you to take action. Man Yuan felt that what he said made sense, and then gave way. Then, the barbarian flew forward, stood opposite Ouyang, and shouted loudly, Beauty, what future do you have following this Ice Emperor Palace? Why don't you return to the barbarian tribe with us? Then you only need to serve us, and there is no need for all these fighting and killing. Yunfei, your suggestion is very good. Ha! Girl, why don't you follow us? The barbarian tribe members behind him also laughed wildly at the same time, and all kinds of dirty words were heard. I believe you can also feel that there are several strong people in our team who are like me, all of whom are in the 8 tribulations Nirvana realm. You are alone, so you might as well give up. Follow us obediently, help us destroy the Ice Emperor Palace, and then go back to the Central Star Barbarian tribe with us to live happily. How about it? Man Yunfei asked with a smile again. However, what responded to him was a gorgeous knife light like a crescent moon, charming and dangerous. Man Yunfei's smile soon froze in place. He saw the stunning blade light in his eyes, so dazzling and dangerous, and when he wanted to dodge, it was too late. There was a strange feeling on his neck. He subconsciously wiped his neck, and a touch of bright red bloomed on his fingers. So bright red was so dazzling. This knife is so beautiful. Man Yunfei slowly raised his head, staring at the peerless figure in front of him, and said the last words of his life with a wry smile and fell straight back. Age: 447 characters. At this moment, the whole world is shocked. The focus of the world is on Ouyang. There is horror, shock, calling, and admiration. Oh my God! This is a strong man in the 8 tribulations Nirvana realm. He was killed in one move. This beauty from Xia country is so scary. Oh my God, so handsome. Wow, Emperor Haoyue is so cool. I solemnly declare that from today on, Lord Haoyue is the goddess in my heart. YYDS. I remember that you said the same thing when the goddess of life took action last time. Is there a problem with liking 2 goddesses at the same time? Is it important? What are you arguing about? They are all goddesses of the Ice Emperor Palace. I love them all directly. Me too. The goddess of life is gentle and elegant, and the emperor of Haoyue is heroic and heroic. Brothers, I have a bold idea. Brother, your idea is very dangerous. It's a long way to go. You can't control it. Let me do it. Two brothers upstairs, your idea is very dangerous. Regarding your bold idea, the Ice Emperor Palace has a complete and mature criminal law. Punishment, torture is very possible, but you can't be imprisoned. I'm just joking. According to my guess, your information has been recorded in the intranet of the Ice Emperor Palace. Maybe people are on their way to find you. Brother Guess, report your location. I will drag you down with me before I die. At the same time, Qinling, Man Yunfei, a shocking cry resounded through the world. As Man Yunfei fell, Man Yuan roared in grief and anger, and at the same time, he was more afraid of Ouyangyu in his heart. He was also very clear about Man Yunfei's strength. Even if he wanted to defeat the other party, it would not be an easy task. However, Ouyangyu killed him instantly with just one knife. It was enough to see that Ouyangyu was so strong that he could not match her. Although he still had the trump card given by the clan, he was not sure whether he could activate it in front of Ouyangyu. After all, Ouyangyu's amazing knife that killed Man Yunfei in an instant was so fast that he only saw a silver light like a crescent moon. Before he could react, Man Yunfei was already hit. He couldn't even react, let alone save Man Yunfei. It was completely nonsense. Sir, let's go together. She is alone. With so many of us working together, I don't believe we can't take her down. Even if you can't defeat her, with us holding her back, you can still use the forbidden weapon to kill her. The voice of a barbarian sounded in Menyuan's mind. Menyuan's eyes lit up, and he turned to look at him with admiration, thinking that what he said made a lot of sense. At the same time, he sent a message to the remaining barbarians. We will attack together later. You just need to hold her back. Don't fight too much and protect yourself. I will use the forbidden weapon to kill her directly and not waste too much time on her. Yes, we understand. Do it. Man Yuan suddenly jumped up with a fierce look in his eyes and attacked Ouyangyu. The barbarians behind him also moved at the sound. Facing the barbarians who were attacking him aggressively, Ouyangyu raised a curve at the corner of her mouth, which was very beautiful. But it was only for the people watching the live broadcast. But in the eyes of the barbarians, her smile was like the smile of the god of death, extremely creepy. Just because they hadn't rushed to Ouyangyu, the other party suddenly disappeared in the void, leaving them empty-handed. Everyone opened their spiritual consciousness and searched everywhere, but found no trace. Dance of the Bright Moon. A cold voice came from the void, but it was unclear from which direction it came. Then, a silver light suddenly bloomed in the void, followed by a scream, and a barbarian was bloodied again, shocking countless people present. They didn't see how Ouyangyu made her move, and another member of the tribe died. After searching for a long time, Ouyangyu's figure was still missing. Man Yuan was furious. He roared angrily, cursed loudly, and kept spitting out dirty words, trying to force Ouyangyu to show up. But how could such a low-level method disturb Ouyangyu's state of mind? He still merged into the void, like a messenger of hell, constantly harvesting the lives of the barbarians. Every time a blade flashed, it represented the death of a member of the barbarian tribe. In this situation of fear of the unknown, they were already in disarray, and their psychological defenses collapsed in an instant. When there were only 10 members left, Man Yuan could no longer stand. If this continued, all the members would die. At this moment, he could not care about anything else and gathered the members together to form a defensive formation. Then he took out a circular forbidden weapon from the space ring, and spiritual power poured into it, bursting out with an extremely terrifying aura. Because he did not know the exact location of Ouyangyu, but the other party must be next to his group. Therefore, in the shocked eyes of the tribe, he threw the forbidden weapon into the sky above his head. Bitch! Even if both sides are injured, I, Man Yuan, will kill you here today. The moment this circular forbidden weapon flew out, it instantly turned into a vague figure that covered the sky and the earth. The vague figure touched his fists, and with a bang, the monstrous energy exploded in the void. Rumble! The dazzling light exploded from that area, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes, unable to endure this extreme, strong light. The terrifying energy of destroying the world spread to all around, and even the barbarians were no exception, and were shrouded in it. The live broadcast screen of the people on Blue Star was also blurry at this moment, and nothing could be seen clearly. Countless people were anxiously waiting. Sister Yu, Ziyu, and Hongluan and Shidu exclaimed when they saw the situation on the screen, their faces full of anxiety. They never thought that the other party would use such a self-harming style of fighting. This is not hurting the enemy 800, but hurting yourself 1,000. Although they didn't understand it very much, it had already happened, and they could only hope that Ouyang had escaped safely. But the thick fog in the picture did not dissipate for a long time. There was no sound, and no one came out. No, I want to go over and take a look. Hongluan was excited, and stood up to leave here and go to Qinling, but was stopped by Yushan and Ziyu. Hongluan, don't be excited. Sister Yu is not that fragile. We have to believe in her. Aren't you worried? After being stopped by the two, Hongluan was excited, and her voice was a little louder. She and Ouyang can be said to have a life-and-death relationship. When they were on a mission a few years ago, Ouyang saved her more than once, so she was so excited when she saw Ouyang in danger. Of course we are worried too. Hongluan, have you forgotten the relationship between that person and Sister Yu? If Sister Yu is really in trouble, he will definitely not stand idly by. Besides, Sister Yu's guards haven't appeared yet. Hearing this, Hongluan calmed down instantly, looked at the two with a little apology, and said, Look at me. I forgot about this matter in a hurry. My tone was a little bad just now. Sorry. What the three did not notice was that Xuanyuan and Mui beside them were full of doubts. Looking at each other, Xuanyuan sent a voice message to Mui. Who is that person? These guys are really hiding something. It would be better to say it directly. Of course, it makes people feel itchy when they hear it. Mui also replied with some dissatisfaction. At this time, look, there is another picture. Yushan suddenly pointed at the picture and shouted loudly, attracting everyone's attention again. Qinling! The energy slowly dissipated, and countless people stared at the land that was already in ruins in amazement. At the center of the explosion, a blue-haired figure stood in the sky. His breath was a little weak, and the wounds on his clothes were bleeding, and his figure looked a little embarrassed. In comparison, Man Yuan and others were even more miserable. At this moment, there were only 3 tribesmen left alive, and each of them was seriously injured and bleeding. This was the situation where the 10 of them fought together. Man Yuan coughed up a large mouthful of blood, looked at Ouyang, who was only slightly injured, and then looked at the tribesmen behind him. He smiled bitterly. This didn't kill you. You are so lucky. They all worked together to defend, and several tribesmen died. Ouyang was just one person, and she was only slightly injured. Ouyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. If she hadn't been fast, she would have flown out as soon as she found the ring-shaped forbidden device that exuded a terrifying aura. The consequences would definitely not be the current situation of minor injuries. She had already flown to the edge of the energy coverage and defended with all her might, but she was still injured. If she was in the center, the consequence would probably be that even if she didn't die, her life would be in danger. This is enough to show the horror of this forbidden weapon. What kind of hidden weapon is this? It's so powerful. Ouyang stared at Man Yuan coldly. A one-time Supreme Realm forbidden weapon. It can severely injure or kill a Supreme Realm strongman when it's unexpected. As if he felt there was no hope, Man Yuan's voice sounding very weak. No wonder it has such a powerful force. It's actually a weapon that can severely injure or kill a Supreme Realm strongman. Ouyang murmured with some palpitations. Since you have used up all your trump cards, I should send you off. As he spoke, Ouyang held the moon blade and strode towards Man Yuan and others. The other party seemed to have accepted his fate and did not resist, just leaning quietly against a big tree. As he waved his hand, 2 blade beams came out from the moon blade, killing 2 more barbarians. Man Yuan frowned, suppressing his grief and anger, and kept muttering in his heart, "Get closer, get closer." This was the countermeasure he and his tribesmen had discussed together. Knowing that they could not escape, they thought of at least leaving Ouyangyu here completely. There were still 2 forbidden weapons left on him. Man Yuan discussed with his tribesmen that as long as Ouyangyu dared to get close, as long as someone exploded and attacked Ouyangyu to attract his attention, then Man Yuan could directly activate the forbidden weapon and die with Ouyangyu. And Ouyangyu didn't seem to realize that the other party had a trick up his sleeve and continued to stride forward. When Ouyangyu walked into the area that Man Yuan thought was a must-die zone, he nodded to the only 2 remaining tribesmen. Then, the 2 barbarians suddenly jumped up and attacked Ouyangyu. Ouyangyu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he thought the other party was struggling to death. Just as she was about to swing her sword to kill the enemy, she suddenly felt a heart-pounding breath coming from the front. She looked carefully and saw 2 snow-white animal teeth in Man Yuan's hand. Although she didn't know which species the teeth were from, the terrifying aura they exuded was exactly the same as the forbidden weapon just now. Ouyangyu's face changed drastically in an instant. She rushed towards Man Yuan in a flash. The distance was too close. She knew that she could not escape the range of the 2 forbidden weapons. All she could do now was to get rid of Man Yuan and prevent him from completely activating the forbidden weapon so that she could survive. But it was already a little late. Man Yuan laughed fiercely. "Ha! It's too late to kill me now. The forbidden weapon will be fully charged in 3 breaths. By then, you and I will both be the dead souls of this world. It's worth it for me, Man Yuan, to have a genius like you to accompany me to hell." Hearing this, countless viewers in front of the screen were full of anger and cursed at Man Yuan in the camera. "I_you0026 at #Yuan. Too despicable. You actually used a hidden weapon. It's shameful to use these little tricks when so many people fight one person. Oh, this distance is difficult. Damn it. I really want this waste to take this blow for the adults. It's over." Countless people in front of the screen exclaimed, and most people thought that Ouyangyu might really be gone this time. It happened so fast. Just 1 second before the forbidden weapon was about to be activated, a huge space crack suddenly appeared beside Man Yuan. In his shocked eyes, a silver arrow with a terrifying aura passed through the heavy space and directly penetrated Man Yuan's forehead. A huge blood hole has already bloomed on Man Yuan's forehead. Blood splattered everywhere, and life force dissipated. Not even a scream was heard. He fell straight backwards. The beast-tooth forbidden weapon in his hand also lost its dazzling brilliance as Man Yuan fell, and it was obviously activated unsuccessfully. This sudden change, it shocked, frightened, and trembled countless people. Then, a voice suddenly resounded over the Qinling Mountains. "Yuer, don't be so careless next time. You almost won't see me again." The voice sounded extremely gentle, doting, and with a hint of teasing. Ouyangyu, who survived the disaster, heard this voice, although a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. But she still said very stubbornly, Who wants you to save me? I can solve it myself. Also, who wants to see you? You are so self-indulgent." Even so, Ouyangyu's mouth has already raised a smile. Very beautiful. While Ouyangyu was flirting with the mysterious man in the territory of Xia, at this moment, a great uproar has been set off. Countless people looked at the Man Yuan, who fell straight down with a blood hole on his head. Their faces were shocked, and they were curious about the identity of the mysterious man who helped Ouyangyu. "I was scared to death. Of course, I almost thought that Lord Haoyue was going to die. Fortunately, there is this mysterious man to help. Otherwise, I really don't know how Lord Haoyue would survive facing that terrifying forbidden weapon. Who is this mysterious man? He can tear the space to kill the barbarian, and the other party can't even react. It's too scary. According to my speculation, the other party must be the lover of the Haoyue Emperor. Look at the tone of the mysterious man. It's a couple at first glance. Ah, brother speculation. Shut up. Don't slander me, the goddess Hyus. If you say one more word, I will kill you now. I. Shedu. Hongluan, who was originally worried because of Menyuan's last sneak attack, finally let go of her heart when the silver arrow appeared. Fortunately, it was Brother Mu who took action. Otherwise, sister, you would really be in danger this time. You see, I was right, Hongluan. Even if we go through this situation, it will not play any decisive role. It still depends on Brother Mu and the others. Yushan added on the side. Well, Yushan, you are right. It is true that I was a little anxious and thoughtless just now, which led to reckless words and deeds. Hongluan looked at Yushan and Ziyue with a little apology. You are also worried about Sister Yu. We can understand. Ziyue waved her hand quickly. At this time, Mu Yi, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly asked, Who is this Brother Mu? What is his relationship with this Ouyang Yu? Looking at Mu Yi with a curious look on his face. Ziyue looked a little abnormal. As if he had made a decision, he replied softly, Among the people in my Ice Emperor Palace, besides you, Brother Mu is the strongest. As for their relationship, Brother Mu and Sister Yu are lovers. Mu Yi was stunned when he heard Ziyu's reply. I didn't expect the other party to really say it. He was not Xuanyuan, so he just asked casually. The strongest one besides Xiao Ku. Xuanyuan murmured softly and turned his eyes to the picture again, very curious. At the same time, above Qinling Mountains, the dark space cracks have not dissipated. Ouyang Yu stretched out his hand and swung out two knives. The silver blade light flashed across the sky and solved the remaining few barbarians. From then on, all the barbarians in the lower world died. Ouyang Yu stretched out his hand and waved. Under the traction of energy, more than a dozen space rings flew from the bodies of the barbarians to his hands. There should have been 20 rings, but a few of them had already disappeared under the power of the forbidden weapon. The two beast-tooth forbidden weapons in Menyuan's hand that had not yet been activated naturally fell into Ouyang Yu's palm. Just now Liang said that he picked up a supreme realm breakthrough pill from the other party. It is very precious. It is said that all 3 tribes have it. See if there is any in these space rings. The previous voice came out again in the space crack. Well, I just saw that guy's message. After Ouyang Yu said this, he poured his spiritual consciousness into the space rings one by one, searching for the pill that Li Mingho mentioned. Not long after, finally, in a space ring, a box made of unknown material was found. Carefully opened the box, and a round pill with an amazing medicinal fragrance lies quietly in it. Found it. In addition, these 2 supreme realm forbidden weapons can continue to be used, and can also be used as a big trump card in the future. Ouyang Yu's tone was a little happy, as if he was showing off to the other party. By the way, Xingqian, what's the situation over there? Ouyang Yu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked. In the crack of space, the gentle voice sounded again. I'm afraid I don't have such a good harvest as you. Why? I found them just after this group of people came. At that time, I didn't know that they had this kind of elixir, so I didn't care. When that guy appeared, I don't know what he ate. He sat cross-legged on the ground and practiced, and he broke through once during the period. Looking at the aura on his body now, it is several times stronger than when he just came. I think he should have taken this realm-breaking elixir. But I'm a little curious. Why didn't he have a thunder tribulation when he clearly broke through? I'm sure he was in the 8 tribulation nirvana realm when he just appeared, and now he is at least in the 9 tribulation nirvana realm, or the half-step supreme realm. Half-step supreme? Can you deal with it? Ouyang Yu asked worriedly. Don't worry. You don't know how strong your husband is. Even if he breaks through to the half-step supreme, he is not my opponent. Hearing the confidence in the other party's words, Ouyang Yu was relieved, and then seemed to have discovered something. She laughed and scolded. Pooh, pooh, pooh. What husband? I'm not your wife yet. It's only a matter of time. At this moment, Ouyang Yu and the mysterious man were flirting with each other. Little did they know. While the two were talking about love, there were already countless sad people in Xia country. The ground was full of red fragments. If you stick them together, you will be surprised to find that it is a heart shape. Woo woo woo. My goddess, my love for you has ended before it even began. It's so hard for me. Damn it, who is this guy? I want to fight him. You want to try the silver arrow through the heart. Try it, and you'll die. Damn it, the goddess has already been with someone. This is more painful than killing me. Where is Brother Conjecture? It's all because of his bad mouth. Find him out. I want to kill him. +1. +10010. Don't panic, everyone. I'm a hacker. I've found Brother Conjecture's address, and we'll send it out now. Stop it, brother upstairs. I was wrong. Humph. It's too late. I'll give you the historical records I've collected for many years. The address has been deleted. Brother Conjecture, let's chat privately. Fuck. What's wrong with you upstairs? You bought a historical record. Where's your dignity? Your bottom line? Then send you a copy too? Okay. At the same time, the live broadcast screen changed again. The majestic mountains appeared in the picture. On the snow-capped peak, a vague figure stood proudly, quietly looking in one direction, eyes full of love. After a long time, he retracted his gaze and turned to look in another direction. In his dark and deep eyes, a small group of figures covered with scales appeared in it. A playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The prey is moving. The hunter should also move out. Kunlun Su. A small group of figures were speeding among the snow-white mountains. Lord He Yuan, is there really an Ice Emperor Palace in Kunlun Su? Suddenly, one of the humanoid creatures covered with blue scales asked curiously. You ask me. Who should I ask? The leader, a member of the Scale Armor clan with dark green scales and a very ferocious face, replied angrily. But then again, there are mountains and ridges here, covered with snow, and the ice attribute's spiritual power is full between heaven and earth. Judging from this environment, the Ice Emperor Palace should be hidden here with a high probability. After all, from their names and the attack methods of their leaders, it can be seen that they are related to the ice attribute. I think the barbarians and the snake men will be in vain this time. The credit of the Ice Emperor Palace will eventually be solved by my Scale Armor clan. Ha! As if he saw the scene when he was successful, the Scale Armor clan member named He Yuan laughed out loud. Your Excellency is wise. Your Excellency has taken the broken mirror pill and has now broken through to the realm of the Half-Step Supreme. Even if the leader of the Ice Emperor Palace comes in person, he is no match for you at this moment. The scaled armored clan members around him immediately flattered him upon hearing the voice. Stop talking nonsense. Speed up. Let's finish it sooner, so that we can return to our clan to receive the rewards sooner. Yes. When a group of people were rushing towards the depths, suddenly, He Yuan seemed to have noticed something and suddenly waved his hand, signaling the clan members to stop and observe the surroundings vigilantly. Who? Come out to me. He Yuan shouted loudly, not knowing who he was talking to, and even his clan members were full of doubts. My Excellency, I don't know. Someone asked, but the words were not finished yet. Whoosh! In their eyes, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Then, a silver energy arrow with a devastating aura suddenly attacked from the crack. Caught off guard, in the shocked eyes of the Scale Armor clan, the arrow sank into the forehead of the person who asked the question. This scene was completed almost instantly. All the Scale Armor clan members were not prepared at all, and they had no time to stop it. When they came to their senses, one of their members had already died. He Feng, seeing his members die in front of him in an instant, He Yuan shouted in great grief and anger, his voice resounding through the world like thunder in the ears. Who? Who dares to attack and kill my Scale Armor clan? Come out for me. Ah! He Yuan's spiritual consciousness scanned the surroundings, but he did not see any figure or breath. He was extremely angry and launched attacks in all directions, bombarding wildly. His members followed suit. In an instant, this mountain range was covered with energy, and the mighty energy swept the world, swallowing up the mountains and rivers, overwhelming the mountains and seas. But after attacking for a long time, someone still appeared. Just when they were surprised and shocked, a chilling voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, making everyone tremble with fear. The hunting game begins. Next, this emperor will give you time to escape. After one stick of incense, let's see if you can escape from this emperor's attack range. Start the timer. As this cold voice fell, the people of the Scaled Armor clan were stunned at first, followed by their angry roars. Asshole! Do you think my Scaled Armor clan is a toy? Hunting game? Aren't you afraid that the boast will be blown up and explode yourself? Do you really think that you can control us by sneaking up on one of our people? What a joke! Listening to the roar of Xuanyuan and others, a mysterious figure standing on the top of a snowy mountain 100,000 meters away chuckled. Don't believe it? Then, 9 Stars Destroyer. The figure raised the bow in his hand, put his fingers on the bowstring, and exerted a little force. 9 energy arrows emitting silver light condensed instantly. Without the slightest aiming, he just let go slightly, and the 9 arrows turned into long rainbows that broke through the void in front of him, and no one knew where they were going. And 100,000 meters away, Xuanyuan and his clansmen were still sneering and cursing, unaware of the danger coming. Suddenly, the space in front of him was surging. After Xuanyuan noticed it, he instantly condensed a ball of terrifying energy and fired it forward. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the world. Energy smoke filled the air, and Xuanyuan was just about to send someone forward to check. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 silver arrows, emitting the meaning of destruction, had already appeared in front of him, and the closest one was quietly 1 finger away from him. Xuanyuan's pupils shrank, and the hairs all over his body exploded. He dared not move at all. He could feel that even if he took the energy arrow, it would not be easy. Moreover, he had not made any preparations yet. If he was hit by this attack, he would definitely be injured. He could only stand in the void like a wooden chicken, letting the arrow pass through him. However, he dodged it, but the tribesmen behind him suffered. Facing the sudden attack of terrifying arrows, they had no defense, and their fate was imaginable. Ah! Hearing the screams coming from behind, Xuanyuan's expression changed drastically, and he turned around instantly. He saw a huge blood hole appear on the body of each of the 9 tribesmen behind him, and their breath dissipated, and they were no longer alive. Xuanyuan was both angry and terrified. Anger comes from the tragic death of his clansmen, and fear comes from the strength of the other party. He also knows the strength of these clansmen. Although he can kill them, he is definitely not like the other party, who can kill 9 Nirvana realms in 1 second. At the same time, the other clansmen behind him were also panicked and at a loss. Lord Xuanyuan, what should we do now? Do we really want to escape? Someone from the Scaled Armor clan asked cautiously beside Xuanyuan. Hearing the voice, Xuanyuan cursed. Asshole, is it useful to run in this situation? We don't even know where the other party is. If you run to their face, you will die. Come and surround them together for defense. I don't believe he has the ability to kill people without seeing us 10 people. As Xuanyuan's voice fell, his clansmen immediately gathered together to form a circular defense circle, which seemed airtight and no one could break through. At this time, the cold voice sounded again. This emperor doesn't like prey to get out of control. Since you don't cooperate well, then let this emperor help you. After his voice fell, Xuanyuan suddenly felt an extremely terrifying breath, locking their position. Then, in the horrified eyes of Xuanyuan and others, a huge crack appeared on his head, and a huge arrow emitting the power of annihilation slowly protruded from it, overwhelming the sky. Feeling this slowly protruding arrow of annihilation, Xuanyuan's face was full of horror. As a half-step supreme, he actually felt threatened by this arrow of annihilation. He worked hard with his tribesmen to support a huge defensive barrier. Then he looked up to the sky and asked loudly, "Who are you?" With the blessing of his spiritual energy, the voice resounded through the sky. After a moment of silence, the cold voice sounded again. Under the Ice Emperor Palace, Star Emperor, Mu Xingqian. Ice Emperor Palace, Star Emperor, Mu Xingqian. Xuanyuan whispered softly, his eyes full of shock. I didn't expect that in addition to its leader Xuanyuan, there was such a terrifying strong man in the Ice Emperor Palace. He secretly hated himself for not knowing it clearly in advance. Otherwise, he would not have acted rashly and caused the current situation. Little did he know. When he heard this name, he was not the only one shocked. Xuanyuan family villa. Yin Yin and Xuanyuan Che, who were sitting in the living room watching the live broadcast, changed their faces instantly after hearing this name. "What?" Xuanyuan Che exclaimed, and instantly turned his eyes to Mu Wan next to him. However, after seeing Mu Wan's current state, he stopped what he wanted to say. Mu Wan's eyes were tearful at this moment, full of disbelief. The pupil stared at the live broadcast screen, not daring to blink, for fear of missing a trace of the picture. She whispered softly, "Brother, it's been more than 10 years. Are you really still alive?" Yin Yin sighed softly and instantly appeared beside Mu Wan, holding her in her arms, and comforted her softly. "Waner, don't be sad. Mu Wan's brother is also called Mu Xingqian. He has been very good to Mu Wan since childhood. He was a genius of his generation, but suddenly encountered that incident and has not been heard from since. More than 10 years ago, because Mu Yi had participated in the cleanup of the Dark Temple. He was always hated by the other party, but he dared not attack Mu Yi, so the Dark Temple had to spread its claws to his family. So on a dark night, countless strong men from the Dark Temple suddenly attacked the relatives of the Mu family, causing countless deaths and injuries. It was also on that night that Mu Wan's brother Mu Xingqian was abducted by the Dark Temple. His whereabouts are unknown, and his life or death is uncertain. After hearing the news, Mu Yi almost went crazy and bloodbathed several branches of the Dark Temple. But he never found his son again. When he shows up, if it's really Brother Xingqian, we will definitely recognize him. If not, don't be too sad. Brother Xingqian is lucky and will be fine. He must be hiding somewhere, just like when we played hide-and-seek when we were kids. He just doesn't want us to find him now. I'm here. No matter how difficult and hard the road ahead is, I will accompany you to find Brother Xingqian," Xuanyuan Che said very seriously. Mu Wan looked at Xuanyuan Che with tears in her eyes and nodded heavily. At the same time, Mu Yi on the other side was excited at the moment. He shouted excitedly, "Xingqian! Xingqian is you!" Suddenly, he remembered Ziyu's abnormality just now. As if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, he asked Ziyu excitedly, "Do you know something? Is he my son Mu Xingqian?" Seeing that Ziyu didn't reply, he was more certain of his guess. "How old is he? What does he look like? Do you have a photo?" Mu Yi was even more excited. "No, I want to go to Kunlungsu. I want to find him. I want to see if he is my Chiner." Just as Mu Yi was about to get up, Ziyu immediately made a gesture to Yushan. Yushan instantly appeared behind Mu Yi, patted his neck, and with a muffled groan, Mu Yi fell on Yushan. Xuanyuan hurried over to help him, quietly pouring a stream of energy into Mu Yi's body. "What are you doing? Even if you don't want him to go, you shouldn't knock him out." Facing Xuanyuan's questioning, Ziyu hurriedly bowed and said, "General Mu is too excited now. The crisis in Kunlungsu has not been resolved yet. We are just afraid that he will do something extreme, and this is what the Star Emperor meant." "What did the Star Emperor mean?" "Now Mu Yi has fainted. Tell me honestly, is the Star Emperor Mu Yi's son?" Xuanyuan asked very curiously. Ziyu nodded. After all, that person just said not to tell Mu Yi first, but did not say not to tell Xuanyuan. "It's really that guy, great." Xuanyuan looked very happy. As a good friend of Mu Yi, he also knew how much of a blow Mu Xingqian's disappearance had brought to Mu Yi. Now that Mu Xingqian is really still alive, I wonder how happy Mu Yi will be when he finds out later. Suddenly, Mu Yi, who was supposed to be unconscious, suddenly jumped up excitedly and laughed. "Huh! I knew he was Xingqian. My son is not dead. My son is not dead." Mu Yi suddenly got up. It scared Ziyu, Yushan, and others. Yushan looked at his palm like a palm fan in confusion, and seemed to be extremely shocked at how Mu Yi woke up. He clearly didn't let up just now. Although it was not full strength, it was definitely enough for Mu Yi. Little did they know, all this was a plan by Mu Yi and Xuanyuan. The two had set up a trap long ago, waiting for Yushan Hongwan and others to fall into it, so as to get the real useful information. Who asked Zue and their teacher to play dumb? Although if Xuanyuan really wanted to know, he only needed to ask, but Ziyu and others would definitely not say it in front of Mui. Therefore, they chose this method. Ziyu and others already knew the reason through the eye contact between Xuanyuan and Mui. Ziyu sighed lightly. Forget it, General Mu. Since you already know, then put your mind at ease. As for what you want to ask, you should ask Brother Qin yourself next. However, Mu waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's good to know that he is still alive. I have finally let go of this worry that has been hanging for so many years. This brat, he is so strong, but he didn't even say that he would come to see me. He made our family worry about him for so many years in vain. When he comes back this time, I must give him a good lecture." Ziyu and others looked at Mu quietly. Although he looked indifferent on the surface, the crystal in the corner of his eyes and the shaking hands of his fists showed his mood. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned back to the picture again. And Ziyu also explained to Mu Xingqian that Mu knew about Mu Xingqian's identity. At the same time, Kunlun Su, the mountain range, was in a mess at this moment. The huge arrow had already fallen. Although it was blocked by He Yuan and others with all their strength, it still penetrated their defense with a broken bamboo force and exploded in the center. The huge energy blew He Yuan and others into pieces. Their bodies were all a bit messy. The scales on some of the tribesmen were still oozing blood, looking a bit miserable. After enduring this terrifying blow from Mu Xingqian, He Yuan could no longer remain calm. He felt that if there was another such attack, he would not be able to withstand it, and perhaps he could only use forbidden weapons to resist. Just as his face was filled with horror, Mu Xingqian's cold voice sounded again. "There is only half an incense stick of time left. If you don't run away, then I will take action now." Hearing Mu Xingqian's voice like the death god again, He Yuan and others looked frighteningly ugly. After thinking for a moment, He Yuan handed 4 unknown objects to the tribesmen in a very obscure way, and then said to their tribesmen, 2 people in a team, run separately. Each team holds a forbidden weapon. As long as the opponent attacks, if you feel that you are no match for them, you can detonate the forbidden weapon to resist. The goal now is to survive. I'll count to 3, 2, 1. Start running immediately. Do you understand? I understand. 3. As He Yuan shouted 3, his figure disappeared in an instant. The tribesmen were left standing there in a daze with a confused look on their faces. Looking at He Yuan, who has disappeared, his tribe members came back to their senses. Fuck! Where's Ariai? Then, the remaining tribe members drove at high speed in 4 directions. Even Mu Xingqian, who was sitting on a snowy mountain, was stunned and said in surprise, "At this time, you are still willing to give the forbidden weapon to your tribe members. You still have some conscience, but you ran too fast." This scene instantly made the people watching the live broadcast around the world laugh. 6. Fuck! They said to count to 3, 2, 1. How come he ran away after only 3? This leader seems to have given his people some life-saving forbidden weapons just now, which is not bad. Of course, at least it's much better than the barbarian who released the forbidden weapon on his head. Well, he still has some conscience. A little conscience, but not much. After all, he ran too fast. Huh? The Ice Emperor Palace Star Emperor, who has not yet appeared, feels so powerful. He has forced this team of aliens to this point without showing his figure. Yeah, so mysterious. I really want to see what he looks like. I have seen it for you. Although he is as beautiful as a fairy and as handsome as Panin, he is still not as beautiful and handsome as you. Upstairs, I have always believed that you can do it. Well done. You deserve the reward. P.S. The readers of Yinzu, Yu Yin, and Ifei are still the most handsome and beautiful. I have no other meaning. I just want to praise. Time passed slowly. Half an incense stick of time passed quickly. At this moment, the live broadcast screen has been split into 5 screens. There are 2 figures flying at high speed on each screen. They are running as fast as they can, wishing they could grow 2 more pairs of wings. Suddenly, The faces of everyone in the screen froze, because Mu Xingqian's cold voice, like the god of death, sounded again. Time is up, and you haven't run far. It's so boring. I want to practice archery, but you don't cooperate well. You run so slowly. What's the difference between you and a living target? Forget it. Let's welcome your new life. Hearing Mu Xingqian's remarks, Yuan couldn't help but look back, only to see that the hilltop where he had stopped before was no longer visible. They are strong men in the Nirvana realm. They have been flying for half an incense stick of time with all their strength, and have already flown out of the range of Kunlun Su. You have to know that this is not the Kunlun Su before the great changes in the world, but the Kunlun Su that has been amplified by who knows how many times. This is still close. Can your bow and arrow shoot to this distance? Yuan couldn't help but question it in his heart. However, the next moment, in a direction he couldn't see, behind the two scaled armored clan members who were running fast, there were ripples in the space. Then two energy silver arrows drilled out from it. Whoosh! In an instant, the sound of sharp arrows piercing the air appeared in the ears of the two scaled armored clan members who were running at full speed. When they just noticed the movement behind them and wanted to turn back to resist, they felt a heart-wrenching pain in their chests. It seemed that they realized something. They looked down in disbelief. A blood hole as big as a bowl in the chest came into their eyes, and then their consciousness began to blur, and the front gradually became dark. When they fell, their incredible voice was shocked. So fast! How is this possible? With endless regret and unwillingness, the two figures fell to the ground at the same time. Bang! Their bodies fell heavily from the sky to the ground, splashing a lot of dust. Then, under the traction of an unknown energy, the two space rings on their bodies slowly rose into the air, suddenly rushed into the void in front of them, and disappeared. And their bodies also began to dissolve until they completely disappeared, leaving only a little blood to record the traces of their presence. When this scene appeared in front of the screen, the world instantly warmed up by 1 degree, just because everyone took a breath of cold air. Fuck! This is too fierce. Using a foreign race to practice archery, and letting the other party run first, how confident is this? I don't know how far the other party has run. Still can't escape the arrows of Emperor Xingqian. I took a rough look. The speed of the other party, if it was before, I'm afraid it would have run out of the country. It's really terrifying. Even if you run 1,000,000 miles first, you still can't escape my arrows. I feel that the big boss Xingqian is standing there. No matter where there are enemies in Xia country, they can't escape his arrows. The person above, remove the word feeling. My son is awesome. Fuck. The one above ran out of the mental hospital. He actually said such arrogant and treasonous words. Your son is awesome. I'm still your father. Fuck, he actually dared to say that Lord Xingqian is your son. Whose subordinate is this? And he is so brave. I had hashtag UNAT, %*. Shidu. At this moment, Mu Yi's face was dark and scary. He was the one who posted that comment just now. Seeing his son's amazing performance, he couldn't hide the joy on his face, and in a proud mood, he posted that comment. And now, looking at the netizens who kept scolding him in the comments, Mu Yi jumped up and down in anger. But no matter how he explained, the other party didn't believe it. But yes, in this situation, even if you tell the truth, no one will believe it, unless Mu Xingqian himself comes forward to testify. Seeing the comments that kept joining in the crusade against him, Mu Yi felt his head growl and regretted the words he had just said. As a last resort, Mu Yi had to cancel his existing account. Looking at it further, he was afraid that his good attitude, because his son was still alive, was about to collapse. Moment, all worries have disappeared. It can be said that it is out of sight and out of mind. Seeing Mu Yi's appearance, everyone secretly laughed. Return to the screen again. At this moment, only one of the 5 pictures is left. While everyone was chatting, the remaining 3 teams were all penetrated by an arrow exuding a terrifying aura. When the body dies and the Tao disappears, it vanishes into thin air. Except for the space ring, nothing remains. Whoosh! A cloud-piercing arrow strikes. The tribesmen who were running closely behind Xuanyuan fell down. Xuanyuan also stopped at this moment. It's not because of the death of the people around him, but it was because of a figure blocking him in front of him and suddenly appearing in the sky. It was a tall man with a head full of short white hair. His dark pupils seemed to be filled with stars. He was wearing a mask with the other two. Above the mask, under the thousands of stars, the sun and the moon each occupied a tiny corner. The most eye-catching one, or the giant silver bow he is holding. The silver bow body is like a crescent moon, with a few star gems scattered on it like planets. It looks simple and unsophisticated, noble but not luxurious. The silver bow string has been baptized by time, but it has not slackened at all. It is still tight on the bow, demonstrating its unparalleled importance. Xuanyuan looked at the figure in front of him with a horrified expression and asked tremblingly, "You are the Star Emperor of the Ice Emperor Palace." "Correct answer. I will reward you with a heart-piercing arrow." The tall figure smiled playfully, and then stopped listening to Xuanyuan's excessive nonsense. He pinched the bow string with his fingers and exerted a slight force. The terrifying energy condensed into an arrow of light, which carried the power of thunder and lightning to destroy the heaven and earth, before Xuanyuan could activate the forbidden weapon in his hand. The arrow of light penetrated his body and penetrated his heart. Xuanyuan could no longer describe the pain he was feeling at this moment. His eyes were dim and his pupils were dilated. His hands spread out weakly, revealing the small golden sword that he was holding tightly. A flash of light dimmed quietly. Since then, all the people sent by the 3 unlucky families who were bewitched by the shadow slaves perished. After cleaning the battlefield, Mu Xingqian looked towards the north, his eyes filled with endless longing. That is the direction of home. After looking at it for a long time, Mu Xingqian moved his fingers slightly to cut off the sound of the Ice Emperor's intranet live broadcast. As the top 3 most powerful Star Emperor in the Ice Emperor Palace, he had this permission. He looked at the communication bracelet in his hand and whispered softly, "Sir, Xingqian requests to leave the station temporarily and go home to visit relatives." After a moment of silence, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Allow." "Accurate." "Thank you, sir." After receiving Xuanyuan's reply, Mu Xingqian was overjoyed. He was not sure whether Xuanyuan had woken up but just wanted to give it a try. He did not expect Xuanyuan to really wake up and agree to his request. "Take you with you. Uncle Mu will be happier." Hearing this, Mu Xingqian was ecstatic again. As Xuanyuan's voice fell, a space wormhole was suddenly constructed in front of Mu Xingqian. The next moment, Ouyang Yu's figure flew out of it. Standing in the void, Ouyang Yu was still a little dazed. She was originally arranging tasks in Qinling Mountains. Suddenly, a space force enveloped her, and she appeared here the next moment. Just as he was dazed, he saw Mu Xingqian in front of him. Ouyang Yu rubbed his eyes fiercely, seeming a little unbelievable. After observing the situation around him and confirming the truth, his face was full of surprise. He threw himself into Mu Xingqian's arms. "Xingqian, I miss you so much." Ouyang Yu whispered softly, expressing her longing. "You, I miss you too." Mu Xingqian put away his bow, put his arms around Ouyang Yu's slender waist, buried his head deeply in her hair, and breathed greedily. In a deep mountain forest. Bah! Shameless! Spreading dog food in public. Li Mingho and Zi Feng, whose face was bruised, sat on the top of an ancient tree at the same time. Looking at the 2 people hugging each other tightly in the light curtain in front of them, Li Mingho laughed and cursed with some jealousy. Li Mingho suddenly stood up, scaring Zi Feng next to him. "Brother Hao, what are you doing? I have to find a girlfriend too. I can't always watch them flirting and spreading dog food here." Suddenly, Li Mingho seemed to have thought of something and asked Zi Feng with a smile, "Zi Feng, does Zi still have a boyfriend?" Zi Feng looked at Li Mingho in this state, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. "Brother Hao, you should go and get other girls. Zi already has someone she likes." "What? When did this happen? How come we don't know? Tell me who he is." I want to see what kind of person Sister Ziyu likes. If I am not satisfied, Li Mingho made a fist sound, deliberately showing a fierce look. Zifeng waved his hand slightly and said, Brother Hao, you can't beat him. Don't waste your energy. I can't beat him. With my current strength, who can beat him? Seeing Li Mingho babble endlessly, Zifeng responded to Li Mingho's doubts with a look of looking at a fool. Although he didn't say anything, Li Mingho already understood. He just smiled embarrassedly. Who is it? Just pretend I didn't say anything. I was just joking. By the way, Zifeng, what does that expression mean? Do you still want to practice with me? No, I don't. I don't want to. Zifeng quickly denied 3 times and hid far away. He was still in pain. Although he took the elixir given by Xuanyuan, the bruises on his face still did not fade. It was enough to show how tragic the battle was just now. At the same time, the audience watching the live broadcast was also very excited when they saw the 2 people hugging each other tightly. Why can't I hear any sound? They are such a perfect match. I'm into this couple. If it's the Star Emperor, I have no objection. Do you dare to object? The blood stains on the ground haven't dried yet. Do you want to follow in his footsteps? I wonder if there are any other strong men in the Ice Emperor Palace. According to my guess, there shouldn't be any. Open the door. Check the water meter. This brat has disappeared for so many years. It turns out he wanted to pick up girls. But I'm still very satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Mui looked at the screen with a look of relief at this moment. Little did he know that there was a bigger surprise waiting for them next. Kunlun, after hugging each other for a long time, Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu slowly separated, but they were unwilling to let go of their tightly held hands. Ouyang Yu looked at Mu Xingqian with affectionate eyes and asked softly, Xingqian, what's going on? Why did I suddenly appear here? Is it the adults who did it? Yes. The adults have approved me to go home. That's great, Brother Chen. Your long-cherished wish can be fulfilled. Ouyang Yu was very happy. This was Mu Xingqian's wish for many years. The adults asked me to take you back. I'll go too. Ouyang Yu was shy and a little worried when she heard this, as if she was afraid to meet Mu Xingqian's parents. Seeing Ouyang Yu's worry, Mu Xingqian said softly, Don't worry, my parents and sister are very good. They will definitely like you very much. Okay. Ouyang Yu's eyes curved into a crescent shape and responded with a smile. Afterwards, the 2 of them bowed respectfully in the direction of the Ice Emperor Palace in the puzzled eyes of the people in front of the screen. Thank you, adults. Then they disappeared silently. The live broadcast ended. Everyone's screen returned to the previous picture again. The boy who was playing the game earlier now looked at the 5 dotted lines and the 5 flying figures on the screen, and hesitated to press the big move. Not because he was shocked by the previous screen, but because, where's my keyboard? Woo woo woo. I was so excited just now that I smashed the keyboard. It was so hard for me. My perfect ultimate move. The boy screamed loudly and was filled with grief and anger. If he knew that he would return to this scene, he would never smash the keyboard. Although he could operate it with a mouse, he was still a step slower in reaction. He could only watch his teammates constantly marking question marks, not knowing how to explain it. This unforgettable scene. I believe he will never forget it in his life. Blue and white stars. Over a certain sea area, the sky suddenly darkened again. Countless beasts in this sea area seemed to have sensed something and fled everywhere. Suddenly, a huge space crack appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a series of figures emitting powerful auras rushed out of it, howling and standing proudly above the sea. After a while, the sea area was filled with overwhelming figures, densely packed, and there were all kinds of races. This is not the first group of people to come to the Blue and White Star. Looking around, there are probably thousands of various tribes here. There are giants, firemen, spirits, elves. Of course, there are also members of angels and blood races. Finally arrived at this Blue and White Star. I don't know if the 3 tribes have started to act. I want to see how broad the Ice Emperor Palace is, and how it can resist the 3 tribes holding the Supreme Realm Forbidden Weapons. Who cares if he wins or loses? it's best if both sides lose, so that we can reap the benefits. Countless chaotic voices resounded throughout the sea. Finally, under the leadership of an angel tribe member, they flew west together. There was the Zulong Court in the east, so they didn't dare to move forward. In the Western Federation, they can also see everything that happened in Xiagua through various means. However, when they arrived in the Western Federation, after getting the situation of Xiagua from the first group of races that did not participate in the palace coup, countless people exclaimed, "What? All 3 tribes are dead? All dead? How is this possible? We only arrived 2 days late. How come they have all died? Didn't they use the mirror-breaking pill and the forbidden device? How many powerful men did the Ice Emperor Palace dispatch? Or did the Ancestral Dragon Court take action?" Facing questions from everyone, the person directly placed the reproduced live broadcast in front of him. After everyone saw the tragic fate of the 3 clans and the supreme grace of the 3 emperors of the sun, moon, and star through the screen, completely silent, everyone looked horrified. How is this possible? Are the people from the Snake Tribe, Barbarian Tribe, and Linjiao Tribe so weak? It's not that they are too weak. It's that their opponents are too strong. There is a foreign race with long horns, staring at the picture with a look of shock and solemnity on his face. The 3 tribes sent out are the most outstanding geniuses among the younger generation. Even if they don't take the mirror-breaking pill, the strong ones still have the strength of the peak of the 8 tribulations of Nirvana, but they are still like mud in the hands of the opponent. I can only say that the opponent's strength is too strong. They are not on the same level at all. They are just crushing. This Ice Emperor Palace is really terrifying. The combat prowess of these subordinates is comparable to that of the geniuses in the central region. I wonder how terrifying their leader must be. It's terrifying to think about it. Fortunately, we didn't get involved in this. Otherwise, what a blessing. At this moment, some of the thousands of ethnic groups are shocked. Some are afraid, some are grateful, some sigh, and some are angry. At the same time, the northern territory of the central world, the Snake Tribe, the Barbarian Tribe, and the Linjiao Tribe all burst out with a shocking roar. The fragmentation of the tribe's life cards has already demonstrated the failure of the mission. They don't know the situation of the other 2 tribes, and they all think that their own tribe is the first to die. It's a shame to their tribe. On the side of the Snake Tribe, Shadow Slave looked at the great elder of the Snake Tribe with an unhappy face, and said with great dissatisfaction, "Grand Elder, is this what you Snake Tribe told me? It has only been so long, and all the people have died. Maybe they didn't use the mirror-breaking pill and your so-called forbidden weapons at all. You Snake people don't take my instructions seriously? Do you think that the geniuses in your clan are already very strong?" Faced with the Shadow Slave's doubts and anger, the elder of the Snake Tribe quickly explained, "Master Kage, please listen to my cunning explanation. There must be some misunderstanding. I'll send someone downstairs to investigate the situation first before making a decision." Shadow Slave stood up angrily, shook his sleeves, and snorted. "Umph. I think there is no need for the Great Elder. I'd better place my hopes on the Barbarians and the Linjiao Tribe. You Snake Tribe is indeed the weakest among the 3 tribes. I really gave you a chance, but you couldn't seize it." Facing Shadow Slave's reprimand, the great elder of the Snake Tribe stood tremblingly aside without saying a word, but kept cursing Che, Shigon, and others in his heart. However, just when the Shadow Slave is about to leave for the other 2 clans, outside the stone house, suddenly there was a commotion. The great elder was unhappy at first, but when he heard the noise outside, his anger was instantly ignited. He yelled very angrily, "What's going on outside? How inappropriate is it to make such a noise?" Next, a figure staggered over, looking very flustered, and almost fell down as he passed the door. Plop! The snake man knelt in front of the 2 of them. "Report to the great elder. Lord Shadow. Just now, thousands of ethnic groups in the Northern Territory descended on the Blue and White Star at the same time, seemingly with a premeditated plan. Before the great elder of the Snake Tribe and the Shadow Slave could be surprised, the person who reported the report said, and there is news from the lower world saying, "What did you say? You should say it." The great elder saw that the visitor was hesitating and could not explain clearly, so he scolded him very angrily. "All the geniuses of our tribe, and the Linjiao tribe's barbarians, have fallen." This news hit Shadow Slave like a bolt from the blue. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly emitted from his body, and he appeared in front of the snake man instantly. He grabbed his collar and lifted him up and asked with a ferocious face, "What did you say? Say it again." Looking at the ferocious Shadow Slave in front of him, the snake man was frightened. After a long time, he said cautiously, "Master Huiying, all the geniuses from the lower realms of the Snake Man tribe and the Linjiao tribe have fallen. This is news from the lower realm. It is said that 3 strong men wearing masks appeared in the Ice Emperor Palace and killed the geniuses of the 3 tribes with a crushing force. The geniuses of our 3 clans have tried their best and even used forbidden weapons, but they still lost to the enemy. It's a pity that they died." Upon hearing this, Shadow Slave immediately put down the snake man in his hand, took out a jade pendant for sound transmission, and contacted the barbarians and Linjiao clan. Ask about the other person's situation. Facing the Shadow Slave's questioning, the 2 clans did not dare to hide, so they had no choice but to inform the Shadow Slave of the death of their clan members. In order not to anger the Shadow Slave, the barbarian tribe and the Linjiao tribe vowed to send people down to the lower realm immediately to get rid of the Ice Emperor Palace and complete the mission. Budding Slave couldn't listen anymore at this moment, and his mind was full of thinking about how to do business after going back. He was greedy for a few pills on this mission. It would be fine if the mission was completed, but now that the mission is not completed, this news will definitely annoy that person. With that person's means, he must not be able to hide the fact that he embezzled the pills, and what awaits him then must be extremely painful torture. As for what the people of the 2 tribes said about sending people to the lower world, Ingnu did not listen at all, let alone the 3 pills he embezzled. This time the preparations have been very sufficient. Even the Supreme Realm Forbidden device has been used on the blue and white star, but it still failed. Now sending people to the lower world again, what effect can it have? And how strong can it be? Ingnu walked out with his eyes blank, as if thinking about countermeasures and remedies. Seeing Ingnu's absent-minded look, the elder of the snake people thought that the other party was disappointed with them because of the failure of the mission. As if thinking of something, the elder of the snake people's eyes lit up, but soon fell into entanglement. Finally, the elder gritted his teeth and walked towards Ingnu. In order to please the Red Dragon Dynasty and let the snake people move towards glory, he also risked it today. Swish! The figure of the snake elder suddenly blocked the Shadow Slave. "Mastering, wait a moment. I have another plan to destroy the Ice Emperor Palace." The Shadow Slave stopped and looked at the elder calmly, wanting to see what other means he had. "Does the elder have any trump cards?" Seeing that the Shadow Slave was interested, the elder said quickly, "It's like this, Mastering. When the last queen of our clan was exploring a forbidden area 20,000 years ago, she accidentally got a treasure. Although this treasure doesn't have any powerful attack methods, one of its abilities is extremely useful to us now. If we have the help of this treasure, it will be easy to destroy the Ice Emperor Palace." "What ability?" Seeing that the elder was so sure, the Shadow Slave couldn't help but ask curiously. The elder smiled mysteriously, slightly opened his eyes, and said something that made the Shadow Slave very happy. "It can offset the suppression of heaven and earth. Let us, the semi-saints, go down to the world without being suppressed by the blue and white star realm." "Are you serious?" After hearing the words of the great elder, Ingnu was very surprised. If it is really possible to make the semi-saints go down to the world, then even if Zilongting takes action, it will not stop them from destroying Bingdi Palace. Of course it's true. How dare I joke with Lording about such a thing? Why didn't you take it out earlier? Lording, to be honest, to use this thing, you need the order of our queen, and this thing has a limit on the number of times it can be used. There is only one chance left. Because it is so important, I didn't dare to make a decision on my own before. Now that your queen hasn't ordered it, how dare you make your own decision? I just want to share the worries of the Lord and that person. As for the queen, I will explain it to her later. I believe that after the matter is done, the queen will understand me. Very good. Great elder, if this matter is done, I will definitely ask for credit for your snake people in front of His Majesty. Thank you, Lord Ing. Okay. Ingnu seemed to be smiling, but in fact he was already thinking about how to monopolize the credit. He didn't want to share the credit with the snake people. The current promise was just an excuse. Suddenly, Ingnu seemed to think of something, asked again, "By the way, where is this treasure now that can bear several semi-saints going down to the world?" The elder said softly, "It is still deep in the treasure house of my snake people. It happened that the queen gave me the key to the treasure house before she went into seclusion this time. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. According to the records, this item can carry 5 semi-saints to the world, and the time can last for 2 hours. When the time is up, we will be teleported back again. According to the current situation of land-basing, 2 hours is enough to sweep everything." After listening to what the elder said, Ingnu clapped excitedly. "Great! In this way, Elder, you and I are 2 semi-saints, and you can choose 3 elders to go with us. This time, we must completely crush the power of the Ice Emperor Palace and let them perish in despair." "No problem, Lord Ing, I will arrange it now. Please go back to the house and wait for a while. I will be back soon." After settling Ingnu, the elder flew to the depths of the tribe. "Go get the treasure that will be used as a wedding dress for the shadow slave. Blue and white stars. Shidu. Mu family manor." 2 tall figures appeared silently at the gate without alarming anyone. It was Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu. At this moment, the 2 had already taken off their usual attire and appeared in front of the world in plain clothes. Mu Xingqian had a beautiful face and a tall and straight figure. Ouyang Yu was so beautiful that she could make the moon ashamed of the flowers. And at this moment, Mu Xingqian pressed his big hand on the door panel, and his body was shaking with excitement. He didn't know how long he had been waiting for this moment. This man who had guarded Kunlun Su for several years and had never been afraid of any difficult and dangerous situation. Facing the familiar door in his memory, he retreated, seeing that Mu Xingqian was hesitant to open the door. "Xingqian, you will have to face it sooner or later." As he said, Ouyang Yu slowly stepped forward and pushed the door open, accompanied by the sound of the door opening. In the manor, a middle-aged woman holding a sprinkler and watering the flowers chuckled, lowered her head and whispered, "Wana, how come you came back so soon today? This is not like you." Mu Xingqian looked at the woman in front of him, and his eyes instantly turned red. After standing there for a moment, he shouted the name that made the woman lose her mind instantly in a trembling voice. "Mom, it's me. It's your little Xingqian who is back." Hearing this, the woman who was watering the flowers was instantly stunned. She turned her head suddenly and looked at the gate in disbelief. The moment she saw Mu Xingqian, she was stunned and covered her mouth in shock. Although it had been more than 10 years, he still recognized the figure in front of him at a glance, and the sprinkler in his hand instantly fell to the ground. The tears also flowed down in an instant. The mood at this moment can no longer be described in words. Xingqian, is it really you?" the woman asked intermittently in a trembling voice. As he spoke, he walked towards the gate, his figure shaky and his steps staggering. Seeing this, Mu Xingqian disappeared instantly, and the next moment he appeared in front of the woman, supporting her body. "Mom, it's me. I'm your little Xingqian. I'm not dead. I'm back." The woman stroked Mu Xingqian's face with trembling hands, murmuring constantly, "Is this a dream? Is my little Xingqian really back? Mom, this is not a dream. I'm back. It's your little Xingqian who's back." Mu Xingqian knelt in front of the woman and hugged her tightly. Just as the mother and son kept this action, Mu Yi's huge voice came from outside the door. Wife, good news, great news. My son is not dead. I found my son." When Mu Yi stepped into the door and saw the scene in front of him, his voice stopped abruptly. Xingqian. Mu Yi rubbed his eyes and looked at Mu Xingqian, who was holding the woman in the yard, and Ouyang Yu standing beside him in disbelief. After confirming the other party's identity, Mu Yi's eyes suddenly turned red, but he was not as excited as the woman. Mu Xingchen sensed the breath behind him, slowly loosened his hands, slowly stood up, and looked behind him. After seeing Mu Yi, Mu Xingchen wiped away the excited tears from the corners of his eyes and waved to Mu Yi. "Dad, long time no see." Hearing this long-lost name, Mu Yi smiled and laughed so thoroughly. This may be the happiest time he has laughed in the past 10 years. "Come on, Dad, hug me." Looking at Mu Yi, who was laughing heartily, Mu Xingchen strode towards his father. Mu Yi also smiled and opened his hands forward, as if to hug Mu Xingchen, who knew that the two had just approached. Mu Yi instantly attacked, constantly hitting Mu Xingchen, cursing while hitting. "You little brat! You haven't come back to see us for so many years. Do you know that we are very worried about you and have been looking for you?" "Ah, you hug one more. I'll hug your head." "Stop right there. Try to run another one. Come over here and let me vent my anger." The two of them ran, and I chased each other. Finally, Mu Xingchen was defeated and begged for mercy, and his mother persuaded him. So Mu Yi slowly stopped. Then, Mu Xingchen hurriedly introduced Ouyang Yu to his parents. Pushing Ouyang Yu in front of his parents, Mu Xingchen introduced her proudly. "Mom and Dad, this is your future daughter-in-law. Isn't she pretty?" Under the burning gaze of Mu Xingchen's parents, Ouyang Yu also slowly stepped forward and said shyly, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. My name is Ouyang Yu." "Ouyang Yu. You can also call me Yuer." Seeing this, Mu Xingchen's parents also greeted Ouyang Yu very happily. Just when several people were preparing to reminisce about the past, suddenly, several exclamations came from the door again. "Brother? Brother Qin? Xiao-Qin, is it really you?" Everyone turned their heads and saw Mu Wan. Xuanyuan Che, Yin Yin, and Xuanyuan all appeared at the door. Their faces were full of excitement. "Elder brother, it's really you!" Mu Wan exclaimed. After confirming Mu Xingchen's appearance and identity, he fluttered into his brother's arms. What follows is another heart-touching, tearful scene of recognition. After everything calms down, everyone was sitting in the small pavilion in the backyard of Mu's house, constantly asking about Mu Xingchen's situation back then. "Xingchen, what happened back then? And how did you survive?" Mu Yi asked with curiosity on his face. Facing his father's inquiry, Mu Xingchen's thoughts began to flow. Pictures from more than 10 years ago gradually emerged in my mind. Back then, the sudden attack of the Dark Temple, the Mu family was instantly in flames of war. Although I was protected by many clan uncles, the other party came too suddenly, and there were more people than us. Although we fought hard, we were still no match for the opponent. Several clans my uncle was brutally attacked by the other party. I was also beaten unconscious by them and taken away. When I woke up again, I was in a dark room. I thought they were going to kill me, but the Lord of the Dark Temple took a fancy to my talent and said he wanted to set up a formation to enslave me. From now on, I will become a pawn of their Dark Temple, and then he will fight with your father and your son. Hear this. Mu Wan cursed with great hatred. "You bastard! You actually want me to go against my father? They are so abominable." He asked again immediately. "Brother, how did you escape from behind?" Mu Xingchen continued. "I was desperate at that time. After they entered the formation they set up, they vaguely heard the sounds of fighting outside. Then many people went out to support them. Only a few people are left to look at me. Deep inside the formation, my mind was in chaos. My consciousness gradually disappeared, and devilish voices kept whispering in my ears, constantly brainwashing me. It seems that God doesn't want me to become their puppet when my consciousness is about to disappear. I suddenly awakened my space talent. My brain suddenly cleared up for a moment. It was a broken jar at that time. I don't know where the energy and courage came from. I directly stimulated the sudden appearance of space talent. Perhaps it's really God's mercy. Just relying on the little energy I just awakened in my body, a space crack was miraculously opened up. Although it's extremely small, it's enough for me to get in. Later I found out that it was because a battle broke out in the sky at that time, which caused the surrounding space to fluctuate sharply. Under the guidance of my extremely tiny breath, the space crack appeared. I thought I survived if I got into this space crack. Who knows? I just walked out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's den, because I am too weak and the space cracks appear coincidentally, so I have no idea where they will appear. I fell out of the crack in space and accidentally entered a forbidden area deep in Kunlun-su. It is in a very small valley. It is surrounded by restrictions. You cannot go out, food is scarce, space for activities is limited, and natural disasters sweep through from time to time. After only 8 months, I basically ate up all the edible food in that valley. Next, I had to rely on the energy of heaven and earth to survive for 5 years. It wasn't until 7 years ago that I was rescued by adults. Hearing this, Xuanyuan asked in a deep voice, "Xiaochen, are you talking about an adult? Is it Xiaoqiao?" "Yes, Uncle Shadow. You were his brother. Aren't these generations in chaos? When he comes back, I must talk to him. Uncle Ling, don't blame me. Listen to me." Actually, after you learned my identity, you spent a lot of effort and countless resources to rescue me from the valley. But it's because I stayed in the valley for too long. When I was rescued, my whole body was like a skeleton, and my life seemed to have come to an end. My Lord has found countless people and elixirs to treat me, but there is still no way to treat the root cause. My body's deficit is really too great. My Lord also went through a lot of struggle before choosing to save me by signing a contract. As for what the contract is, don't ask about it. This is the top secret of my Ice Emperor Palace. Only by signing this contract could I survive. So it was my choice, not forced to sign it. Don't worry about this title. We are already used to it. At least I'm alive now, right? Xuanyuan wanted to say something else, but Mu-yi stopped him immediately. Xuanyuan, let the juniors handle their own matters. Besides, Xingchen also said that if it weren't for your son, he would have died long ago. We will be very satisfied if he can still appear in front of us alive. As for these titles, don't worry about it. Seeing that Xuanyuan still looked like that, Mu-yi laughed and cursed. "I don't even care, but you are still giggling like a hammer. Today is a happy day. I don't want to quarrel with you. Suck it for me." Xuanyuan gave up after hearing the sound. "By the way, Brother Chen, since you were taken out by my brother 7 years ago, why did you come back now?" Xuanyuan Che asked. "Of course there are more important things to deal with. What is so important that there is no time to send a message?" Mu-yi asked in annoyance. "Dad, don't you think that the areas with dense beasts such as Shenangjia, Qinling Mountains, Kunlun-su, and No Man's Land have been too peaceful in recent years?" Mu Xingchen said softly. "Could it be that you have been protecting Shawa all the time?" Mu-yi exclaimed as if he understood something. "Yeah." Mu Xingchen nodded gently. 6 years ago, Kunlun-su gathered a huge beast tide and intended to attack the city. After the master found out, he went deep into the forbidden land of Kunlun alone. He resisted the 10 great beast kings of Kunlun with his own strength, killed 5, crippled 3, and slightly injured 2. This prevented the beast tide from breaking out. 5 years ago, during the Qinling beast tide, the master still took strong action and suppressed countless. 4 years ago, during the Shenangjia beast tide, all members of the Ice Emperor Palace were dispatched. 3 years ago, during the Takhan Desert Beast Tide, 2.5 years ago, I once asked the master why he did this, and the master said that he promised Uncle Ing to help him protect the Xia Kingdom. So over the years, except for a small number of intelligence personnel under the Ice Emperor Palace distributed around the world, the rest of the personnel are distributed in various regions of the Xia Kingdom, monitoring the movements of the beasts. If there is any abnormal movement, they will be reported and the threat will be eliminated immediately. Hearing this, Xuanyuan recalled what his son said to him 10 years ago, and a gratified smile appeared on his face. "What?" "I said that 6 years ago, I clearly noticed signs of a beast tide gathering in the depths of Kunlun. At that time, the entire army was on alert for nearly a month, but the beast tide did not appear. It turned out that you did it. Ghost. Xuanyuan, your son is too fierce. 6 years ago, he could fight 10 alone and kill 5 beast kings. Mui exclaimed and couldn't help smacking his lips. Then he waved his hand and said, "Son, keep talking." Mu Xingqian showed a helpless smile and was about to continue talking. Suddenly, Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu's faces changed. Amid the puzzled eyes of the crowd, they rushed to the sky at the same time. Looking up at the sky, they could feel that there an extremely terrifying aura was gathering. Seeing the two of them suddenly look like this, everyone was a little puzzled, but before they could ask the reason, the next moment, the sky changed color. A huge pressure instantly enveloped the entire blue and white star. Countless people on the entire blue and white star who were weak or ordinary were pressed down by this huge pressure and couldn't stand up, and each of them was full of horror and fear. "I don't know what happened. Xingqian, what's going on?" Xuanyuan Ying and Mu Yi asked with a grim face under the huge pressure on their bodies. "An unknown strong man has arrived. The strength is extremely terrifying." Mu Xingqian replied with a heavy face. "It's them again. Why are they haunting? Again and again. It's endless." Xuanyuan Ying's tone was extremely speechless. "It's really one after another, and each one is stronger than the other. No, it's different this time." Mu Xingqian frowned. "The strength of the people who came this time is extremely terrifying. I'm afraid." Mu Xingqian didn't continue, but everyone understood what he meant. Xuanyuan Ying and Mu Yi immediately said goodbye to everyone and went to the war room to take charge of the overall situation. Western Federation. Many races from the lower world of the central world felt this familiar, yet unfamiliar terrifying suppression force, and their faces were full of disbelief at this moment. This breath. Compared with our clan leader, it is almost the same, but the clan leader is a semi-saint. How is this possible? How could the current heaven and earth suppression of blue and white star allow a semi-saint to go to the lower world? Something is wrong. This is too wrong. I have to contact the clan quickly to see if there is any movement in the upper world. In the territory of Xia, at this moment, there is also a deafening noise. What happened? Fuck, I feel like I can't even stand up. What a terrifying pressure. What level of strong man is this, to have such a terrifying pressure? According to my speculation, it must be the group of people from the central world again. It seems that they are here with bad intentions. Brother speculation, this is the first time I think your speculation makes sense. Reasonable bullshit. With this terrifying pressure, even a dog knows it's them again. Who else could it be but them? Don't be afraid. My Xia country has the Ice Emperor Palace. Why do I feel that this time is a little different? This aura is too strong. I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling in my heart. Shut up upstairs. If you say one more word, I will destroy you. At the same time, countries and ethnic groups around the world are looking forward to something happening, because they all know very well, if it is really the central world that sends people down to the world again, the target must be Xia country. So, under the expectation of countless people, the sky above the capital of Xia cracked. A huge space crack appeared in the sky above Shidu, deep and terrifying, bottomless. After it appeared, the entire sky of Shidu darkened. Countless people stared at the sky in horror, screaming out in horror. What's going on? Why does the sky feel cracked? What a scary breath. Oh, my mother. Suddenly, blue and white star. This saint is here. Ice Emperor Palace. Welcome this saint's judgment. Waves of eerie and terrifying laughter resounded through the 9 heavens. And then 5 figures surrounded by chaos and exuding a terrifying breath walked out of the space crack. It was Shadow Slave and several powerful men, including the great elder of the snake people. After they appeared, the space crack above the sky disappeared instantly, leaving only 5 powerful men with a terrifying breath all over their bodies, standing proudly above the sky, overlooking all living beings. Is this the blue and white star? It doesn't seem to be anything special. Shadow Slave carefully felt the surrounding environment and whispered softly. After seeing the countless people below, he sneered disdainfully. How can there be such weak people, without even a trace of cultivation? I'm really curious about how they can survive. Lording, after all, they are uncivilized barbarians. Several other strong men of the snake tribe smiled and chatted within new one sentence at a time. It seemed that they had no time limit or purpose to come down. While they were talking, across the ocean, at this moment, after observing everything that happened in the Xia kingdom through various means, countless alien races have exploded. Half saint. I know him. He is the elder of the snake people. I have seen him at an auction. How did they do it? At this time point, it is possible for a semi-saint to come to this blue and white star without being suppressed by heaven and earth. Who is the man in black next to the elder of the snake people? Why do these elders of the snake people seem to be very respectful to him? I even feel a little humble. Brother, you are not alone. I feel it too. Among these people, some people in the forces looked abnormal. Quietly walked to the side and spread the news that the semi-saint of the snake people had descended to the world. When the news was passed to the northern region of the central great world, it caused a sensation again. Countless forces sent people to investigate the news, all wanting to know how the other party did it. So powerful. Above Shedu, after the Shadow Slave made some comments. Just now he remembered that there was still something to do. And then he closed his eyes slightly, and his huge divine thoughts instantly went in all directions, searching for the traces of the Ice Emperor Palace. He didn't want to ask the ants below. Instead of having that time, he might as well find it himself. But he searched for a long time, searched the territory of Xia country, and didn't find any figure of the half-step supreme realm. The strongest one is Mu Xingqian below, with the strength of the peak of the Nine Tribulations Nirvana realm, which is still a little short of the half-step supreme. His face was very puzzled. Not only did he not find the Ice Emperor Palace, he didn't even find a real dragon in the Zulong court, which made him very puzzled. Little did he know. He only searched the territory within the territory of Xia country. Xuanyuan, who was in the Ice Emperor Palace, was located in the far north continent. The two places were very different. If the world had not expanded, perhaps his divine consciousness could have swept everywhere, but now it was no longer possible. As for Zulong court, let alone, how could a force that survived 100,000 years ago not have the means to hide and hide? It would be strange if it was found so easily. Looking at the strange-looking shadow slave, several strong men of the snake tribe seemed to have realized something, and each of them emitted a huge divine consciousness and searched everywhere. After a moment, they also shook their heads at the shadow slave in surprise. Seeing this, the shadow slave had no choice but to stretch out his hand, and Mu Xingqian below felt a terrifying energy wrapping him up and slowly lifted him up. Xingqian, brother! Seeing Mu Xingqian being controlled by the terrifying strong man in the sky, Ouyang Yu, Mu Wan, and others exclaimed. They still wanted to rescue Mu Xingqian, but were stopped by Mu Xingqian, who released a burst of energy to push them away. Don't come over. It's dangerous. Then, when Shadow Slave dragged Mu Xingqian over, he looked down at him and asked coldly, "Are you the strongest here? Answer my questions honestly. I will spare your life. Do you know anyone from the Ice Emperor Palace? Do you know where their base is?" Facing the Shadow Slave's question, Mu Xingqian's pupils condensed. Feeling the terrifying energy controlling his body, Mu Xingqian was secretly shocked. The strength of the visitor is too terrifying. Judging from his self-proclaimed saint, the other party's strength is at least a semi-saint, or even stronger. For a strong man of this level, even if Xuanyuan Gao comes in person, he is probably no match for him. In this case, he definitely couldn't drag Xuanyuan Gao into this abyss, and he kept thinking in his heart, looking for a way to get the best of both worlds. Just when Mu Xingqian was in trouble, countless doubtful voices once again came from the Xia kingdom. Why are all the forces in the central world looking for the Ice Emperor Palace? They all seem to have deep hatred and hatred. It seems that the Ice Emperor Palace has not had any contact with them before. Why are they insisting on it? It can't be just because the Ice Emperor Palace killed many people from foreign races when hundreds of tribes invaded, right? It's hard to say. Maybe they are just being cautious. It's really disgusting. They were the ones who came to provoke me, Xia Kingdom, first. These days, whoever is stronger has the right. That makes sense. He calls himself a saint? What is the realm of a saint? You don't even know this. I accidentally learned from the daughter-in-law of my uncle's second cousin's sister that after the Nirvana realm is the Supreme Realm, and after the Supreme Realm is the Holy Realm. At this realm, the strength and means can be said to be shocking the heavens and the earth. The ghosts and gods cry. Hiss! Didn't you say that even the Supreme Realm can't go down to the lower realm now? How did this strong man in the Holy Realm do it? You ask me, I'll ask who to go with. Why does the figure of this strong man captured by him look familiar? I think so too. He looks a bit like the Star Emperor. Mu Xingqian didn't reply for a long time. Shadow Slave has no patience anymore. He said in an extremely cold tone, after hesitating for so long, "It seems you know something. I will give you another chance. If you don't tell me, I will kill the people in this city below. When the time comes, everyone will die because of you. Let you die in endless regret and guilt." Mu Xingqian's expression suddenly changed. He didn't expect Shadow Slave to be so shameless and threaten him with the lives of the people in the city. This was intolerable to him. But he couldn't beat the opponent, and he wasn't even qualified to attack him. After some careful consideration, Mu Xingqian lowered his hands feebly and replied helplessly, "I am a member of the Ice Emperor Palace. It's just that I don't know where the Ice Emperor Palace is located. We don't have a fixed location, but you will contact us when necessary." Mu Xingqian guessed that the other party must have used some special means to reach the bottom. He guessed that there must be a time limit, so he pretended to be confused and tried to fool the other party first. When Mu Xingqian said that he was a member of the Ice Emperor Palace, Ingnu's eyes lit up. But after hearing what the other person said later, he said coldly, "You use this little trick to fool me. Do you think I am a fool? When I used these methods, your ancestors were not even born yet. Honestly, if you tell me about your Ice Emperor Palace's lair and personnel distribution, I can make your death a little easier. If you still don't cooperate, I will kill you now and then destroy this city. I don't believe it. Your leader can let them all die here." Shadow Slave threatened again with a cold tone. At the same time, the energy surrounding Mu Xingqian became extremely violent, as if it was about to explode in the next moment. I endured the discomfort coming from my body. Mu Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, "As far as I know, the blue and white star doesn't seem to be able to accommodate a strong person like you. I guess you can't stay for a long time. As long as you can't find me in the limited time, then what if you kill us all? As long as I don't die with my talent, it won't take long to surpass you. At that time, you will face torture that is hundreds of millions of times more painful than what we endure today." When Shadow Slave heard this, he became furious. But it hasn't happened yet. The elder of the snake tribe next to him suddenly spoke up. "Master Kage, why bother talking nonsense to him? Just search for the soul." "Yes. Why go through such troublesome interrogation? I can search for the soul. Even if the other party knows something, the search for the soul will not give you a more thorough understanding. How could I have forgotten this? Moment. Shadow Slave, stay where you are? I wonder if I was so stupid that I didn't even think of such a simple answer." Afterwards, Shadow Slave glanced at the great elder with some dissatisfaction, seeming to blame the other party for not reminding him earlier. The great elder was a little baffled by this inexplicable gesture. This way, when he heard that Ing's slave was going to search for his soul, Mu Xingqian's expression changed instantly. If he is really soul-searched by the other party, then everything will be over. He knows most of the secrets of the Ice Emperor Palace, and everything will be made public after the soul search. By then, the Ice Emperor Palace will inevitably suffer disaster. It even involves the Xia Kingdom. Thinking of this, Mu Xingqian's whole body suddenly bloomed with extreme silver brilliance, and the power of deep and vast space flowed through his body, trying to break free from the Shadow Slave's control. But the other party is a strong person in the Holy Realm, even though he is only a semi-saint. How could he escape from the 9 tribulations, Nirvana realm? Can only float towards the Shadow Slave in despair under the pull of energy. Just when the Shadow Slave's hand was about to press on Mu Xingqian's head, roar! A shocking dragon roar suddenly resounded through the sky. Roar! The terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the blue and white star. Countless people were terrified when they heard it. Horror filled the eyes. Then, in a place that many people could not see, a 5-clawed golden dragon with a monstrous momentum rushed up from the river to the sky, covering the sky and the sun, and roared to the sky. I haven't taken action in 100,000 years. I never thought that the first time I took action in 100,000 years would be against you ants. Then, the huge dragon pupils of the 5-clawed golden dragon swept across the position of the Shadow Slave. He sneered with disdain. Then, a shocking energy dragon claw emerged from the clouds, and the terrifying energy of destroying the world was all over it, emitting a destructive force that swept towards the position of the Shadow Slave. Wherever the dragon claw passed, deep and terrifying cracks were cut through the space. Over the capital of Xia, Yingnu and the others were still horrified at this moment, and it seemed that they had not yet come out of the shock of the birth of the golden dragon in the Holy Realm. When the terrifying energy dragon claws attacked, they suddenly woke up. Yingnu and the elders of the snake people, 2 semi-saints, 1 heavenly supreme, and 2 earthly supremes. Together they propped up a defensive barrier and stood in front of them, intended to resist the dragon claws that exuded a terrifying aura. However, everything was in vain. This terrifying golden dragon that suddenly appeared was too powerful. The defense they had supported with all their strength was like an egg hitting a stone in the face of the energy dragon claws. It was broken in an instant. The terrifying energy instantly descended on it. Boom! A huge roar sounded. There were faint screams, which were emitted by the 3 supremes of the snake people. This attack was too terrifying. Yingnu and the elder of the snake people were struggling to defend themselves at this moment, and they had no time to take care of them. After a long time, everything slowly calmed down when the figures of Yingnu and others appeared in front of the world. The whole world was shocked. At this moment, there were only 2 embarrassed figures left in the world. Yingnu and the elder of the snake people were disheveled, ragged, covered in blood, and extremely weak, and the supreme strongman of the Saming snake people had already been wiped out by that terrifying blow. At this moment, countless people in Xia country looked at the tragic scene in the sky and talked about it. Fuck! So scary. There are still such strong people in Zulong Court. An old monster who has lived for at least 100,000 years. Is really so scary. Just a casual attack. These strong men ended up like this. It's worthy of being the totem of my great Xia. So domineering. Western Federation. A large group of people, beasts, half-humans, half-beasts, elementals, stood there in amazement, their mouths wide open, full of disbelief. This Zulong Court actually has a legacy. That's a half-saint. Just one blow. It became like this. Too scary. Whoever wants to stay in this blue and white star can stay. Anyway, I won't stay. Too scary. Mom, I want to go home. Just when countless people were shocked by this terrifying blow, the 5-clawed golden dragon that launched this terrifying attack was somewhat dissatisfied, and the thunderous voice resounded through the world. Ah, really old. If it was put 100,000 years ago, how could a half-saint like an ant withstand this blow? Forget it. Since you didn't die once, let's do it again. Just when the 5-clawed golden dragon in the Holy Realm was about to attack again, the miserable Shadow Slave suddenly said, "Sir, wait. I am from the Red Dragon Dynasty. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Red Dragon Dynasty will not let you go. Bye." The Shadow Slave's voice has not fallen yet. A dragon claw suddenly stretched out from the void, piercing directly through his chest, and a red heart was instantly crushed by the dragon claw. Puff! Ingnu spit out blood, looking at the empty chest with regret and disbelief on his face. The sound of the sky-shaking dragon roared again. Red Dragon Dynasty? If you can dream after death, you can ask them if they dare to speak like this in front of me. Aolai. When I became famous, Xuanyuan was still not weaned. Besides, you are just a half-saint. You don't think you have a high status in their eyes, right? Revenge for you? It's really ridiculous. Aolai's words completely made Ingnu despair. At the same time, it also made him re-recognize himself. He recalled his identity and suddenly found that he didn't know when he suddenly became arrogant. Maybe it was because he worked under Qi, or maybe he gradually lost himself in the compliments of a small tribe like the Snake People. Let him forget that he is just an ordinary servant of the Red Dragon Dynasty, whose name even contains the word new. For the huge Red Dragon Dynasty, he is not important at all. How can anyone help him to avenge? Huh? With a self-deprecating smile, Shadow Slave slowly fell down with endless regret and unwillingness. At this moment, he kept asking himself in his heart, if he had not been so aggressive, would he not have fallen here? Even if he failed the mission and went back, he would only be punished but not sentenced to death. But it's too late to say anything now. Shadow Slave only felt that his consciousness was getting more and more blurred, and then he disappeared into the darkness forever. Then, Aolai turned his gaze to the trembling elder of the Snake People and sighed slightly. I remember that the Snake People once migrated from the blue and white star to the central star. I didn't expect that you would help the tyrants to plunder your own homeland. How ridiculous and sad. The elder of the Snake People was stunned when he said this. He pointed at himself in disbelief and said, "What did you say?" The ancestral land of the Snake People is on the blue and white star. Aolai sneered again when he saw this. Oh, good guy. You don't even know where your ancestral land is. The Snake People in this life are really... That's all. That's all. The huge dragon claw stretched out, and a golden light poured into the brow of the elder of the Snake People. Go back. Take my words back to the central star. After that, Aolai roared to the sky, circled the sky, and then went back to the river. Seeing this, the elder of the Snake People showed an expression of surviving a disaster. He thought he had escaped a disaster, instantly activating the mysterious treasure of the Snake People. His figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Little did he know, the elder of the Snake People, who thought he had escaped, returned to the Central World clan. His body suddenly burst into amazing golden light. The rosy glow around him circulated, and from a distance it looked like some peerless treasure had appeared. Then, a terrifying energy erupted in the body of the elder of the Snake People. No! Didn't you let me go? Why? Feeling the endless and violent energy in his body, the elder of the Snake People screamed extremely miserably. Then, the terrifying energy bloomed from his body, and his body instantly exploded, blood splashed everywhere, and the amazing energy instantly swept the entire Snake People. For a moment, the world was destroyed. Then, the earth-shattering dragon roar instantly resounded throughout the entire Central Star North region. Then Aolai's domineering voice came out. From today on, my ancestor Dragon Court was born on the blue and white star. The blue and white star does not allow the old generation of strong men from any race to step down. If what happened today happens again, my ancestor Dragon Court will definitely visit you. No matter which holy land or imperial clan you are from, my ancestor Dragon Court will make you pay a heavy price. Today I, Aolai, will leave it here. I hope you don't be ungrateful. Aolai's voice was so loud. It spread throughout the entire Northern Territory in an instant. The entire Northern Territory seemed to have stopped for a moment, and everyone stopped, stunned, with a look of shock on their faces. A moment later, the entire Northern Territory was boiling. On the floating island of the angels, Angel Queen Kaisha sat on the throne with a frown on her face, as if she was thinking about something. And at this moment, The face of the female angel Cain in front of her was full of horror. Then a very surprised tone came out. "Queen, this seems to be the breath above the Holy King. It's incredible that there is still such a strong man in the Zulong court." Suddenly, Angel Queen Kaisha stood up suddenly and murmured in a tone of extreme shock. I remembered who he is." Cain saw the Angel Queen act like this and asked in surprise, "What did you remember, Queen?" Aolai. Aolai is a quasi-emperor strongman of the 100,000-year-old Zulong court. I didn't expect he was still alive. Oh my God! It's been 100,000 years. In the environment of blue and white star, where energy is exhausted and there is no spiritual energy from heaven and earth. How did he survive until now? Quasi-emperor? Cain's body shook instantly when he heard Kaisha's words, as if he was going to collapse in the next moment, and he murmured tremblingly. At the same time, he was very glad that he had been in the lower world in his spiritual body before. Otherwise, if he had met such a strong man, he would never come back. After stabilizing the situation a little and thinking for a while, Cain continued. "Queen, since he just said that the old generation of strong men are not allowed to go to the lower world, does that mean that we can still send the younger generation of geniuses to the blue and white star?" Kesha looked at Cain with some doubts and asked puzzledly, "Cain, why do I feel that you have become a different person after going to the lower world?" "What's different, Queen?" "Become stupider than before. Otherwise, how could you say such stupid things? I have suffered twice on the blue and white star. Now there are such strong men guarding the blue and white star. You still want our tribe's genius to go down and die. If this is not stupid, what is this?" "Queen, Cain wanted to explain something after hearing the voice, but was interrupted by Kaisha before he finished speaking. "Don't say anything, Cain. You should resign as the archangel first. Now you need to calm down for a while and reflect on yourself." Cain opened his mouth, and his slightly raised hands fell down weakly. It seems that he has accepted his fate. Cain obeys the order. Then he walked out with heavy steps. At this moment, her back was so desolate and miserable. After watching Cain leave, Kaisha's majestic voice resounded throughout the floating island of the Angel clan. "Pass the king's order. From today on, no member of the clan is allowed to go to the blue and white star. Those who violate the order will be killed." "Yes." In the small world of the Yin clan, Yin Kuei stood respectfully in front of the clan leader of the Yin clan. He flattered with a flattering face. The clan leader is wise. If it weren't for the clan leader's foresight and wisdom, I'm afraid that many young members of our clan would have died. The clan leader of the Yin clan was flattered by Yin Kuei at this moment, and was so happy. I have long guessed that Zulongting is not that simple. Since the other party dares to say such words, there must be a basis for it, not groundless. Although this clan leader guessed that there are strong people in Zulongting, I never thought that it was Aolai. This is beyond my expectation. According to historical records, Aolai broke through to the quasi-emperor realm 130,000 years ago, and even participated in the Great War with foreign lands 100,000 years ago. Although I don't know how he survived, but with him, Lambakesing will no longer be in crisis. The group of idiots of the Snake People and the Scaled Armor Clan actually insisted on their own way. Now it's good. Zulongting is completely enraged. I'm afraid the loss is extremely heavy. The clan leader of the Yin clan sighed. Sure enough, everything is within the clan leader's expectations. But Lambakesing can only be abandoned in the future. It's a pity for this place of great opportunity, Yin Kuei said with some regret. Hey, Lambakesing should still go. The clan leader of the Yin clan waved his hand. Yin Kuei looked surprised. Chief, but the ancestral dragon court is on the blue and white star. With them here, if we send people to the lower world, wouldn't it be like a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth, and we would lose many talented young people in vain? You just heard that Aolai said that the old generation of strong men are not allowed to go to the lower world. I don't think they will deal with the confrontation between the younger generation. A proud race like the ancestral dragon court, the strong will respect their status. Also, the ancestral dragon court's nest is in that Xia country, and the blue and white star is not only in Xia country. We can go to other continents. As long as you control your people and don't seek death, nothing will happen. Yes. Why didn't I think of it? It was because the people of the 100 Clan provoked the Xia kingdom that they encountered stubborn resistance from the other side. Otherwise, they would still be living happily on the road in the west. The clan leader is still thoughtful. Inkue admires him. Ha! You are far behind. This clan leader is surrounded by knowledge. Study hard. The clan leader of the Yin clan patted Inkue on the shoulder and said earnestly, Yes, yes. Inkue will definitely keep it in mind. The chief of the Yin clan nodded in satisfaction and then walked out. Inkue immediately followed him, but was stopped by him. You don't have to follow me. The chief is in a good mood today. I'm going to sit with my new concubine. You can leave now. The chief is still as powerful as before. That's right. How do you think the chief has so many descendants? Let's go. Looking at the handsome back of the chief of the Yin clan, Inkue showed an envious expression. Then he seemed to think of something. The chief has 300 wives, and I only have 3. No wonder my descendants are rare. It seems that I have to learn from the chief. Since the probability is not enough, let's solve it in terms of quantity. Thinking of this, Inkue drew an exaggerated arc at the corner of his mouth and strode out. It seems that he didn't consider that he was already a white-haired old man. Since then, the Yin clan has one more elder who takes a concubine every year. When the chief of the Yin clan learned about this, he also showed a relieved smile. The young man is teachable. At the same time, the ancestral land of the snake people, the huge shock wave formed by the explosion of the great elder of the snake people bombed their ancestral land into a mess and devastated. After all, it was a self-explosion of a semi-saint. The explosion caused by Ao Lai is called self-explosion in short. Its power is unquestionable. It can be said to be earth-shaking and destructive. Nearly half of the tribe of the snake people was blown up. Countless snake people died tragically under this terrifying energy. Wailing everywhere. Suddenly, asshole! Who was that bastard who interrupted my breakthrough? An extremely angry cold voice came from a hidden secret room deep in the ancestral land. Then, a charming purple figure suddenly appeared in the sky. After seeing the mess in front of him, the charming figure was stunned. When the graceful figure appeared, a charming fragrance instantly filled the sky and the earth, like the fragrance of flowers, like body fragrance, like looking around. That was a beautiful female snake person. The melon seed-like face was charming and delicate, and the slender purple snake tail spread behind her. 3,000 black hairs casually fell from her shoulders, wearing an exquisite purple silk shirt, and her plump and exquisite body was looming in the sunlight, which was extremely charming, making people feel itchy and blushing. As soon as this charming snake person appeared, immediately, countless miserable snake people below exclaimed, Queen! It's the Queen! Queen, you finally came out of retreat, and the snake people almost died. Queen, you have to make a decision for us? Looking at the messy tribe land, listening to the endless complaints below, the queen of the snake people suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful breath. The chaotic sounds around disappeared instantly. Then the queen of the snake tribe waved her hand to call over a female elder of the snake tribe and asked, Fifth elder, what is going on? What happened during my retreat? Why did the tribe become like this? Where is the great elder? Where is he? Faced with the questioning of the queen of the snake tribe, the elder of the snake tribe trembled and replied, Report to the queen of purple charm. The great elder has fallen. The tribe is in this state now because of the great elder's self-explosion. I don't know why the elder suddenly became like this. I only saw that he had just returned from the blue and white star, and his body was emitting a dazzling brilliance. And then his body exploded instantly, and then the ancestral dragon court. Stop. What a mess you were talking about. What blue and white star? Ancestral dragon court. You, tell me everything that happened during my retreat from beginning to end. Seeing that the Snakeman elder was hesitant and couldn't get to the point, the purple charm queen of the Snakemen pointed to another elder again. Then, after the elder's information, the purple charm queen finally understood all the changes that happened in the tribe during the retreat. I saw her face twisted instantly, becoming very hideous and terrifying. Furious. Asshole. The elder is so bold. He didn't even report to me about such a big thing as cooperating with the Red Dragon Dynasty, and dared to take away the treasure of my clan without my order. Come here, drag out all the members of the elder's lineage, and behead them in public. If it weren't for him, how could my snake people have gone through this disaster, lost so many Tianjiao people, and also lost a Heavenly Supreme and 2 Earth Supreme elders? Hearing this, a snake man covered in wounds whispered, "Report to Queen Zimei, the elder's lineage was all killed and injured in the explosion just now." Ah! Zimei roared to the sky, venting her anger. She was really angry. First, the critical moment of the retreat to break through the realm was interrupted, resulting in all the previous preparations being lost in one move, and all the previous efforts were wasted. Then there was such a big change in the clan. Most of the clan members were killed and injured, and the ground was full of wounds, returning to the pre-liberation era in one day. She is now the most miserable queen in the history of the snake people. Now she regrets very much that she handed over all matters to the great elder before retreating, and even regrets this retreat breakthrough. If it weren't for her absence during this period, how could the snake people be like this? After venting endless anger, Zimei's cold voice resounded throughout the snake people. From today on, no tribe member is allowed to go to the Blue and White Star, and no revenge is allowed. Those who disobey the order will be killed. Call back all tribe members. The snake people will close the clan gate from today and recuperate. Several elders come with me, and the others will do their best to remedy the clan land. Yes! At the same time, the news that the great elder of the snake people and a group of powerful people, such as Ingnu, were killed by Ao Lai in the next term was also passed on at this moment. Once again shocked and frightened countless people. Qi Shao, Secret Realm. A huge red dragon rolled in the flames, roaring to the sky, and the dragon roar was full of shock. The huge dragon pupils were as hot as 2 suns, staring at Qi Qing in front of him and questioning. Qi Qing, what did you say? Ao Lai is still alive? Qi Qing bowed slightly. That's right, Qilong ancestor. Ao Lai's voice spread throughout the Northern Territory before, and countless people heard it. But because I haven't seen the real person, I can't be sure, so I have to come to you, ancestor. After all, you know him best in my imperial dynasty. This is the soundstone I prepared. You can listen to it and distinguish the true from the false. As he said, Qi Qing took out a stone. Under the energy, the stone burst into a dazzling brilliance. And then Ao Lai's voice that had resounded in the Northern Territory slowly came out from it. Listening to this familiar, yet unfamiliar voice, the huge body of the Qilong kept twisting, and the sound of bursts of flames resounded in the Qi Shao, Secret Realm. An excited voice came out of his mouth. The tone was very excited, and the sound was deafening. It's him! It's him! It's him! Ao Lai is still the same, domineering and strong. 100,000 years have passed, and he hasn't changed at all. This is Ao Lai's voice. I will never forget his voice in my life. If it weren't for him, Ao Lai, how could I be expelled from the Dragon Clan, and even unable to enter the Dragon Tomb after death? Ao Lai, I didn't have the chance to kill you 100,000 years ago. I never thought you were still alive. It's really a godsend. Wait for me. When the time is right, I will definitely make you regret the decision you made 100,000 years ago. Huh? Qilong laughed wildly, accompanied by bursts of shocking dragon roars. Hearing this, Qi Qing asked in confusion. The suppression of the heaven and earth on the Blue and White Star may be a huge obstacle for others, but for our Red Dragon Dynasty, it is not restricted at all. Why doesn't the Red Dragon ancestor attack now? Ao Lai has been on the Blue and White Star for 100,000 years, and his current strength must have declined seriously. This should be the best time, right? The Red Dragon glanced at Qi Qing and said lightly, "Don't underestimate the ancestral dragon court in Ao Lai." More than 100,000 years ago, when Ao Lai became a quasi-emperor, the Lord was not famous. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Ao Lai's current strength may have declined a little, but he is not easy to mess with. What's more, there are those few Qi has been watching them. Some of them have a very good relationship with Zulong court. If we go down to the world, the other party will definitely not ignore us. The master's current situation is not suitable for fighting with the other party, so we have to wait for the day when the master comes out of retreat completely. Qi understands. Okay, I already know about this matter. You go down first. Lan Baixing should not care about them for a while. Let them be proud for a while. Okay. Then Qi will take his leave first. Please ask the old ancestor Qilong to say hello to the emperor for me. Well, Qilong responded softly, twisting his huge dragon body and flying towards the depths of the flames. Qi looked at Qilong's leaving figure and slowly disappeared in the secret realm. Suddenly, Qi figure reappeared. It seems that he has forgotten something important. He shouted to the depths of the secret realm again. Old ancestor Qilong, how to deal with the Ice Emperor Palace now? Do you need to ask the Emperor for instructions? In the depths of the secret realm, Qilong's faint voice came. You can do it yourself. Solve it when you have the chance. Southern Territory, Weiyang Emperor Dynasty, located in the Southern Territory without God. This was originally a supreme clan in the Southern Territory. 80,000 years ago, a saint in the clan obtained the unparalleled opportunity to become emperor in a secret realm of the void, and later established the Weiyang Emperor in the Southern Territory. Now, deep in the imperial palace, a towering willow tree takes root straight on the ground. Its slender willow branches are fluttering in the wind in an orderly manner, and its dense green leaves show its vitality. Under the willow tree that blocks the sky and the sun, there are two figures at the moment. A woman in green clothes stood there with a respectful expression and kept telling something to a man in white clothes in front of her. The man sat leisurely on the ground, leaning against the huge trunk of the willow tree. His white clothes were scattered with fallen leaves. He held a teapot in one hand and took a sip from time to time. The other hand held an ancient book to hide his face. He was talking about it with great interest, but he didn't know if he was listening to the woman in Xing Yi's speech. After the woman in green clothes in front of me finished speaking, the man in white put down the book in front of him slightly, revealing his handsome and majestic face. He stood up slowly and asked softly to the woman in front of him, "Are you sure that the voice belongs to Ao Lai?" "Back to your majesty, I have already confirmed it with Ancestor Xuanyuan. It is confirmed without a doubt." Hearing this, the man chuckled. "Oh, it's really getting more and more interesting. There is actually a quasi-emperor from 100,000 years ago still alive in Zulanting. I don't know how they did it, but this is fine. With their deterrence, the blue and white star will be safe, and the Ice Emperor Palace will be in peace. This saves us from taking action. Does the Security have any reaction over there?" "Your Majesty, there is no response so far," the woman in green replied. "It's understandable. After all, it's just a shadow slave who fell in the semi-sacred realm. It doesn't matter to them at all. With the strong men of the ancestral dragon court in blue and white star, I believe they will not act rashly again. Have you found out how the snake tribe and the shadow slaves descended to the lower world? It has been found out that the snake tribe has a secret treasure with a mysterious origin. It is not restricted by heaven and earth. It can transport strong men under the holy realm to a designated location. During the time of the blue and red star, the snake tribe used this method. When the man in white heard this, he showed a thoughtful expression. It seems that he is very interested in this so-called secret treasure. Is the secret treasure still there? The woman in green replied, "According to what I have collected before, this secret treasure only has one chance to use it. This time I went a blue and white star. I should have already used it. In addition, because of Ao Lai, the Snake Man clan is now in a mess, and almost half of the clan's land has been destroyed. The queen of the snake people has ordered the clan to rest and recuperate." "Female the clan to rest and recuperate?" It seems that this generation of Snake Queen is better than the previous two. She is not too stupid, but she made the right choice. The man took a sip of tea. The right choice? Don't you understand? The Snake tribe has suffered heavy losses this time. It can be said that it has lost all face in the Northern Territory. At this time, isn't the cultivation of the clan more despised by other forces? The woman in green clothes looked puzzled and asked curiously. The man in white now held up the ancient book again, and while reading it, a woman in green answered questions. The Snake people can be considered one of the top 100 ethnic groups in the Northern Territory. In normal times, they have bullied many ethnic groups with their own strength. Now, the tribe has suffered heavy losses. 3 of the supreme elders of heaven and earth have died, and one of the half-saints has died. If you were their enemy, would you give up this great opportunity for revenge? So, this queen has made a right decision. Although opening the clan protection formation and sealing clans will have some impact on her clan, compared with not sealing clans, the consequences of dispersing clan members, this is already optimal. Planned. I see. This subordinate has been taught a lesson. Okay, go down now. Pay attention to the Security dynasty during this period. If they do anything unusual, come and report to me immediately. The man waved his hand to signal the other party. Yes, Your Majesty, I resign. The woman in green bowed respectfully to the man and then slowly retreated. After the woman left, the man in white looked up at the green willow branches above his head, his eyes twinkling. There seemed to be a hint of anticipation in his eyes. When many forces in the central world were shocked Lai, blue and white star, Xiagua is still immersed in the joy of victory at this moment. After dinner, everyone was still discussing the crushing battle that had broken out earlier. Countless people smacked their lips. Zhu Longting is too awesome. It's so terrifying that there are still strong men from 100,000 years ago still alive. 100,000 years. The history of Daxia has not been recorded for that long. With such strong men guarding the Xia kingdom, I believe no foreigner will dare to come here again. That's for sure. All the strong men in the Holy Realm have been killed by one move. Who has the guts to come here? Compared with the ancestral Dragon Court, the Ice Emperor Palace seems a bit underwhelming. Bah! When the 12 divine generals and the 3 emperors of the sun, moon, and star appeared, you were the one who licked the most. Now that I have seen someone stronger, you come to belittle them again. It's really disgusting. That is, both the Ice Emperor Palace and the Ancestral Dragon Court are the guardians of Daxia. They have shed blood and worked hard for Daxia. No one can slander them. That's right, no one can slander you. But I personally prefer the Ice Emperor Palace. I prefer the Zulong Court. It would be great if I could marry a dragon girl one day, so I could be a dragon. Your idea upstairs is very dangerous. Shidu. In the Mu family manor, after dealing with some aftermath matters, the Mui family and the Xuanyuan family sat together at this moment. They continued to discuss the topic they had not finished talking about. After talking about some things that everyone wanted to know, suddenly, Xuanyuan Che asked Mu Xingqian, Brother Xingqian, when will my brother come back? How is his injury now? Did he tell you anything? As soon as these words came out, Xuanyuan Ing and Yin also looked at Mu Xingqian with expectation. They also wanted to know about their son. However, Mu Xingqian shook his head slightly and said, I haven't received any news about when the master can come back yet. But the master should be fine. After I dealt with those scale-armored aliens, the master's voice once sounded in my mind, approving me to go home to visit my family. I guess the master should have healed his injuries, and maybe he will come back to reunite with you during this period. Oh, okay. Without getting clear news from his brother, Xuanyuan Che suddenly lost interest. Teacher, when do you think my brother will come back? Xuanyuan Che's consciousness poured into the red soul spear and asked Yin Sheng. Yin Sheng had a helpless expression on his face at this moment and complained weakly. I said, Apprentice, you have asked me dozens of times these days. Even your brother's men don't know. How can I know? I am not a worm in your brother's stomach. Suddenly, a shocking wave came from the north of the blue and white star. And then, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped sharply. The next moment, snowflakes began to float in the sky. Pieces of white snowflakes fluttered in the wind, swaying in various shapes, like goose feathers and catkins. Xuanyuan Che stared at the bizarre scene in front of him in amazement. Now, it's June. How can it snow? Am I seeing things? Mu Xingchen and Ouyang Yu saw the snowflakes all over the sky and thought of the fluctuations coming from the north. They looked at each other with surprise. It's you, my lord. 1 hour ago, in the far north, right above the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan's figure stood proudly in the sky at this moment. He looked calmly at the sky with thunder raging above his head. He saw the sky above his head. Thunderclouds covered the sky and rumbled. Thunders with a terrifying aura emerged from the clouds and turned into thunder spears, thunder dragons, and other shapes, emitting the power of destruction, and constantly fell towards Xuanyuan standing in the void. Facing this devastating thunder, Xuanyuan's face was calm, without any ripples. He seemed not to take this terrifying thunder tribulation seriously. He did not make any defense and let the thunders fall on him. The thunder struck Xuanyuan's flesh with a crackling sound, but did not cause any substantial damage. Instead, it seemed to help temper his body. The thunderclouds above the sky seemed to have sensed Xuanyuan's disdain and seemed to be angry. The next moment, the aura of the thunderclouds escaping outward became stronger, and the color of the condensed thunder changed from dark purple to black and red. Seeing this black and red thunder, in the Ice Emperor Palace, Yun Li and Ming Yu's expressions changed drastically. Why did the thunder tribulation turn black and red? This aura is at least several times stronger than before. I don't know if the adults can withstand it, Yun Li said in a low voice with a worried look on his face. Yun Li, it's not the first day you have known the adults. How could the adults be hurt by this little thunder? Didn't you see that when the adults just endured those thunders, they didn't even want to raise their hands? They can resist it with just their flesh. If you ask me, even if this thunder is 10 times stronger, the adults don't seem to be afraid. Just watch. Ming Yu's words are full of trust in Xuanyuan Yu. As soon as his voice fell, the terrifying black and red thunder tribulation in the sky also moved. As the thunderclouds kept wriggling, a terrifying humanoid creature condensed. It was standing on an ancient warship, holding a thunder spear and holding a thunder lotus on its head. It looked like the Emperor of Thunder, majestic, ancient, mysterious, and powerful. Then it set off. A sea of thunder spread down the sky, and the humanoid Thunder Shadow, standing on a warship and holding a thunder spear, attacked Xuanyuan in the air. Facing this humanoid creature, Xuanyuan in the void raised his hand slightly, and an ice sword condensed in his hand. With a single wave of his hand, Xuanyuan did not make a defensive posture, but instead rushed towards the Thunder Shadow with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! Almost in an instant, the two figures collided with each other, and a fierce battle broke out instantly, with energy splashing everywhere, destroying the world. In the Ice Emperor Palace covered by the formation below, Yun Li was full of worry, and was extremely worried about Xuanyuan's safety. Ming Yu's eyes were full of burning colors, staring at the battle in the sky, and he couldn't help muttering, "It's really been a long time since I saw you take action. This is a rare learning opportunity that can't be missed. The captain and the others are not here. If they knew, they would be envious." Yun Li rolled her eyes at Ming Yu, full of charm. Not long. The battle in the sky entered the final stage. Xuanyuan Bo stood proudly in the sky, without any wounds on his body, but the ice sword in his hand was already covered with cracks, as if it would break in the next moment. Looking at the opposite side, the humanoid Thunder Shadow was now floating and looked a little transparent, unlike before. The warship under his feet was seriously damaged, and the Thunder Lotus on his head was cut in half by Xuanyuan Bo. The cut was very smooth, which looked a little funny and a little embarrassed. It formed a sharp contrast with Xuanyuan Bo's state. Suddenly, the humanoid creature seemed to want to open his mouth to speak, but it was very difficult to open it. It looked extremely difficult, as if it had not opened its mouth for countless years. "You should not live." The voice was intermittent, ancient and hoarse, and only Xuanyuan could hear it. Xuanyuan's eyes were dim, and there seemed to be countless pictures flowing in his eyes, containing endless deep meanings, and he opened his mouth slightly. I am alive because I still have unfulfilled wishes, because there are still people thinking about me, and because there are still grudges that have not been avenged. These have not been completed yet. How can this emperor die easily? Those who go against the sky are contaminated by the power of cause and effect. Years you have many difficulties. The humanoid creature spoke again, as if threatening, as if warning. 100,000 years ago, this emperor was not afraid of cause and effect, and 100,000 years later, this emperor is still the same. Xuanyuan's eyes were sharp, and his tone was extremely confident. You are no match for me, so let me send you off for the last time. The way of ice. Freeze everything. Accompanied by Xuanyuan's cold shout, he pointed his sword at the sky, and the sky-high cold light came out from his sword, crushing everything in its path, and instantly froze the entire humanoid creature and the sea of thunder behind it. The world instantly became cold and silent, and then goose feather-like snowflakes floated in the wind. Seeing this, Mingyu and Yunli in the Ice Emperor Palace opened their mouths wide in shock. Yunli, am I seeing things right? The Lord, is this freezing the thunder tribulation? Mingyu was stunned at the sea of ice in the sky, and the snowflakes that were scattered all over the sky due to this, and was extremely shocked. The Lord is so strong. I am even stronger. Yunli did not respond to Mingyu's words, but whispered softly. His voice was too weak to be heard. Above the sky, the ice sword in Xuanyuan's hand slowly melted. His eyes looked into the distance in one direction, and countless figures flashed in his eyes. Uncle Ai, Linglong, Jinbao. Xuanyuan murmured the names of countless people in his memory. It's been 100,000 years. I'm back. Wait for me. I will find you soon, to find the lost memories, the submerged truth. Believe me, this day will not be too long. Qi Shaodian. Why do I feel endless anger when I think of your name? What happened 100,000 years ago? Why did this emperor fall? I hope it's not you. Shaking his head, he wiped out the messy thoughts in his mind. Xuanyuan murmured in his heart. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in today, successfully. Congratulations on getting 100 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid. The reward has been placed in the system space. The host can extract it by himself. Hearing that what he signed in today was Thunder Tribulation liquid, Xuanyuan murmured in surprise and clicked on its properties. Thunder Tribulation liquid, a supreme treasure for training the body and condensing the soul. How to take it? System. Open the personal panel. Daily sign-in system. Host. Xuanyuan Yu. After breaking through the Supreme Realm, the Ice Emperor's cold thoughts memory awakened 70%. Talent. Super-level warrior talent, super-level ice controller talent, space wormhole talent. Strength. Peak of the 5th level supreme. Martial arts. Taishang Jibing Dian, Jidao Han Dian. Martial arts. Too many to explain. Backpack. Ice Emperor's seat. More than 50,000 jars of peach wine. More than 30,000 jars of life dew. 100 drops of Thunder Tribulation liquid. Number of sign-ins available, 0. Number of draws available, 0. The body moved slightly. Xuanyuan Yu appeared in front of Yun Li and Ming Yu. Seeing this, the two of them saluted and said, Congratulations, sir, for your further improvement in strength. Get up. Yun Li, Ming Yu, go get ready. Open the global wormhole channel and start the global projection. What are you going to do, sir? The two looked shocked, not knowing what Xuanyuan was going to do. Issue the Ice Emperor's assembly order. Recall all members of the Ice Emperor Palace. Yes. Yunli and Mingyu's expressions straightened up, knowing that something big was about to happen, and they immediately got up. Unusual snowy weather in June suddenly appeared in various cities of Blue and White Star, surprised countless people. Then, in the eyes of many shocked people, above all cities of Blue and White Star, teleportation wormholes exuding a deep and terrifying aura slowly appeared. After it appeared, The bone-chilling cold air continued to spread outward from it, causing countless people to shiver and shiver. It's so cold. What's going on? Could it be that another alien race from outside the domain has come? Wasn't it just repelled by the strong men of Zulong Court and the gathering place of alien races in the Western Federation? At this moment, countless people looked at the space wormhole that suddenly appeared in the sky. You looked at me, and I looked at you. I don't know which race this is. Which tribe is this? Are they so brave? They know that there are strong men above the saint level alive in Zulong Court, but they still dare to send people to the lower world. Don't look at me. I don't know either. My tribe ordered me to evacuate the blue and white star. You guys could just have fun in this damn place. I will evacuate first. What a coincidence. My tribe did the same. You are a bunch of cowards. My tribe didn't order me to evacuate. It's fine as long as I don't go to Xia country. As for everyone evacuating, it's better to leave. If everyone leaves, we will have fewer competitors. We can also share more resources. That's right. Just as countless people were talking, Ming Yu's deafening voice came from the space wormholes and resounded throughout the blue and white star in an instant. All the people under the Ice Emperor Palace, listen up. The Ice Emperor's assembly order has been issued. No matter where you are at the moment, what mission you are performing, guard that beast cave and lurk in that force. Now, put down everything in your hands immediately. Take your identity token and step into the space wormhole closest to you and assemble in the Ice Emperor Palace without any mistakes. This soul-stirring, earth-shaking voice echoed 3 times in succession throughout the entire blue and white star, in various places where space wormholes appeared. And then, the world fell into a dead silence. After a moment, countless shocked discussions revolved around this sudden, resounding voice. Qianlong University. On a stone step on a huge playground, 2 teenagers sat on the ground and discussed something. Suddenly, one of the teenagers seemed to have discovered something. He smiled and pointed in a direction where a male teacher was running. He looked very tall, but there seemed to be no spiritual energy in his body. However, he was out of breath after a while, causing some students around him to laugh secretly. The teacher seemed to have seen it, but didn't care and continued to run. Yuzhen looked, Teacher Zhao is running again. They don't have the talent for cultivation. Isn't it better to be a liberal arts teacher? If he insists on saying that running can help him cultivate, I really don't understand what he is thinking. Just as the boy was complaining, the sound of the Ice Emperor's summons suddenly resounded throughout the sky. Then, Teacher Zhao, who was pointed at by the boy, stopped at this moment and listened carefully to the voice echoing in the sky. Then, under the command of the rabbit god of the Ice Emperor Palace, dormant number 9527 obeys the Emperor's order. The teacher, surnamed Zhao, burst into a roar. And then in the midst of countless shocked eyes, he took out an ice blue mask and put it on his face, suddenly exuding a powerful aura, and flew into a space wormhole in Shidu. In an instant, there was an uproar on the playground. The boy who pointed at Mr. Zhao before looked at his figure disappearing in the sky, his face dull and full of disbelief, saying, "Fuck, Mr. Zhao is actually from the Ice Emperor Palace. Isn't he a person without cultivation? The aura just now feels stronger than that of the principal. The principal is a Nirvana realm expert. Mr. Zhao is hiding too deeply. My goodness, you said he won't bear grudges, right? I seem to have said bad things about him behind my back before. Yuzhen, what if you say he comes back to trouble me in the future?" Yuzhen, seeing that his friends around him didn't reply to him, the boy turned his head and looked at the boy named Yuzhen. However, after turning his head, his expression was instantly dull, and his face was full of disbelief. It was because his good friend Yuzhen was wearing the same ice blue mask as Mr. Zhao, who had just flown away. The mask that represents the identity of the Ice Emperor Palace. Seeing the boy's stunned look, the young Yuzhen said to him apologetically, "Xiaobai, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it from you. You also heard that Lord Bingdi is calling for something important. I'm leaving. I hope we will have a chance to meet again in the future. Take care." After that, the young Yuzhen suddenly burst out with the aura of the martial emperor realm. Soaring into the sky, chasing in the direction of Teacher Zhao, leaving his friend Xiao by in a daze, and then screaming heartbreakingly, "Fuck! Yuzhen, you really deserve to die. We agreed to become stronger together, but you secretly joined the Bingdi Palace, and you have such a strong strength. You really deserve to die. This is more painful than killing me. Why did you tell me this? Why did you let me see it? I can't accept this cruel fact. You old six." Wilderness Area Number 029. In the jungle, an adventure team was hunting a dark leopard. Countless attacks fell on the leopard, causing wounds. The leopard stopped in pain, staring at the figures of the demons with fierce eyes, and roared to the sky, "Beast, why don't you run away? You are out of strength." A big man saw the leopard stop and thought it was afraid. Who knew that a huge roar came from the depths of the jungle again, as if responding to the roar of the leopard. Then, a bigger figure appeared in everyone's pupils. It turned out to be another huge leopard of the same appearance. Seeing this, countless people took a breath. The demon leopard king at the peak of the war king. "Damn it, this is trouble," shouted Xiaolei. "You are weak. Retreat first, we will stop them, and then find you to join us. Otherwise, if we go together, the target will be too big. Your speed will not be able to keep up, and no one will be able to escape." A big man with a beard on his face, holding a big knife and staring at the behemoth in front of him, said in a deep voice, "Uncle Moo, we will not leave. We want to fight the enemy with you." Two young boys in the crowd looked at each other and said at the same time, "Stupid. How can you act rashly at this time?" The bearded man named Uncle Moo turned his head and roared. Roar! But it was too late to retreat at this moment. The huge demon leopard saw his son was seriously injured, full of anger, roaring and attacking everyone. "Damn it! It's too late! Attack together. Even if we die today, we must leave a deep mark on this beast." "Okay, attack together." The 7 members of the adventure team attacked at the same time, and attacked the magic leopard with great vigor and vigor. After a fierce battle, a huge roar sounded. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Then, the 7 people retreated miserably, with blood stains on their bodies, extremely embarrassed. "Damn, so strong. It's worthy of being the magic leopard at the peak of the war king." The bearded man Mushu's mouth was bleeding, and his eyes were full of horror. "I didn't expect that the opponent's strength was so strong that they couldn't contend with it at all. Retreat! Retreat quickly! I'll cover you. We can't all stay here." The bearded man roared after stabilizing his body. Just when the magic leopard continued to attack them, most people were horrified. The sound of the Ice Emperor's assembly order was also transmitted here. Then, 2 figures appeared in the crowd. Swish! 2 silver lights flashed across. The huge body of the demon leopard was broken into several parts. Blood was flowing, and there was no life left. Seeing this, everyone was stunned, staring at the 2 figures in front of them with wide eyes, as if something unbelievable had happened in front of them. "Xiaodong, Xiaolei, what are you doing? Xiaodong, Xiaolei, what's your strength?" Uncle Moo, a bearded man, asked the 2 familiar and unfamiliar teenagers in front of him with a shocked expression. The 2 teenagers looked at each other, then took out an exquisite ice blue mask from their arms and put it on their faces. One of them spoke softly. "Uncle Moo, thank you for taking care of us 2 brothers during this time. We are members of the Ice Emperor Palace. The reason why we hid our identities before was mainly to perform a mission. Before the termination order, we can't show our true strength in front of others. We just wanted to find a chance to kill these 2 demon leopards, but we didn't expect that we suddenly received a summons order, so we had no choice but to take action now. I hope you will don't blame." The 2 of them thought that Uncle Moo would blame them for hiding it, but they never thought about what the other party would do next, which made them both laugh and cry. "You 2 are members of the Ice Emperor Palace." "Wow, I actually went on a mission with the staff of the Ice Emperor Palace." I was still shocked by the sudden voice just now. "I didn't expect that it was you. Come on, take some photos with me. I will show off to my brothers in the future." Uncle Moo had a look of surprise on his face, and he carelessly greeted several other shocked teammates to help them take pictures. Under the reason that Uncle Moo was too enthusiastic to refuse, the two took many photos with everyone, and then the other party let them leave in a hurry. During the flight, one of the teenagers said with some palpitations, "Xiao Lei, Uncle Moo is so enthusiastic. I really can't resist it." "You do not say. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. This is the first time the Ice Emperor's assembly order has been issued. Something big must be happening, and we cannot delay your lord's important matters." Aha! At the same time, the same scene is happening all over the world. Countless Ice Emperor Palace members hidden in the sea of people. The moment they received the Ice Emperor's summons, they all dropped everything in their hands and flew towards the nearest space wormhole. Among them, there was a stall owner who was setting up a street stall and struggling with customers. After hearing the sound, he immediately put on a mask and jumped into the sky, turning a blind eye to his stall. There was a driver who drove a car to solicit customers, abandoned the car and the full load of customers, parked the car, turned off the engine, applied the handbrake 3 times, and then broke out of the window. There was a man in a wheelchair who suddenly stood up. There are also housewives holding kitchen knives soaring into the sky. In short, there are all kinds of industries, and these are almost all intelligence personnel of the Ice Emperor Palace. Most of the time, they are no different from ordinary people, just hanging among the crowd to find out information. Most of the combatants of the Ice Emperor Palace were stationed in the wilderness area, as well as guarding several ferocious beast-gathering places in the Xia Kingdom. At this moment, they also left their bases and headed to the far north. Xiagua Global Online. It was already boiling over at this moment, and countless people were discussing the Ice Emperor Palace. Holy shit, can you believe it? My brother is actually from the Ice Emperor Palace. We were both playing black and white when he heard the loud sound in the sky, put down his mouse and keyboard, put on his mask, and flew away. Me too, but it's not my brother, but my mother. My family is different. My dad is paralyzed in a wheelchair 1 second, and he is flying away the next moment. You can believe it. This is not what makes me the most angry. The most angry thing is that my dad is a member of the Ice Emperor Palace. If he doesn't recommend me to the Ice Emperor Palace, I'm still not his biological child. Do you think there is a possibility that your father recommended it, but the Ice Emperor Palace doesn't appreciate your talent? Ah, shut up. It seems I was right. Didn't you join the Ice Emperor Palace? But no one in my family is from the Ice Emperor Palace. I feel very balanced. You are cruel. Just as the Hyoki Palace continues to be discussed on the internet. The familiar hut in the summer capital was now full of people again, with a majestic old man sitting in the main seat. At this moment, he asked Xuanyuan with a serious look on his face. Xuanyuan, according to the news that just came, in addition to the military and officialdom, your son has subordinates in all walks of life. What is your son going to do? Why did you summon everyone at once? Xuanyuan smiled bitterly and said, Master, I really don't know this yet. This kid has never contacted me since he disappeared in Shanhaiguan last time. I still don't know what he wants to do when he recruits people this time. However, Lord, I can guarantee that my son will not do anything to harm the Xia Kingdom. Xuanyuan said with a serious face. The old man waved his hand and said, Xuanyuan, you don't need to be nervous. I'm not worried about this. Your son has such great strength, but he has not tainted the official or the military at all, which is enough to show his sincerity. It's just that without any warning, space wormholes suddenly opened up around the world. We gathered manpower, so we came to you to confirm. Just then, suddenly there was a loud report outside. Report! Lord, the Ice Emperor Palace has activated void projection globally. Please also ask the king and generals to move and watch. Hearing the sound, everyone in the room started to move and strode towards the door. They all wanted to see what Xuanyuan Gao was going to do and make such a big noise. Although I already had full expectations in my heart, but when they came outside and saw the projection on the sky, they were still shocked. Just saw the picture. On the top of the half-snow mountain, the magnificent Ice Emperor Palace was quietly located there. Just looking at the picture, you can feel the powerful, mysterious, ancient, and heavy feeling. Above the huge Ice Emperor Palace, dense black dots were hovering in the sky. Zoom in and take a look. It turned out to be a sea of people hovering in the sky. There were men and women, old and young, all wearing masks, looking extremely mysterious. Everyone looked at the figure sitting on the throne in the front with burning eyes. Right in front of the crowd, Xuanyuan leaned on the Ice Emperor's throne, holding Xue Shang's young body in his arms, gently stroking the other's soft hair. On the left stood Li Mingho, Ouyang Yu, and Mu Xingqian, the three emperors. On the right stood Zi Feng, Ming Yu, Yun Li, and other 12 gods. Time passed little by little. There were more and more people behind Xuanyuan, and the ground was crowded with people. The time is almost right. Xuanyuan waved slightly, and Yunli took a step forward instantly. Everyone, the Ice Emperor Palace was born today for 3 things. The first one, it is for all the tribes from the central world. You should go back to the upper world. The master said that the blue and white star does not welcome you, and all the opportunities here have nothing to do with you. You are given 3 hours to leave the blue and white star and return to where you belong. If you don't leave within the time limit, the Ice Emperor Palace will judge you. The timer starts now. Yunli's tone was very calm, but full of command. As soon as this was said, the whole world was shocked. The clock starts now. As Yun Li's final sound fell, a countdown appeared instantly in the lower right corner of the void screen. The ticking sound of the clock hand is so clear at this moment that it even sounds like a countdown to death to some people's ears. Fuck! 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 Isn't this a scene that has appeared in my dream? Why is it so fat? How does it reflect reality? It's so exciting. Thousands of people bow their heads. The Ice Emperor Palace is too domineering. They will be expelled directly, and any offenders will be killed. There is no room for negotiation. No wonder the Ice Emperor Palace summoned all the people. It turned out to be to expel the alien race. Great! Those ugly people who are neither humans nor ghosts should get out of our blue and white star. It's just that we don't have enough opportunities ourselves. How can we let them get a share of the pie? Husband Xuanyuan is so handsome. I love him so much. The nymphomaniac upstairs is having fun. The other side, Xuanyuan, your son is really domineering. In the summer capital, the majestic old man said to Xuanyuan Ying with a chuckle. The smile on Xuanyuan Ying's face has not faded since he saw it in the picture. His face is full of joy and pride. He looks like he wants to tell everyone he meets that Xuanyuan Gong is his son. Master, please stop praising his son. If you continue to praise him, he will go to heaven, a general on the side said with a sour tone. No. Look at the corner of Xuanyuan's mouth rising to the sky. Mu Yi also agreed. Who knows that the other party will talk about him the next moment. Mu Yi, you still have a nerve to talk about Xuanyuan. The corner of your mouth is not necessarily lower than Xuanyuan Yang's. Is there any? Mu Yi straightened his expression and said seriously. Seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. This time, Xuanyuan Ying's communication equipment suddenly rang for a while. When he picked it up and saw Xuanyuan Ying's expression straightened, he immediately said to the old man, Master, Yunli just sent me a message asking if the final version of the new regulations can be announced. Fictional world, don't take it seriously. The dog's head saves life. The old man was stunned for a moment, then whispered, Xuanyuan, it seems that your son wants to take this opportunity to announce the new rules. But that's okay. Anyway, there is nothing that needs to be changed in the new regulations. This is just the right time. Reply the message and say it can be announced. Good. Compared to the cheering situation in Xia Kingdom, the major ethnic groups of the Central Star and the Western Federation, Northern Russia, Ancient Egypt, and other places will be furious at this moment. Arrogant. What qualifications does the Ice Emperor Palace have to say such a thing? Is this to offend my thousands of Northern Territory forces? So what if there are too many people? A group of indigenous forces from the lower realms also want to expel thousands of forces from our northern region. What a joke. I am waiting here to see how you expel and judge us. Yes, I also want to try their Ice Emperor Palace's methods to see if they are as powerful as the legends. The area of the blue and white star has expanded so much. I don't believe he can find us all. Hundreds of Northern Territory forces looked down upon the threat from the Ice Emperor Palace and waited to see the Ice Emperor Palace's subsequent actions. Of course, there were also those who evacuated obediently, but they did not listen to the Ice Emperor Palace. These forces from the Northern Territory all have their own dignity. How could they be intimidated by Xia Kingdom's Ice Emperor Palace? If it were the ancestral Dragon Court, it might be possible. Oh, forget it. The clan asked us to go back. We better not stay in this adventure. Let's go. It's okay if the blue and white star doesn't wait. A bunch of cowards. Seeing that many groups chose to evacuate, those who stayed and watched laughed with disdain. In the face of these taunts and insults, some of the evacuated ethnic groups said coldly, "Don't underestimate the Ice Emperor Palace. They are not that simple. I hope you can still return to the Northern Territory. At that time, I will personally host a celebration banquet for you. I hope that none of you will be unable to come." What do you mean? Literally. After the man finished speaking, he got into the space passage without looking back, leaving behind many unlucky faces and yelling curses. As time goes by slowly, the countdown quickly came to an hour. Countless people stared at the timer on the screen, thinking silently in their hearts. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ends, Yunli respectfully said to Xuanyuan Bo, who was sleeping on the throne at the moment, "Sir, the time has come." After the words fell, Xuanyuan Bo opened his eyes, revealing those cold and biting ice-blue eyes. Then he asked in a very calm tone, "How many forces have not left?" Yunli held a screen in his hand and kept clicking on it. After a moment, Yunli waved with one hand, and the screen in his hand was divided into countless small pieces, which appeared in the sky. In that screen, there were countless people from the northern region of the Central World. Personnel suddenly appeared on the screen. Then Yunli pointed at the screen and said softly, "Sir, there are still 375 force groups remaining in Blue and White Star. Among them, there are 250 teams from the Western Federation, 40 teams from ancient Egypt, 35 teams from northern Russia, and 50 teams distributed on small islands in the sea areas of Blue and White Stars." When Yunli's statistical data appeared on the screen, the whole world was shocked. They never imagined that the Ice Emperor Palace could detect all the teams from the Northern Territory of the Central World, and he can appear in front of everyone so clearly. Little did he know that this was a black technology that Xuanyuan had signed up for. The terminal was built in the Ice Emperor Palace. After so many years of signal control, he could detect any place on the Blue and White Star if he wanted. Xuanyuan Bo looked calm and seemed not surprised at all. There are so many more. It seems they really don't take us seriously. In that case, let's move. Gui Miao, Mo Yin, Zifeng, Mingyu, Nanji, Dusk, Tong Yuan, Feng Yin. The 8 of you will take your own teams to the Western Federation. Yes. Zifeng and the other 8 people took a step forward at the same time and responded loudly, with excitement on their faces. Ling Mingho, Yushan, you go to Guai. Follow your orders. Li Minghao gently stroked the armor on his body and patted Yushan's strong body, his eyes filled with fighting intent. Ouyang Hongwan, go to northern Russia. Yes. Hongwan looked at Ouyang happily. She was in a good mood. She could finally fight side by side with Sister Yu again. Ziyue is responsible for mobilizing personnel, and Yunli is responsible for real-time intelligence assistance. As you command. Yunli and Ziyue bowed slightly and responded. Sir, what about me? Mu Xingchen couldn't help but ask in a low voice when he saw that the other brothers and sisters had been assigned tasks, leaving him alone. You stay here with me and give them a jackpot. Mu Xingchen scratched his head, a little confused about what Xuanyuan meant, but the next moment, he understood. I saw Xuanyuan Bo talking to Yunli. Yunli, give me the coordinates of the alien race in the sea. Yes. As Yunli clicked on the screen, a certain picture was enlarged in front of Xuanyuan. Among them, more than a dozen people with spider legs on their backs were searching for something on a small island. Sir, the first coordinates are Sky 095, Earth 243, Man 963. After Xuanyuan Gao got the picture and coordinates provided by Yunli, slowly raise your right arm and tap the void under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes around the world. A burst of space ripples appeared in front of Xuanyuan Qi. Immediately afterwards, a pitch-black wormhole with a diameter of 50 centimeters was completed in the void in front of him. Stars! Xuanyuan Gao waved slightly. Mu Xingchen understood its meaning instantly, raised the big bow in his hand, gently pulled the bowstring, and the arrow condensed with energy took shape instantly. Locate. Track. Split arrow. Looking at the figure in the picture, Mu Xingchen murmured softly, and then slowly let go. The silver energy arrow shot into the dark wormhole instantly like a wild horse, on a remote island deep in the ocean. At this moment, a group of aliens with purple-black spider legs and hair on their backs are searching for their so-called treasures on this island. My lord, found a spiritual fruit. My lord, found a 100-year-old medicinal herb. After these aliens found some items, they would shout loudly, and then hand the items they found to one of the aliens who looked the strongest and had red spider legs on his back. However, when this lord saw the herbs they found, he looked disdainful and said dissatisfiedly, "Alas, they are all junk. I have been searching for so many days, but I haven't found any good things. Are they really all in Xia country? But that place is inaccessible now." Suddenly, a space fluctuation appeared in the sky above his head, and then the wormhole constructed by Xuanyuan Lu slowly appeared. What is this? This person looked puzzled. They had been searching on this island today and did not know the huge move made by Xuanyuan Lu. At this moment, facing the wormhole that suddenly appeared, he naturally didn't know what was going on, so he pointed at one of his men and said, "You, go up and take a look." The man who was named soared into the sky and flew towards the wormhole. Just when he was about to approach the wormhole, a bright silver light flew out of the wormhole, instantly piercing his head, leaving a bloody hole between his eyebrows. He didn't even scream and fell down sadly. His face went black, his consciousness was blurred, he lost control of his body and fell heavily to the ground. The man with the red spider tail was immediately horrified when he saw this, because after the silver light penetrated his men, it split into more than a dozen silver arrows, emitting a devastating force and attacking them. "Enemy attack! Be careful!" He roared and tried his best to form a defensive barrier to stop the sudden and powerful arrows. But is it really useful? How could they stop Mu Xingchen's arrows? Almost instantly, the defense released by the aliens was broken, and the arrow pierced through his head and the heads of his tribesmen. With eyes full of unwillingness, he trembled and pointed at the space wormhole and fell down. Until his death, he didn't even know who did it and why the other party wanted to kill him. After they fell, the silver arrows kept passing through the bodies of the aliens, as if searching for something. After finding what they needed, the silver arrows, with more than a dozen space rings, flew back into the deep space wormhole. Above the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan looked at the dozen blood-stained space rings in front of him, and with a thought, all the rings were thrown towards Yue. Then he said to the 12 generals and others, "Did you see that? You should all learn from Xingchen. Don't always shout about fighting and killing. You should learn how to live. The Ice Emperor Palace is such a big family business, but it requires a lot of resources. Relying on the income of the Ice Pavilion, sooner or later there will be no way to support you." Hearing this, everyone raised a curve at the corner of their mouths and said at the same time, "Yes, we understand." Then, Xuanyuan waved his hand. "Okay, the flag has been sacrificed in front of you. You can go." "Yes, we'll take our leave." After that, Li Mingho, Zi Feng, and others, with the assistance of Ziyu, led a team of people and horses into the space wormhole. Yunli, the next place. Yes. At the same time, at this moment, everyone on the blue and white star felt palpitations at Xuanyuan's ghostly methods. Fuck! The Ice Emperor Palace is so powerful that they can kill this, so terrifying. The alien race is finished. They can only run away desperately now. just as Xiaobo thought at this moment. The various forces that were still left on the blue and white star were terrified after seeing Xuanyuan Bo take the enemy's head 1,000,000 miles away. Now they were all panicked, no longer with the tough faces they had before, and they contacted their clans in panic, telling the whole story one by one, and asked them to build a transmission channel to take them away. But everything was too late. The previous large wave of forces left because their clans had intended to let them leave, and the transmission channel had been built long ago. They had no plan before, so they did not ask their clans to build a transmission channel. Now, they hurriedly explained, and there was no time at all. By the time the clan's transmission channel was successfully built, the people of the Ice Emperor Palace would have arrived. But now they have no other options. They can only flee and hide, intending to delay time, waiting for the tribe to quickly build a transmission channel to take them back. Of course, not all of them are fleeing and hiding. There are also some tribes that are self-important and want to resist the Ice Emperor Palace, sharpening their knives and waiting for the enemy to come. Little do they know what the consequences will be. While Mu Xingchen was happily shooting the aliens on the islands in the sea, other members of the Ice Emperor Palace also rushed to their destination. Western Federation. A huge team flew out of the huge space wormhole above a certain freedom statue, and the figures stood densely in the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Gui Miao with green curly hair stood in front of the crowd and waited quietly until no one flew out of the wormhole. Gui Miao turned his head and said to the members of the Ice Emperor Palace in a deep voice, "Everyone form a team by themselves, 100 people in a team, and each team must be equipped with more than 50 Nirvana realm. The location of the foreign race is in the Imperial Palace's internal network. You can search for it on your own. If you find an enemy, you must kill them with thunder. There will be casualties in this mission, but for every alien hunted, you will receive generous rewards. If you are defeated, send a message immediately to sway others. Don't feel embarrassed. Many of their cultivation levels are higher than yours. For me, your survival is more important than anything else. Do you understand?" "Understood." Thousands of people shouted, and the voice shook the sky. "Very good. Let's go." Gui Miao waved his hand. Suddenly, squads of hundreds of people flew in all directions. Wherever they passed, wherever they found traces of a foreign race, they were a group of people besieging a foreign race. They were very ungrateful. Compared with the team led by Gui Miao, the team led by Zifeng is much kinder and kinder. They all greet each other very friendly first. First, countless strong, sturdy, and powerful men stand in front of the foreigners and say hello in a friendly way. Then he reasoned with him very kindly, when the crackling voice of reason disappeared. After leaving blood and a mess on the ground, the team led by Zifeng left the scene of the crime with their heads held high with countless trophies obtained justly. Say hello. Go looking for the next unlucky alien race and continue to repeat the boring but rewarding tasks. In comparison, Feng Yan's behavior is too cruel. He directly played a sad and fatal song, hypnotizing all members of the alien race and dying in their sleep. Directly entering other people's dreams is such a cruel act. It is simply outrageous. Zifeng and others despise Feng Yan's methods. It's so cruel. At the same time, the snake Nanji and the monkey Huang Hun transformed into killers in the dark, wandering around major cities, harvesting lives like the god of death. The two did not lead a team. They were the assassination twins of the Ice Emperor Palace, and they were accustomed to going alone. Bringing a team would limit their strength due to various factors, so they chose to distribute their manpower among the teams of several other gods from the beginning. Another reason is that the two made a bet. During this trial mission, whoever hunted more aliens would get the reward that the other party finally got. Therefore, the two worked harder, not for the reward, but neither of them wanted to lose to the other. After all, so many years have passed, and the two have always been evenly matched, and there has never been a winner. Compared with their competition, Ming Yu, Mo Yin, and Tong Yuan are more normal, leading the members of the Ice Emperor Palace to search for people hiding in the dark on the vast land of the Western Federation, find them, and then wipe them out. just as the 8 great generals were playing around in the major cities of the Western Federation. Northern Russia, a very famous city. Boom! Accompanied by a shocking explosion. 2 beautiful figures suddenly appeared above the city. In a huge manner under their feet, flames were raging, corpses were everywhere, blood flowed like a river, and it was a mess. Xuanyuan, follow up. The next place. A cold voice came from Ouyang Yu's mouth, and then quickly flew in one direction. Xuanyuan nodded and followed Ouyang Yu's pace. This was already their 5th stop after arriving in northern Russia. Yes, he didn't do much, and the aliens were all killed by Ouyang Yu, and she could only do some finishing work of destroying corpses and cleaning up the battlefield. It was very boring, and she didn't enjoy the fun of fighting. Why? In a very desolate jungle. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fighting and fighting echoed in the forest. After a while, a bloody humanoid creature flew out of the forest and landed in a pile of alien corpses, increasing the height again. Then, Li Mingho's voice came from the forest. Yushan, 2 more. This one is too weak. Okay. Yushan, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground outside the forest, replied weakly. He slowly stood up and walked towards a huge cage condensed by flames beside him. In the cage, dozens of aliens were imprisoned, consisting of 3 tribes. At this time, Li Mingho and Yushan had encountered 5 tribes when they first arrived in Gui. After a friendly education by the 2, only these 3 tribes were left. As for the other 2 tribes, they were now on the pile of alien corpses. Then, Li Mingho made a cage to confine this group of aliens and sent all the people he brought to find and kill the remaining tribes. He himself took Yushan with him in the jungle, enjoying being a human sandbag. When Yushan walked into the flame cage, the aliens inside trembled as if they were looking at a demon. After all, if they got out, they would definitely die, and the corpses piled up on the side were the best proof. They looked at Yushan, who was approaching in panic, and almost had the expression of "don't come over here" on their faces. You, don't come over here. If you kill me, my father will not let you go. My father is a semi-saint. A man with bruises and red hair kept retreating, trembling, and intimidating Yushan. It would have been better if he hadn't said this. As soon as he said it, Yushan, who hadn't wanted to take him out, turned around and appeared in front of him in an instant, grabbed the collar of the man's chest, and lifted him up, and then walked out. Heh, a prisoner dares to threaten me. I'll pick you first, and your father is a semi-saint, so you should let him go down to the world to save you. Let's see if he dares to go down to the world. Yushan's sturdy hands lifted the other party, not caring about the other party's desperate struggle. Out of the cage, Yushan tapped him a few times, and the other party's imprisoned cultivation was released, and a powerful aura spread. The alien wanted to attack Yushan after his cultivation was restored, but it was in vain. He was thrown high by Yushan and kicked into the jungle. Then there was a heart-wrenching scream in the jungle, and the sound of flesh being beaten. After a while, there was no sound again, and another body was thrown out and fell on the small hill of aliens. Next, Yushan repeated the previous action again after hearing the sound, repeating the cycle. He also asked Li Mingho why he didn't solve all of them at once, but came one by one and quietly executed them in the jungle. However, Li Mingho's response made him laugh and cry. It's boring to solve all at once. You just saw how they treated the people of Blue and White Star. Although they are not from my Xia country, they can't be so easy. As for why they were quietly executed in the jungle, Yushan, don't forget that it is being broadcast live around the world. It's too bloody and not friendly to children. When Yushan heard this, his eyes unconsciously glanced at the aliens piled up like a small mountain on the side. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he almost laughed out loud. Fortunately, he had received professional training, and he would not laugh unless he could not help it. Just when the people of the Ice Emperor Palace were hunting aliens on the Blue and White Star. Above the Xia capital, 2 tall figures were staring at the screen at this moment. They were not standing high, but there seemed to be a barrier covering their figures and breath, and no one could detect their existence. At this time, one of the figures turned his head slightly, revealing Ao Song's familiar face. Ancestor, why did you come to show me this? Although the subordinates of Xuanyuan Bo are all strong, they are not a threat to my Zulong court. Facing Ao Song's questioning, the old man next to him, who exuded a strong aura, stared deeply at the picture showing Xuanyuan Bo for a while, and ripples appeared in his calm, golden pupils. Then the old man whispered, "Shout Song, don't call Xuanyuan Bo's name in the future." "What did you say, ancestor? If I don't call him by his name, what should I call him?" After hearing what the ancestor Ao Lai said, Ao Song scratched his head in confusion and asked in a low voice, "I don't know what the ancestor means. Do you know Xuanyuan Bo? No, didn't you just wake up these days? You didn't have the chance to know him." The old man stood with his hands behind his back, without speaking, and the stars in his eyes seemed to be recalling something. After a long time, he spoke again. "According to seniority, you should call him Uncle." Boom! Ao Lai's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Ao Song's mind, making him instantly stagnant in place, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. After a long time, Ao Song calmed down and asked Ao Lai with a shocked face, "Ancestor, how is this possible? Didn't you say that I was born 100,000 years ago? My generation is very high in Zulong court. Why do you still call him uncle? How old is he?" "He is in his early 20s, not even a fraction of me." Looking at Ao Song with an unbelievable face, Ao Lai replied calmly, "Yes, you were indeed born 100,000 years ago, and your generation is very high in Zulong court. But he held your dragon egg 100,000 years ago, and he even gave you your name. Hold me 100,000 years ago?" Ao Song couldn't believe his ears at this moment. This news was like a bolt from the blue, and it was like someone poured a bucket of cold water on him from head to toe. His face was dull, and his body was trembling. "Ancestor Xuanyuan. Who is he? Hold me 100,000 years ago. Why is he this age and strength now? Could it be reincarnation?" Ao Song stared at Ao Lai with wide eyes, his eyes full of expectation, wanting to get an answer from Ao Lai. After seeing Ao Lai nod slightly, Ao Song looked crazy. "I can't accept this cruel fact. Before today, I was still on good terms with him, but after today, I will call him uncle. How can I face him in the future?" "Ah!" Seeing Ao Song like this, Ao Lai snorted coldly and said, "Why, you are not happy to call him uncle? If you knew his identity in his previous life, I think you would be proud of it." Hearing this, Ao Song asked curiously, "Ancestor, who was he in his previous life? You even admired him so much." Ao Lai spoke slowly. "He was the person you admired the most in his previous life." Ao Song was stunned at first, and then he was ecstatic in an instant. "Really, ancestor? Uncle, he is the Ice Emperor Han Yin?" Looking at Ao Song with a look of ecstasy, Ao Lai rolled his eyes at him unhappily. "You change your face so quickly, calling me uncle now. Shout Song, why didn't I notice your face before? You hit it so well. I'm just joking with you." Ao Song smiled awkwardly. He is indeed the reincarnation of Ice Emperor Han Yin. Back then, Ao Lai slowly told Ao Song some secrets. At the same time, above the Ice Emperor Palace, with the help of Xuanyuan Wormhole, all the alien races on the small islands in the sea area were cleared. Mu Xingqian, Ziyu, and Yinli stood respectfully on both sides of Xuanyuan Wormhole, looking at the screen in front of him quietly. The contrast between the large and small screens has been reduced by 2/3 at the beginning, and they are still disappearing one by one at a very fast speed. Every time a screen disappears, it means that a force or tribe has been eliminated by Z Feng and others. At this moment, Xuanyuan Yu suddenly said, "It's a bit slow." Yunli notified them, "Hurry up, there are other things waiting." "Yes." Yunli responded, and then contacted Zifeng and others through the intranet of the Ice Emperor Palace. "Sir, do you need me to help?" Mu Xingqian, who was next to Xuanyuan Yu, asked for a fight with great interest. Xuanyuan Yu thought for a while, then turned his eyes to the screen where Li Minghe was and raised his fingers slightly. The space wormhole condensed instantly, His cold voice reached Mu Xingqian's ears. Xingqian, destroy the cage of Li Mingho for me, and shoot him an arrow by the way. Others are killing enemies, but he is having fun here. Okay. Mu Xingqian heard this. A playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, raised the bow and arrow in his hand, gently exerted force, and a small energy arrow shot into the wormhole. And then, with both hands exerting force, he pulled the bowstring to its full strength. The bowstring was like a full moon. As his fingers twisted, an extremely thick energy arrow condensed in his hand, exuding a tremendous power. This thick arrow was stronger than the one Mu Xingqian had fired before. He knew Li Mingho's true strength. If the arrow was too weak, it would not be enough to threaten him. So to deal with Li Mingho, he had to increase his firepower. Swoosh! The silver arrow flew out of his hand, tearing through the void and pouring into the space wormhole. On the other side, Li Mingho was playing with a red-haired alien in front of him. Suddenly, he was startled and his hair stood up, as if something terrible was about to fall on him. He stopped playing with the alien in front of him and slapped him to death with a slap, throwing the body out of the forest. He looked around with a vigilant face. Suddenly, a silver arrow instantly broke through the void and shot towards the fire cage condensed by Li Mingho. Yushan, who was guarding the cage, saw this and immediately rushed out. The giant axe in his hand gathered terrifying power and chopped at the silver arrow. However, when he was about to approach the silver arrow, the space in front of him suddenly rippled, and then the arrow instantly disappeared in front of him, appeared behind him, and continued to shoot towards the cage. Yushan no longer blocked it at this moment because he already knew who launched this attack. He also roughly understood why the other party did this. Boom! As the arrow shot into the cage, it exploded instantly, and the amazing energy instantly blew the few remaining aliens in the cage into ashes. Seeing this, Li Mingho shouted, "No, my toy! Mu Xingqian, what are you doing? Do you want to fight?" Li Mingho looked up to Mu Xingqian and questioned him. However, a silver light flashed on Sanxiu. The only response to him was the thick and monstrous silver energy arrow. Feeling the terrifying arrows coming at him, Li Mingho's pupil shrank and he shouted loudly, "Asshole! Mu Xingqian, you are murdering me?" Although he was shouting loudly, Li Mingho's fists were already condensed with the flames of burning the sky. He was aggressive and faced the energy arrows fired by Mu Xingqian head-on. Boom! When the arrow collided with Li Mingho, amazing energy exploded instantly. A sea of fire bloomed in the sky, covering the sky and the sun, destroying the world. A moment later, Li Mingho's slightly embarrassed figure emerged from the sea of fire, his face full of anger. "Mu Xingqian, who gave you the right to attack me, don't forget what the adults said before. It is the right given by this emperor. What, do you have any objection?" Li Mingho's words have not been finished. Xuanyuan's voice suddenly resounded in this world. In an instant, Li Mingho's voice stopped abruptly. It seemed that someone suddenly grabbed his neck, and his face flushed red. Then he hurriedly explained, "I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense, adults. If it's adults, I have absolutely no objection." Looking at Li Mingho, who was so cowardly at the moment, Yunli and Zi suddenly smiled at the corners of their mouths. Even with a mask on his face, he looked so charming. This caused countless young SPs who were watching in front of the screen to have their blood boiling and howl at the sky. Liang, there are still 7 groups of forces in northern Russia that have not been cleared. I will give you half an hour to deal with them. If you can't do it, Xuanyuan's tone paused, and then continued. Don't you like to find someone to practice with? It's a coincidence that I'm very idle recently, and my hands are a little itchy. Xuanyuan's words have reached this point, and Li Mingho, even if he is a pig, understands what he means, and cold sweat instantly appears on his temples. Yes, Li Mingho had to agree with a stiff upper lip. Then he turned around and shouted to Yushan, Yushan, let's go. It's time to work. Yushan moved at the sound, but the next moment, a dark wormhole appeared in front of him and swallowed him in an instant. Only you are allowed to act alone on this trip. I will take Yushan and other members with me. At this moment, Li Mingho regretted it so much. He regretted why he didn't complete the task immediately just for fun, but even if he regretted it, it was too late now. He could only take heavy steps and fly in one direction with a bitter face. The speed was amazing. Good times always fly by. Half an hour flies by. Blue and White Star's killing spree was also coming to an end at this moment. Ouyang Yu and Hong Luan, who were heading to northern Russia, took the lead in leading the team through the space wormhole and back to the Ice Emperor Palace. The next person who rushed back was the panting Li Minghao. After he passed through the wormhole, his tense body finally relaxed. His body went limp, and he instantly collapsed in the void, breathing heavily. He was too tired. He only had half an hour. He flew back and forth to 7 places, either rushing or fighting. Every time he uses his full strength and does not give the other party a chance to escape, just because he does not have the time to spend time with the other party. If the task cannot be completed, he does not want to face the consequences. When sparring with Xuanyuan Bo, he is not just looking for abuse. Li Minghao is still self-aware. Sir, I've completed my mission. Not more than half an hour. Looking at Li Minghao, who was paralyzed in the void, Xuanyuan Gao nodded slightly. Although it's a little stuck, it didn't take more than half an hour, so you're done. Yunli. Xuanyuan Gao waved his hand slightly. Yunli signaled instantly, and a ball of green energy, full of vitality, condensed in his hand and sank into Li Minghao's body. Then, Li Minghao's expression and state recovered visibly to the naked eye, and he became lively again in an instant. After standing up, Li Minghao respectfully bowed his hands to Xuanyuan Gao and said, "Thank you, sir. Have you figured out why I'm punishing you this time?" Xuanyuan Bo asked calmly. "My subordinates understand that they should not slack off during the mission and take the opportunity to have fun with foreign races and forget about business. I have embarrassed the Lord and the Ice Emperor Palace in front of the whole world." Li Minghao lowered his head slightly and whispered, "It's good that you understand. As the Liang Emperor of the Ice Emperor Palace, every move he makes in front of people represents the Ice Emperor Palace. Perhaps your behavior just now will be supported by many people. After all, those are alien races and not my race, are still wreaking havoc on our planet. But don't forget, what task this emperor has assigned you is to clean up the foreign races as quickly as possible, instead of asking you to disobey the emperor's orders and do what you want to do according to your preferences. Aren't you doing this to tell the whole world that I, Xuanyuan Bo, have no way to control me?" Xuanyuan Bo's tone was very cold at this moment, and his voice was a bit louder. Li Minghao instantly knelt in the void. "Sir, I know my mistake, and am willing to ask for orders to go to the ice prison to be punished. Please calm down." Xuanyuan Bo moved his fingers slightly, and a burst of energy surged out, lifting Li Minghao up. "Forget it about the ice prison. Just this once. Never happen again." "Thank you, sir." After Li Minghao stood up, he saluted Xuanyuan Gao again. "Return to your position." Xuanyuan Gao waved his hand slightly and continued to look at the screen in front of him. On this screen, there are only 2 pictures. This also means that there are only 2 ethnic groups left in the alien race, and they have not been swept away by the Ice Emperor Palace. Oh, why is there no sound? Yes, what did they say? Why did Mr. Ritian suddenly kneel down with a look of fear on his face? This must be a secret of the Ice Emperor Palace. How can we possibly know it? It would be nice to see the picture. Get out of the way. I know lip reading. Let me interpret it for you. Brothers upstairs, be careful. If you find out about things that the Ice Emperor Palace doesn't want people to know, your life may be in danger. I'm afraid of a hammer. I'm afraid. Where are the people? Why are they half-talking? I think the water meter was checked. I told you to be careful what you say, but I didn't listen. His Ice Emperor Palace is really too powerful. When Xuanyuan Bo was scolding Li Minghao, Yunli had already canceled the sound of the screen projection. Naturally, such private matters of the Ice Emperor Palace would not be heard by others. At the same time, in a sewer in a certain western city, garbage is everywhere, the stench is permeated, and rats are rampant. However, in this environment, there is a male member of the Civic Cat clan in the Northern Territory of Central Star hiding. He has been here for a long time, and because he keeps moving around, he is dirty and smells bad. However, he couldn't care about that at the moment. The two dark cat ears on his head stood up high and swayed slightly, as if listening to something. Through a gap in the sewer, he kept observing the movements of the outside world. As soon as he noticed the slightest movement, he would immediately change his position and be extremely careful. Of course, it was his cautious character that allowed him to survive until now and become the only extraterritorial alien on the entire blue and white star. Suddenly, he heard scattered footsteps on the ground above his head. Hearing the sound, he held his breath for a moment and tried his best to hide his aura, for fear of being noticed by the other party. But just when he was nervous, bang! The floor above his head exploded instantly. A huge sound rang in his ears, and he looked up in horror. A pair of scarlet pupils came into view. "Got you!" The little tanuki hiding underground. Mingyu showed a ferocious smile, and his tone was extremely gloomy, like a devil from hell. "Ah!" Seeing Mingyu's terrifying face, this alien civet cat screamed and dived deep into the sewer. But how could he escape from Mingyu? "You are so careless to dig in front of me, an earth elementalist." Mingyu sneered at this, and then punched the ground. The earth suddenly vibrated violently, like a dragon turning over. The terrifying energy surged from the depths of the ground, directly blasting the civet cat alien into the sky. After screaming, it slowly dissolved between heaven and earth. So far, there is no alien from the Central Star on the blue and white star. Done! Call it a day! Mingyu clapped his hands and disappeared on the spot. Soon, above the Ice Emperor Palace, the team of the 8 great generals slowly walked out of the wormhole. Zifeng, Mingyu, and others respectfully clasped their fists to Xuanyuan and said, "My lord, we will come to report after completing the mission." "Well, I know. Go back to your position." "Ziyu, have you counted the casualties?" Xuanyuan turned his head slightly and looked at Ziyu on the side. Ziyu looked at the information she had collected and replied in a heavy tone, "My lord, the statistics have been compiled. In this battle, our total number of casualties, serious injuries, and minor injuries are 817, 987, and 757 respectively. Please expand the previous paragraphs for details." Mu Xingchen, Yun Li, and others heard this, and their pupils shrank. I didn't expect that they had such a large number of casualties when they had such a large number of people crushing the other side, basically all of them. Xuanyuan's eyes were a little gloomy, and then he said in a deep voice, "In addition to the compensation that the fallen members should receive, their relatives and descendants should be properly arranged so that they can live a worry-free life." "Yes, my lord." "Yunli, continue." Xuanyuan's hand waved slightly. Yunli turned on the projection sound when he heard it, and his gentle voice, like the wind, once again resounded in the ears of the people of the blue and white stars. "I believe everyone has seen it. All foreign races have been eliminated by the Ice Emperor Palace. The second thing will be announced next. This second thing is not good news for Xia country, and I hope everyone will not have too much expectation." Just when countless people in Xia country were confused, Yun Li's red lips moved slightly. From today on, the Ice Emperor Palace will lift the supervision of uninhabited areas, forbidden areas, beast caves, and other places in Xia country. As soon as these words came out, the entire Xia country human race was silent in an instant, and everyone was confused and didn't understand why the Ice Emperor Palace made such a decision. In contrast to the human race, the beast race was ecstatic at this moment. "Shidu." After hearing Yunli's second story, the king turned around and said to Xuanyuan with a puzzled look on his face, "Xuanyuan, what does your son mean by this? Why should the Ice Emperor Palace lift the supervision of the beast cave? Why?" However, when he turned around and saw Xuanyuan also looking confused, he swallowed the words in his mouth and changed it to, "Okay, Xuanyuan, you don't have to say it. I already know what you were going to say." Xuanyuan looked embarrassed. He really didn't know. At the same time, the internet was also boiling at this moment. Fuck! Fuck! What's going on? Why did the Ice Emperor Palace make this decision? Isn't it too sudden? Is Mr. Xuanyuan ignoring us? Who is Xuanyuan? He has the ability to protect us, but now he is doing this. I have seen that he is not a good person. Shut up, you two upstairs. If it weren't for the Ice Emperor Palace, you would have become blood-eating slaves of the alien race. How could you have the qualifications to speak here? Am I wrong? Besides, who asked him to save you? I still want to join the alien race. I can't stand it anymore. If you dare to report the location above, I will kill you and your surname. I won't report it. If you have the ability, check it yourself. Come and hit me. Loyal. I had hashtag UN at hashtag %*U0026O*. According to my speculation, the reason why Bingdi Palace did this is closely related to the third thing he wants to say. Damn, speculation brother. I miss you so much after not seeing you for a long time. I added you, reject it. Just when they were arguing with each other on the internet. Beast Cave number 001. 10 powerful figures stood in the void, looking at the picture in front of them with excitement. These 10 figures are the emperors of Beast Cave number 0011010. A few hours ago, they were still in their respective territories. I don't know what happened, but they were suddenly teleported to Jiaolong Emperor. Everyone was shocked and asked Jiaolong Emperor what he meant. Jiaolong Emperor also had a puzzled look on his face, and naturally they all didn't know. Just when they were in a tense atmosphere and were about to fight, suddenly, a projection of the Ice Emperor Palace appeared in front of them, and they finally understood who had teleported them here. While watching, they were terrified when they saw those familiar figures who had bullied them in the past, slaughtering alien races on various continents, thinking that Xuanyuan was hitting them. However, when they heard Yunli say that the Ice Emperor Palace was in contact with their Beast Cave, everyone was stunned. It seemed that they could not believe that such a big surprise would befall them. After a long time, a Beast King spoke excitedly. Oh my God, is this true? Can our Beast Cave finally get rid of those demons completely? I can't believe my ears. The Beast King shouted excitedly in an instant, and the look of surprise and joy was enough to prove how much shadow the 12 gods had cast on them before. Snake King, don't get excited first. I always feel that it's not that simple. Let's see what the Ice Emperor Palace says next. The Dragon King interrupted the roaring Beast King and said with a serious face, Yes, let's see if the other party has anything else to say. I don't believe they will let us go so easily. I always feel that there will be a bigger conspiracy. A Beast King who turned into a human form, a middle-aged man who looked very shrewd, also spoke. Seeing these two people talking, the previously very excited Beast King also calmed down a little and turned his eyes back to the picture. At the same time, deep in Xuanyuan, in front of a waterfall filled with spiritual energy, a monkey with white hair leaned on a wooden stick covered with strange patterns. There was no breath on his body, but it made people feel palpitations inexplicably. At this moment, it stood quietly in front of the waterfall. The figures of Xuanyuan and others were reflected in the chaotic pupils. After a long time, it slowly spoke. Ice Emperor, what do you want to do? Why do I have a feeling that you are leaving? Are you planning in advance? Kunlun Su, in a dark and humid mountain stream shrouded in fog. Suddenly, there was a terrible vibration in the mountain stream, and a pair of blood-red eyes like red lanterns suddenly opened. Roar! Then, a huge roar resounded through the world, as if suppressing extreme anger. Under the influence of this huge sound wave, sand and rocks flew in the mountain stream, and rocks rolled down. Ice Emperor, I don't believe you will let my beast tribe go so easily. You must have some conspiracy. No matter what tricks you want to play, when the Emperor recovers from his injuries, you will definitely pay the price. The huge beast Shadow whispered softly, and from the tone of his voice, it seemed that he had some deep hatred with Xuanyuan. Suddenly, chirp! A sharp bird cry that pierced gold and split rocks resounded through the world. A gust of wind whistled, and then a huge, ferocious bird that covered the sky, and the sun suddenly appeared and hovered over the mountain stream. Second brother, are you healed? The unknown ferocious bird poked its head out of the clouds and asked with some surprise. No, I just heard you guys talking about that bastard Ice Emperor, and I got scared and woke up. The huge beast shadow in the mountain stream made a thunderous sound. Second brother, so many years have passed. Don't think about revenge. We can't afford to offend the current Ice Emperor. No, we didn't even fight the Ice Emperor 6 years ago, let alone now. Asshole, what are you talking about? What do you mean by not taking revenge? How powerful were the 10 of us back then? If it weren't for that bastard Ice Emperor, how could there be only 5 of us left, old, weak, and sick? The beast shadow in the mountain stream roared angrily. Brother, although, you have to understand the gap between us and the Ice Emperor Palace. Back then, the Ice Emperor was just one person, but he slaughtered the eldest, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 9th brothers, and seriously injured you, the 8th and 10th brothers, and slightly injured me and the 7th brother. My injuries and the 7th brother were minor, and we are fine now. But the injuries of the 3 of you, brother, were too serious before. Although the injuries on your body have recovered after breaking through the Nirvana realm, didn't you say that the injuries on your soul have not yet fully recovered, and there are hidden dangers? Now, let's not talk about the Ice Emperor. The 15 men standing behind him all look stronger than us. How can we take revenge? Why don't we just forget it, second brother? Life is short, just bear with it. Sixth brother, listen to me, what are you talking about? What do you mean life is short? Just bear with it? Am I the cowardly person? Then second brother, do you want to come out of retreat now, seek revenge on Bingdi, and then die on the way to revenge? The fierce bird asked again, with a tone that was extremely pessimistic about the second brother of the beast shadow in the mountain stream. Hearing this, the beast shadow coughed twice, and the sound became a little smaller. Ahem. Then forget it, my injury is not healed yet. When I am healed, I will come out of retreat to seek revenge on Bingdi. When I am healed, my strength will definitely increase greatly, and Bingdi will definitely not be my opponent. The beast shadow in the mountain stream said with a firm tone and extreme confidence. Oh, then you should take good care of your wounds. I'm leaving first. I hope I can see the day you avenge the eldest brother. It seemed that it had already guessed what the second brother was going to say, and the fierce bird replied calmly, then waved its huge wings and flew away. This old six, you are really becoming less and less respectful to me. When should I tell old six that my wounds have healed? The huge beast whispered softly, shocking people. Good guy. It turns out that his wounds have healed a long time ago, and he is hiding from Xuanyuan. Just then, above the Ice Emperor Palace, Yunli looked at the countless comments on the screen and chuckled. It seems that many people have great objections to the decision to hold the Ice Emperor Palace. However, this is a confirmed fact. The Ice Emperor Palace will no longer control the ferocious beasts in the restricted beast cave after today. But, speaking of this, Yunli paused. This doesn't mean that the orcs can do whatever they want. From today on, all forbidden areas in the Xia Kingdom must abide by Daxia's new regulations. New rules? What new rule? What do you mean? Before everyone could understand the message conveyed by Yun Li's words, Yun Li's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Now let me focus on this last thing. Starting from today, Daxia will change to a new system. In the fictional world, don't take your seat, Doghead saves life. These are the rules formulated by our Ice Emperor Palace in collaboration with Daxia officials. All creatures in the territory of Daxia, whether they are humans or animals, must abide by them. If you are not convinced and act recklessly and turn a blind eye to the Great Xia system, you will receive friendly education from the Ice Emperor Palace. As for the outcome, please refer to these foreign races today. Now, I will recite the new rules for you. Listen well and study hard. Yun Li's expression straightened, and the clear voice echoed through the sky again. Everyone in Xia Kingdom stared at the picture intently, their ears perked up for fear of missing a word. The first rule of the new rule: no matter whether it is a person or a ferocious beast within the Xia Kingdom, whoever commits an act that harms ordinary people who are unable to cultivate and are defenseless will be killed without mercy. Article 2 of the new regulations. Article 3 of the new regulations. New Rules Article 99. The older generation must not interfere in the competition between the younger generation. Article 100 of the new regulations. Daxiao officials will rebuild the law enforcement palace, increase the number of members in the Ice Emperor Palace, punish rape and eradicate evil, and provide security within Daxiao. After reading hundreds of new rules in one breath, Yunli breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "The above hundreds of new rules are only a rough description of a part of the new rules. Detailed information can be viewed on the major official websites of Daxiao. Next, you have half an hour to watch and discuss. If you have any questions, you can post comments on any website. I will then find out the 3 most popular comments from the crowd. Hyoki-sama will give you the answer. Everyone, please." Yunli made a gesture of invitation with one hand, and a very beautiful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After Yunli said these words, Xiaoguo instantly became excited. Fuck! The news that the Ice Emperor Palace has cooperated with the officially designated rules and regulations for the new era is too sudden. Joining hands? In my opinion, this is the handiwork of the Ice Emperor Palace. I took a rough look and found that many of the clauses have the shadow of the Ice Emperor Palace. What brother said is reasonable, but I also think there are many unreasonable things in this new regulation. TSK. Just ask me to read the new rules. Many regulations are of great benefit to ordinary people warriors like us. I am afraid that the 2 of you upstairs are from that big family. Is it because the new regulations have touched your interest that you are here to discredit the new regulations? I recognize them. They were the ones who spoke ill of the Ice Emperor Palace before. Now they are here again. I think they are the scum of my human race and should be expelled. I also remembered that they are the ones. If you ask me, they should add a new rule and kill these idiots who are under the protection of Daxia and are still smearing Daxia secretly. Second, +1. My dear, the terrorist force Daxia will not attack our country in the future. He seems to be the #1 person in the blue and white stars now. No one can stop him. Oh, damn it. If you remove that one, he is now the #1 human being on the blue and white stars. Half an hour had passed amid the quarrels and confused discussions of countless people. Yunli tapped the void with his finger. The green energy full of vitality keeps squirming, forming 3 rows of words in the void. The first row of text. Why does such an important national policy, such as the Great Xia new regulations, need a force like the Ice Emperor Palace to announce and implement it? What kind of force does the Ice Emperor Palace serve in the Xia Kingdom? What was wrong with the previous regulations, and why were they suddenly changed? Second row of text. If people from other blue and white star countries come to Xia country and don't abide by Xia country's new rules, how should they be dealt with? The third row of text. Have you ever asked Zilongting for its opinion when formulating the new rules? I don't think the Ice Emperor Palace has the strength to compete with Zilongting. If Zilongting does not abide by the new rules, how should Daxia make a decision? Yunli looked at the 3 rows of text in front of him and said slowly to the screen, "These 3 comments are the 3 that have been discussed by the most people in the past half hour. Under Hyoki-sama will answer your questions." After saying that, Yunli slowly walked aside and pointed the screen at Xuanyuan Bo. Xuanyuan Bo glanced at the text in front of him. He said calmly, "The first question is easy to explain. The new rules were reviewed and approved by the Ice Emperor Palace and Daxia officials. As the most powerful person in the blue and white star human race, I have the power to formulate rules and the right to announce new rules. In addition, the new rules are to notify you to comply, not to discuss with you. Before asking this question, figure out your position." Although Xuanyuan's face was calm at the moment, everyone felt the extreme coldness and tyranny from his face like a fallen immortal. The second question is even simpler. The original new rules were not only for Xia, but for all the countries in the entire blue and white star. But because my great Xia is more friendly, after a series of deletions and revisions, the new rules were finally only implemented in Xia. Although the new rules are only for Xia, if they step into the border of Xia, They must follow the rules of Xia. Otherwise, this emperor doesn't mind having more states and islands on the map of Xia. Xuanyuan's tone was very calm, but everyone felt the strong and domineering meaning from it. After that, Xuanyuan turned his attention to the third question. After a pause, he seemed to think of something, and a rare smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 3 emperors and 12 generals were all shocked. They had hardly seen Xuanyuan Lu laugh like this. Ignoring the 15 shocked people, Xuanyuan Lu spoke again. As for the third question, it was not a question at all. "Are you right, Uncle Lai?" Xuanyuan Lu suddenly shouted to the sky, and his voice spread throughout Xia country, shaking the 9 heavens. And then the scene. Let everyone understand why Xuanyuan Lu said this. I saw that above the sky, above the Ice Emperor Palace, the wind and clouds gathered, and a golden light bloomed from the sky, spreading to the surroundings, until the whole sky was dyed golden. Then, a huge and ferocious golden dragon head slowly emerged from it, and the dragon roared loudly, like thunder in the ears. That's natural. Zulong Court supports all decisions made by the Ice Emperor Palace. Looking at the majestic and mighty golden dragon in the sky, Xuanyuan chuckled. Uncle Lai, long time no see. That's right, Yin boy. Ao Lai's huge dragon head was about to say something, but thinking of the current situation, he took back the words that were already on his lips. He left the sentence, "You deal with things here first. I'll wait for you in Zulong Court." Then he turned and disappeared in the sky, and then the golden light slowly dissipated, and the sky returned to its previous color. Watching Ao Lai leave, Xuanyuan Kai slowly turned his head, facing the screen again, and said lightly, "I think you have the answer to this third question." Okay, all 3 questions have been restored. Next, I hope you will abide by the new rules. This emperor actually doesn't want to attack his own people. I hope you don't touch this emperor's bottom line. After Xuanyuan Qi said, his figure instantly disappeared into the void. Seeing Xuanyuan Qi leave, Zifeng and others also flew down one by one and returned to the huge Ice Emperor Palace. At this time, Yunli, who was about to turn around and leave, seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly turned around and said, "I almost forgot. There is one thing that has not been announced yet. The Ice Pavilion under the Ice Emperor Palace will open the space wormhole to everyone in the world. But you have to pay." Yun Li's tone was very naughty, and then he slowly disappeared following the figures of Zifeng and others. At the same time, as everyone left, the projection screens above various cities also slowly dissolved. When the Ice Emperor Palace was no longer in everyone's sight, the noisy sound that shook the sky instantly exploded throughout the Xia Kingdom. What a domineering Ice Emperor Palace! I'm just here to inform you, not to discuss with you. You dare to say such offensive words. Offend whom? Who on the blue and white star dares to offend the Ice Emperor Palace now? The only Zulong court that can compete with it seems to have a great relationship with Xuanyuan Yu, the master of the Ice Emperor Palace. Didn't you hear him call that terrifying golden dragon uncle? This is actually quite good. After all, the previous system can no longer restrict those forces that are gradually becoming stronger. Now my Xia country is lacking a person who can deter all forces and stand up. Obviously, Xuanyuan Yu, the master of the Ice Emperor Palace, has this qualification. Character and strength. The new rules are announced by them. I think this is also the decision of Daxia. Yes, there have been several cases of major forces causing chaos here recently, but they have been suppressed for various reasons. Obviously, the Daxia officials have no way to restrict them now. With the emergence of new rules, I think it will be much better in the future. At least those people dare not be so blatant. You have it too. I thought that only our Baicheng had such incidents. They are all a group of bullies. When Xuanyuan, the master of the Ice Emperor Palace, was speaking, he did not see him. They dare not say anything. And those who jumped out of the barrage before have also disappeared. It seems that it is the work of those forces. I think it is them too. Brothers, did you pay attention to the last sentence of the Goddess of Life? The Ice Pavilion is actually a chamber of commerce under the Ice Emperor Palace. The Ice Emperor Palace is really omnipresent. The space wormhole is open, so you can go wherever you want in the future. It seems that traditional means of transportation will disappear in the dust of history. Brothers, don't think too much. How can the toll be cheap for a fast and convenient way of travel like a space wormhole? Also, you should check your wallet. Damn it, the wallet is empty. Isn't there anyone who is alert to the Beast Cave? There's still a threat to Xia country. Threat? What a threat! When the goddess of life read out the new rules just now, you didn't listen to a word. Hee, I was only looking at the goddess and didn't pay attention to these. I think you should go to the official website to learn about the new rules yourself. Then you will know why the Beast Cave is no longer a threat to us. Just when countless people were discussing the Ice Emperor Palace and the new rules, Xuanyuan Bo had already led Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu to go home. On the way, Mu Xingqian asked in a low voice, "My lord, I have some questions in my mind. I don't know whether I should speak them out or not." "Speak," Xuanyuan replied calmly. After the master came out of retreat this time, I always felt that the master was different from before. It's not that the strength is different. The feeling is indescribable. It's like a different person. In short, it gives me a strange feeling. Mu Xingqian expressed his doubts and was very nervous, fearing that he would cause dissatisfaction with Xuanyuan. It is indeed a different person. Xuanyuan did not reply to Mu Xingqian directly, but just sighed and whispered softly. Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu were confused. But seeing that Xuanyuan did not reply directly, they knew that they could not continue to ask. That was not something they should care about as subordinates. Shedu. Outside the villa of Xuanyuan's family, 3 figures suddenly descended without making any noise. Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand and said, "You two can go back too. I will stay at home with my parents for the next period of time and will inform you if there is anything." "Yes, we will take our leave." Mu Xingqian and Ouyang Yu bowed respectfully to Xuanyuan Bo and turned to leave. Xuanyuan Gao slowly walked towards the door of his house. "Son," a stream of light flew out of his hand, and the next second, Xueshang's fleshy little body appeared in the void, shaking its tiny lightning tail. "Master, I want to go back to cave number 003. Xuanyuan Bo was very surprised when he heard the sound and asked, "Why are you going back at this time? Hasn't your enemy been exterminated by you long ago? Is there anything else you care about there?" A hint of sadness flashed in Xueshang's pupils. Then he said slowly, "I can feel that the master will leave Blue and White Star soon. I don't know how long it will take before he comes back after this trip, so I want to go and pay homage to my parents again." Xuanyuan Bo looked curious and asked in surprise, "I didn't say anything, but you already know that I'm leaving Blue and White Star?" When the master said he would stay at home for a while, Xueshang knew that the master was leaving. After all, I have been with the master for such a long time, and I still know something about the master. Although I don't know what happened to the master in this retreat, the master will always be the master, and Xueshang will always follow the master's pace. Accompany the master to rule the world. After gently stroking Xueshang's white hair twice, Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand to build a space wormhole and said softly, "Go and come back early." "I know. Thank you, master." After saying that, Xueshang turned into a white stream of light and got into the wormhole. Then, Xuanyuan Gao turned around and walked into the courtyard. Looking at the 3 figures who had already noticed the movement outside, Xuanyuan Gao showed a smile on his lips. "Dad, Mom, Xiaoche, I'm back. Elder brother." I saw Xuanyuan Gao standing at the door. Xuanyuan Che roared excitedly, swooped down, and hugged Xuanyuan Xiao. "Xiaoche, you're almost 20, and you're still so young. Let go of your brother." Seeing that Xuanyuan Che didn't let go after hugging him for a long time, Yin laughed and scolded angrily. Although it was a light scolding, her tone was filled with pampering and pride. Her 2 sons, Yin, are both great among men. Hearing his mother's light scolding, Xuanyuan Che reluctantly let go of Xuanyuan Gao. "Come inside." Although Xuanyuan was also very excited, he was not as excited as Yin and Xuanyuan Che. However, after entering the room, the style of painting suddenly changed. Xuanyuan Che stood aside very consciously, while Yin Yin and Xuanyuan sat Xuanyuan Gong on the sofa and looked down at Xuanyuan Gong. A scrutinizing look. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Qi asked cautiously, "Mom, Dad, what do you mean?" Yin Yin sneered. "What do you mean? You have the nerve to ask us what we mean. My great boy, don't you think you're going too far by setting up such a huge force as the Ice Emperor Palace and hiding it from your family for so long? Don't you have anything to say?" Xuanyuan Gu smiled coquettishly. "Mom and Dad, what do I think this is? Don't get excited yet, and listen to my explanation. Okay, then you can quibble and let me see what you can say. Then, Mom, can you put down the kitchen knife in your hand first?" Xuanyuan Gao gently pointed to the knife in Yin Yan's hand that was shining with cold light. Xuanyuan thought that he would put away the kitchen knife after telling his mother. Who knows that in the blink of an eye, my mother Yin took an apple in her hand and kept peeling it. "It's okay. Just tell me your story and don't worry about me. Mom, as a part-time chef for you, father and son, it makes sense for me to carry a kitchen knife with me to peel an apple. It's reasonable. Mom, whatever you say is what it is." Xuanyuan smiled awkwardly at first. Then he asked, "Mom, what do you want to know?" Yin Yin and Xuanyuan looked at each other. They all said in unison, "Recruit them all truthfully." "All right, then let's start from 10 years ago. Parents, do you still remember my outing experience 10 years ago?" "Of course I remember. You told us that you wanted to go out to experience life and death, and wanted to break through to the mountain and river realm. I only found out later that you came back to break through to the War King realm." At this point, Yin Yin turned pale again with anger. Xuanyuan glanced at him. "Well, I did go to the Breakthrough King that time. I thought that the 12-year-old Breakthrough King would scare you, so I hid it." The creation of the Ice Emperor Palace also started from this outing for experience. During that experience, I gained 2 brothers and sisters, Shueshang and Zifeng and Ziyu, and then, when Xuanyuan Gao set up the Ice Emperor Palace, he told his parents and younger brother all the interesting and ups and downs along the way. The 3 of them were immediately in extreme shock. "Brother, you have started to do so many things at the age of 12. You are so awesome." Xuanyuan looked at his brother Xuanyuan Gao with admiration and was amazed. At this moment, Xuanyuan Ying's face was full of relief and pride, and he slowly said, "Son, you have really fulfilled the promise you made to me 10 years ago. Dad is proud of you. Control your subordinates, quell the beast tide, and suppress the beast den. Xiao Gao, you must have suffered a lot in these years, right?" Compared to Xuanyuan admiration and Xuanyuan Ying's pride and joy, Yin Yan's face was full of distress. "Actually, it's okay, Mom. Many things are done by my subordinates. I'm actually very relaxed, and it's not hard at all." Looking at Yin Yin with a distressed look on her face, Xuanyuan said softly, "But is it really as easy as he said? If Zifeng and others were here, they might have to refute. How could Xuanyuan Gao have been so relaxed in the past 10 years? He has suffered countless injuries, big and small. The most serious one was that he slept for 3 months before waking up under Yun Li's full treatment. One can imagine how serious the injury was." Although she knew that Xuanyuan Gao was lying, Xuanyuan and Yin did not speak at this moment, but she did not hide the distress in her eyes at all. "Son," Yin seemed to have thought of something and asked nervously, "Xiaojia, how are your injuries? Last time in Shanhaiguan, you suddenly vomited blood and frightened us all." "Yeah, brother, what's going on? With your strength, how could you get your hands on it?" Xuanyuan also interrupted at this time and asked. Xuanyuan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. Then it seemed like a major decision had been made. With a slight movement of his fingers, an invisible energy sank into Xuanyuan's body, sealing off the eavesdropping flame's spirit consciousness. The following words are not suitable for an outsider to hear. Then Xuanyuan Gao breathed a sigh of relief and said slowly, "That's not an injury. It's the backlash of inner demons caused by some messy memories." The backlash of inner demons caused by messy memories? Hearing this, Xuanyuan and the 3 of them felt a little strange at the moment. "Mom and Dad, this retreat reminded me of some things, so I may have to leave here after a while and go to the Central Star to find the answers I want." Xuanyuan Gao's words exploded in the minds of the three of them, like a thunderbolt from the blue. Xuanyuan Che immediately exclaimed, "What? Brother, are you going to Central Star? What are you going to do there?" It seemed that he was not aware of the profound meaning of Xuanyuan Gao's words. However, opposite him, his parents were stunned in place at this moment, seeming to be greatly shocked. "I remembered something. Go to Central Star to find out the answer." Yin Yin muttered this sentence softly, turned her head, and looked at Xuanyuan Ing, who was also stunned, and each saw the horror in the other's eyes. Now, thinking of Xuanyuan's various performances when he was a child, combining the cause and effect, they seemed to understand something. After a while, Yin Yin asked hesitantly, "Jir, what about you now?" At this moment, Xuanyuan Che seemed to understand the meaning of Xuanyuan Ao's words just now, and looked at Xuanyuan Ao nervously. Xuanyuan Gao had already expected everyone's performance. He stood up slowly, asked his parents to sit down, and then said with a serious face, "Mom and Dad, don't worry, I have not been affected by those memories. The plot of part of the father and the Xuanyuan clan is set later. He will definitely avenge the revenge of being attacked and framed in his previous life. Sooner or later, his identity will be exposed in his previous life, so he will tell his relatives this. It is reincarnation, but it will be dominated by this life. Although those memories are also mine, they are already clouds of the past. Perhaps I will make up for some regrets from my previous life and clear away the grudges from my previous life. But I will not live with the identity of my previous life. I will only have one identity from now on. That's your son, the brother who loves Xiaoche, Xuanyuan." After hearing what Xuanyuan Gong said, Yin Yin and Xuanyuan Ing felt relieved. It's good that it's not affected. Yin Yin patted her chest with lingering fear. Seeing that the atmosphere at the scene was a bit solemn, Xuanyuan Gao suddenly said to Yin Yin, "Mom, I'm hungry. I haven't eaten your delicious food for a long time." When Yin Yin heard this, a bright smile instantly appeared on her face, and she asked very gently, "Son, what do you want to eat? Mom will cook it for you. As long as it's made by Mom, I love to eat it." "Okay, I can still get your dad to help me today." After saying that, Yin Yin pulled Xuanyuan Ing Feng Feng Hua Hua towards the kitchen. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Gao noticed a strong wind coming from behind. I saw my younger brother Xuanyuan Che leaping up and hugging Xuanyuan Gao from behind, and asked curiously, "Brother, what was your identity in your previous life? Can you tell us about it?" Xuanyuan Jie smiled slightly, gently put his brother down and said, "Okay, but I haven't recovered much memory now. I had no close relatives in my previous life, not counting my adoptive father, so I cherish these family ties especially in this life." In the kitchen, looking at the harmonious scene between Brother Gong and Qin outside, Xuanyuan Ing and Yin Yin looked at each other and smiled. "No matter what, Jir will always be my baby born in 10 months of pregnancy. No one can change this, even if he was an emperor in his previous life. You have to call me Mom." "Yes, yes. My wife is the most powerful." 7 days later, on a huge river in Xia country, a blue figure came quietly and stood in the void with an outstanding figure. As soon as his figure appeared, the turbid river began to boil, like boiling water. Then, the river slowly shrank to both sides. An underwater passage that led to nowhere appeared in front of Xuanyuan Yu. Xuanyuan Yu was about to enter it. Suddenly, a golden figure flew out first, and a very excited voice came out of his mouth. "Uncle Nian, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming so that I could welcome you?" The golden figure was Ao Tsang, who was full of excitement at the moment, and kept looking at Xuanyuan Yu. There was a burning meaning in his dark golden pupils, which made Xuanyuan Yu feel very unnatural. "Wait, Ao Tsang, what are you calling me?" Xuanyuan Yu asked Ao Tsang blankly. "Uncle Nian, the ancestors told me that our dragon clan has strict rules. In addition, given your identity in your previous life, it is not too much to call you Uncle Nian." Xuanyuan held his forehead and said speechlessly, "How could Uncle Lai tell you all this? He will know sooner or later. Come in." At this moment, Ao Lai's voice echoed in their ears. After hearing this, The two walked inside and chatted. Ayo Tsang, the last time we met, we were still friends and brothers. I'm curious how you changed your mindset in such a short time. Faced with Xuanyuan's question, Ayo Tsang said softly, "It's easy to explain. When I was in the eggshell and hadn't been born yet, I had already heard about your legendary story from the elders of the clan. I have taken you as my role model since I was a child. Now that I know you are still alive, it's natural to let it go. Of course, calling you uncle will make it much easier to ask you for things in the future. Okay, so you're thinking about my peach blossom life, do? I was wondering why you were so easy to talk to. I refuse to accept you calling me that." Xuanyuan refused with a disgusted look on his face. "Too late. I've already called you that. So just accept this reality. Uncle Nian." Ao Tsang smiled, looking like a conspiracy that had succeeded. Xuanyuan rolled his eyes at him with disdain and instantly sped up a lot, not wanting to talk to this shameless nephew of the Dragon Emperor. "Hey, Uncle Nian, wait for me." I don't know how long I walked, but there was no light around. It was pitch black. But for Xuanyuan Bo and Ao Tsang, who were supreme masters, this environment was no different from daytime. Suddenly, a dark energy barrier blocked their way. Then Ao Tsang waved his hand, and a huge gap was torn in the energy barrier in front of him, and a bright light instantly shone from it. Xuanyuan Bo moved and instantly entered the barrier. Instantly, what appeared in his eyes was a world like a fairyland. Under his feet was a bottomless ocean, with countless dragons of various colors playing in it. Above the sky, clouds and mists were lingering, and countless large and small floating islands were intricately located. Above the floating islands, there were mountains, towering ancient trees, and aura, and all kinds of exotic flowers. Rare and exotic animals were walking on them. Deep in the island, a huge group of magnificent palaces loomed. "Welcome to Dragon Realm." Seeing Xuanyuan standing there in a daze, Ao Tsang thought that he was shocked by Dragon Realm and said proudly, "Uncle Nian, Dragon Realm is very—" However, before Ao Tsang finished speaking, he was ruthlessly interrupted by Xuanyuan. "Okay, you are still showing off in front of me. Don't forget that I also participated in the construction of Dragon Realm." Ao Tsang's face suddenly froze, and he said blankly, "Oh, I forgot that Uncle Nian also participated in the construction of Dragon Realm 100,000 years ago." When he turned his head to look at Xuanyuan, he found that the other party had already flown to an ordinary floating island that no one cared about. A moment later, Xuanyuan landed in a small pavilion built on the top of a mountain on the floating island. At this moment, there was already a slightly old figure sitting cross-legged on the ground quietly. There was a small stone table in front of him, on which was a purple clay teapot and several cups, with steam coming out of the mouth of the teapot. "Uncle Lai." Xuanyuan greeted Ao Lai first, then sat down naturally, picked up the other's teacup, and put it to his mouth. "You kid, why are you still like this?" Ao Lai was stunned at first, and then laughed and scolded. "Doesn't this make you look friendly?" Xuanyuan smiled. In front of Ao Lai, he was no longer cold as before, just as relaxed and natural as when he was with his parents. "Ancestor, Uncle Nian, why are you all sitting here instead of going to the main hall to discuss matters?" Ao Tsang, who arrived slowly, saw the two sitting cross-legged here, and asked curiously, "This has a special meaning for us. You won't understand even if I tell you. Stand aside and listen carefully." A trace of memory flashed in his eyes, and then Ao Lai spoke to Ao Tsang with some dissatisfaction. "Oh, okay." Standing pitifully aside, Ao Tsang stared at the two people in front of him with wide eyes. Ao Lai turned around and asked Xuanyuan Ko, "Nian boy, how much of your memory has been restored? What are your plans next?" Xuanyuan's expression turned serious when he heard this. "About 70%. My memory has only been restored to the time when I became an emperor, and I have no clue about the rest. During this period, scenes of tragic battles kept flashing through my mind. Whenever I wanted to explore deeper, the pain in my mind would wake me up. So next, I plan to return to the Central Star to find back the lost memories and make up for some regrets. Also, I want to find the person who caused my death." When he said the last sentence, Xuanyuan's voice became cold and full of murderous intent. "By the way, Uncle Ai, you can call me Xuanyuan or Xiao. Han Yin is a thing of the past for me. From now on, there will only be Bindi Xuanyuan, and no more Bindi Han Yin." Ao Lai frowned for a moment, and then relaxed, saying, "This is good because of the Red Dragon Dynasty. The name Han Yin is a taboo in the Central Star. If you use the name Xuanyuan, at least you will save a lot of trouble. I knew you wanted to go back to the Central Star. After all, your childhood sweetheart is still waiting for you." Ao Lai seemed to have thought of something, and a meaningful expression appeared on his face. Xuanyuan blushed for a rare time. "Uncle Ai, please stop making fun of me. I don't know if Ling Long will recognize me if I go back with my current identity. You are talking nonsense. With the childhood sweetheart relationship between you and her, how could she not recognize you? Are you still the Ice Emperor Han Yin I know? Why are you so timid now?" Seeing Xuanyuan's tone was a little unconfident, Ao Lai cursed angrily. "Let's not talk about this, Uncle Lai. I came here to find out about the battle 100,000 years ago, and whether I sent you any news when I fell. When my memory just recovered, I felt that your divine consciousness had been lingering in the Ice Emperor Palace. Did you know my identity a long time ago?" Xuanyuan stared at Ao Lai closely, trying to see something from his expression. Facing Xuanyuan's question, Ao Lai took a sip of tea and said slowly, "I didn't know your identity a long time ago, and it can be said that I have been keeping a trace of your true spirit. When you died, you did tell me some things, including who one of the murderers was. It seems that my guess is right. Uncle Lai, you really know. What message did I leave you back then? Who was the real culprit that caused my death? Why is a trace of my true spirit preserved with you? Uncle Lai, please ask Uncle Lai to clear up my doubts." After hearing Ao Lai's words, Xuanyuan Gao looked very excited. At this moment, he was eager to know the answer and relieve the doubts in his heart. Even Ao Tsang on the side was looking forward to it with excitement. He had asked Ao Lai similar questions a few days ago, but the other party did not reply. Ao Lai looked at the two excited expressions, slowly put down the teacup in his hand, and said softly, 100,000 years ago, foreign lands invaded the 10-star realm. Uncle Lai, I know something about this." "Huh? Didn't your memory only recover to the time when you just became emperor? How do you know this?" Ao Lai asked with some confusion. "A year or two ago, I met a strong man who called himself Flame Saint in a secret realm. He told me some things. Fire Saint? It should be Flame Dome. I remember that the little guy was unwilling to leave the Blue and White Star in the end, and was banned by the traitor Qilong. He was unable to go to the Central Star. He could only stay in the Blue and White Star and other 9 planets that had exhausted their spiritual energy. Planet activities? According to his strength in the middle stage of the Great Sage Realm, and being alone with no power or resources to support him, logically speaking, he shouldn't still be alive, right?" Ao Lai thought for a moment, remembered the identity of Yin Sheng, and then became a little curious. "Xuanyuan," Jess said softly. "He died, but due to some coincidences, his soul was preserved and is now stored in the weapon in my brother's hand." "That's it?" Ao Lai looked like he suddenly realized. Suddenly, Xuanyuan Jie seemed to have thought of something. "By the way, Uncle Lai, Yin Sheng told me that when the war in foreign lands was at its peak, he felt a shocking battle erupting in the starry sky, and then the 10-star realms were retreating. Do you know who is fighting this battle?" When Ao Tsang heard this, a trace of loneliness and helplessness flashed across his pupils, as well as a deep hatred, and he spoke in a very low voice. "I know. I'm involved too. The foreign race suddenly attacked on that day, and 7 emperors and most of the elites were dispatched. The battle was extremely fierce. I thought it was just a strong attack. What I never expected. Their real target in that battle was you. They sent out 3 emperors to ambush you, although the enemy's fate was very miserable, with 1 dead, 1 maimed, and 2 seriously injured. But they still completely left you in the starry sky. When I got the news and broke through all the obstacles to reach the starry sky, everything was too late. The starry sky was in a mess. The battle was over. Ao Lai looked at Xuanyuan Bo slightly apologetically, as if he was blaming himself for not helping in the first place. Wait a minute, ancestor. Didn't you just say that 3 emperors were dispatched from a foreign land? How come 4 people were killed, 1 maimed, and 2 seriously injured? Ao Tsong seemed to have discovered something strange and asked curiously. Because one of the people involved in the sneak attack is the Emperor of the 10-star realms. When Ao Lai said this, he looked like he was gritting his teeth, and his eyes were full of resentment towards that person. It must be Qi Xiaodian. At this time, Xuanyuan Gao suddenly made a cold voice. How did you know it was him? Ao Lai's face was full of confusion. He hadn't said anything yet, so how could Xuanyuan Gao know about it again? Because every time I think of this name, there will be a great resentment in my heart, which cannot be calmed down for a long time. Xuanyuan Gao said slowly. It is indeed Qi Xiaodian. He used to live in your shadow. In order to get rid of you 100,000 years ago, he revealed your whereabouts to a foreign land, which caused you to be trapped in a killing array and besieged by the 4 emperors. Ao Tsong on the side heard this and looked at Xuanyuan Gao in shock with his mouth wide open. Under such circumstances, Uncle Nian, you can actually cause 1 death, 1 disability, and 2 serious injuries. It's too scary. Oh no, ancestor. Weren't you already too late when you arrived? How could you know such news? Is it because they failed to clean up the battlefield? Ao Lai sneered and said, how could it not be cleaned up? There is nothing in that space, except for a mess. There is no trace at all. The reason why I know it was them who did it is because I accidentally discovered a trace of the remaining true spirit in Han Yin's broken soul card and learned it from his mouth. Uncle Lai, are you talking about the soul card from childhood? Xuanyuan Jie seemed to have thought of something and asked suddenly. That's right. After I learned about your death, I hurriedly returned to the clan to check the soul card you left behind when you were a child, to see if it was really completely shattered. When the broken soul card was placed in front of me, I almost despaired, but I had to accept this cruel fact. However, just when I was holding up the soul card with all my thoughts, your voice suddenly appeared in my mind. Tell me intermittently that it was Qi Xiaodian who united with the 3 emperors from the foreign land to attack you, and told me not to take revenge, but to protect and nurture the trace of true spirit attached to this soul card, and wait for the opportunity to reincarnate you. After getting all this, I am overjoyed. After all, there is still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, after the disaster in the foreign land is over, I have ordered the ancestral dragon court not to be involved in any actions that Qi Xiaodian makes. Even if the other party extracts the spiritual veins of the 9 planets, I will be indifferent, just to stay in the dragon realm and take good care of the trace of true spirit that gave birth to you. After listening to what Ao Lai said, Xuanyuan, you hadn't spoken yet. Ao Tsong couldn't help but speak first. Ancestor, I still have one thing unclear. Since you know that it was Qi Xiaodian who did it, why didn't you leak this news, but concealed it instead? I don't believe that once Uncle Xian died, there would be no other emperors who could restrain and counter him. He is a person who colluded with the enemy in the foreign land. Ao Lai said lightly. If I told it at that time, the 10-star realm would be completely finished. Although Qi Xiaodian had reached a certain deal with the other party, he would not give up the resources and foundation of the 10-star realm. Although I don't know what he thinks now, at least at that time, he just hated Han Yin, not really betraying the 10-star realm. If he completely broke with the 10-star realm, then there might be no need for the foreign land to take action, and the 10-star realm's own internal strife would be enough to fall apart. So that's it. Ao Tsong muttered softly after hearing this. At this moment, Xuanyuan Lu suddenly said, Uncle Lai, since my true spirit is in the dragon realm, how could it run to the human race again? I remember when I was a child, you kept talking about how great it would be if I were a dragon. Now that you have this opportunity, why did you let me go again? Ao Lai looked very unhappy after hearing this, and said in a gloomy voice, Do you think I don't want to? I even prepared the dragon egg for your reincarnation, but who knew that someone would take you away at the last minute? What? Taken away? Who can take my true spirit from my previous life from you? Uncle Lai, Xuanyuan Lu asked in a deep voice. I remember that was more than 200 years ago. Because of the revival of the spiritual energy of the blue and white star, I was awakened for a few years. I thought the time was almost right, and your soul was almost nurtured, so it was time for you to reincarnate. However, just when I took you out of the place where you were nurtured, the dragon realm suddenly cracked with an astonishing crack, and a huge hand stretched out from it and took you away directly. I was so angry at the time. Just when I wanted to break through the dragon realm to find you, a voice containing imperial power suddenly resounded in my mind. Stop! He does not belong to your dragon clan. You will meet again soon. His voice was very vague. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, and I didn't know where it came from. His strength was too terrifying, perhaps not much different from your peak, or even stronger. The pressure I felt from him was too strong. So under his persuasion and intimidation, I could only compromise, and then fell into a deep sleep again. Xuanyuan murmured softly. An unknown existence comparable to my peak. Who exactly is it? Could it be? Unknown, terrifying strongman? Who would take away Uncle Nian's true spirit? When will it be released for reincarnation? Aotsong was also full of curiosity at this moment. I don't know about this ancestor either. By the way, Han, Shaoli, do you have any special or abnormal conditions now? Do you need me to check if anyone has done anything to you? Aolai seemed to have thought of something and asked with some concern. Xuanyuan Li looked calm, but no one knew what he was thinking. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Uncle Lai, I don't have any physical problems for the time being. Don't worry. If that mysterious strongman really did something to me, I don't think we can find out anything by ourselves. Xuanyuan Li didn't plan to tell anyone about the system. The system once said that no one could discover his existence, and he had no way to explain it. Although he himself had many doubts in his heart, he could only slowly seek answers in the future. That's true. If that kind of existence really wanted to harm you, they wouldn't have kept you here until now, but you can't be careless. If you find anything wrong, you must deal with it in time. Ao Lai nodded first, and then warned carefully. Don't worry, Uncle Lai. Since I'm back in this life, I won't give anyone a chance to plot against me this time. Xuanyuan's tone was very firm. As long as you understand. By the way, Uncle Lai, do you have any news about Ling Long? I know that Qi Xiaoyan's band can't seal you. You must have returned to the Central Star. How is she now? You guessed wrong. I can indeed return to the Central Star, but I have never been back once. I just don't want to see those who disgust me. Ao Lai chuckled. But I do know one of the news. Didn't you go? How do you know? Xuanyuan looked curious. I didn't go, but the noise was so loud that I woke up even though I was still sleeping. Uncle Lai, what happened to wake you up from your deep sleep? Xiao Ling Long became an emperor. What? Is this true? Xuanyuan Yu was overjoyed when he heard the news. I can still remember Xiao Ling Long's aura. It can't be wrong. The imperial power came from the secret realm of the starry sky. I think she got some opportunity in it. Ao Lai's tone was very sure. Then I'm relieved. Xuanyuan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Xuanyuan Yu and others chatted happily in this small pavilion, and bursts of laughter came from time to time. Time passed slowly. If it weren't for a piece of news that interrupted everyone, they would have chatted for 3 days and 3 nights. After all, Xuanyuan Yu and Ao Lai had too many things to say to each other. When Xuanyuan Yu saw the message Yunli sent him, he raised his eyebrows and asked Ao Lai softly, Uncle Lai, do you know anything about the space wormhole that appeared over Yanjing? Are you talking about the bronze portal? Ao Lai slowly put down his teacup, his face thoughtful. Yes. My men just reported to me that the door to the secret realm is now shining, covered with rosy clouds, and is slowly opening. Ao Lai frowned slightly and said, In my memory, there seems to be a little bit of childhood fragments. It seems that I have entered, but it is indeed very vague. After all, it is too long ago. Besides that, there is no other impression. Uncle Lai, you have been on the blue and white star for nearly 200,000 years. Is your secret realm so old? Xuanyuan, you seemed a little surprised. I have only lived for 200,000 years, which is just a drop in the ocean for the blue and white star. Don't underestimate the blue and white star. This ancient planet was once extremely glorious. I've learned a lesson. Then, Uncle I plan to take a look. Maybe there is something helpful in it. Then Xuanyuan Bo stood up and said goodbye to Ao Lai. Okay, tell me in advance when you are sure to return to the Central Star. Although you have many secrets and strength now, I will open up a space channel for you. It will be safer, Ao Lai said softly. Hearing this, Xuanyuan Bo felt a warm current in his heart. Even if 100,000 years have passed, Ao Lai still thinks about him all the time. Thank you, Uncle Lai. Take care. In the shocked eyes of Ao Tsang, Xuanyuan Bo knelt down and bowed to Ao Lai. Facing Xuanyuan Bo's bow, Ao Lai did not choose to stop it. Instead, he accepted it with pleasure and nodded with a face full of satisfaction. After receiving this greeting, Ao Lai immediately stepped forward to help Xuanyuan Bo up, still mumbling. Why do you have to do such a big ceremony? Get up quickly. Uncle Lai, I'll leave first, and I'll come back another day when I have time. After Xuanyuan Bo stood up, he said softly again and was about to leave. Seeing this, Ao Tsang immediately said, I'll go too. I'm also interested in this ancient secret realm. However, before Xuanyuan Bo could say anything, Ao Lai took the lead and said to him, Xiao Tsang, don't go. I have something to tell you. Zulong Court doesn't lack that opportunity. Ao Tsang said bitterly when he heard this. Why don't you want me to go? I think you, the ancestor, are biased towards Uncle Nien. If I tell you to stay, then stay. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ao Lai scolded him unhappily. Okay. Ao Tsang nodded reluctantly. Seeing this, Xuanyuan Bo stopped, and with a thought, a silver space ring flew towards Ao Tsang. My eldest nephew, the peach blossom wine and life due promised to you earlier are considered gifts from your uncle. After saying that, Xuanyuan Bo disappeared instantly. Ao Tsang stretched out his hand to take the space ring and said with a smile, I thought you forgot. Let me see what a surprise my uncle can give my nephew. However, when he poured his spiritual thoughts into the space ring and saw the mountains of peach blossom wine and life dew, his mouth opened wide in shock. Then he yelled angrily, Fuck! Xuanyuan Bo, is this what you call precious? Earlier I asked you for a few altars, and you looked distressed. Now there are tens of thousands of altars. You told me that this is precious. How can you deceive me? How miserable! Stop! At this moment, Ao Tsang looked angry and shouted loudly, regardless of his seniority. Snap! What do you call him? After receiving a heavy blow on the back of his head, Ao Tsang turned his head dissatisfied and looked at Ao Lai, who stretched out his palm. Chow Ali, who looked aggrieved, complained, Ancestor, you don't even know how hateful Uncle Zhao is. I used to. After Ao Tsang told all the things Xuanyuan Bo had done to him one by one. Not only did Ao Lai not say that Xuanyuan Bo was not good, but he said that Xuanyuan Bo had been a bad thief in this life, which made him feel more at ease. When Ao Tsang heard this, his eyes were filled with resentment, and he could no longer help expressing his doubts to Ao Lai. Ancestor, there is something I don't understand. Please clarify it. Speak. Why does Xuanyuan, Uncle Jie, respect you so much? Why do you favor him so much? After listening to Ao Tsang's doubts, Ao Lai chuckled and said something that shocked Ao Tsang on the spot. Why? Because Ice Emperor Han Yin, was raised by me, Ao Lai. Is this reason enough? What? Ice Emperor Han Yin was actually raised by you, the ancestor. Such an important matter. Why is there no record of it in the clan? Ao Tsang, who was greatly shocked, asked in a lost voice. Ao Lai waved his hand, signaling Ao Tsang to calm down. Calm down? Because few people know about this, and we don't want to spread it. The clan deliberately didn't record it. More than 100,000 years ago, my son got lost in a forbidden area and died. At that time, I was desperate and chose to travel and relax. I accidentally passed by a snowy area on the Central Star and found him surrounded by a group of children. He should have been born not long ago. I don't know who threw him in the snow and was surrounded by a group of children crying. I felt sorry for him, So I adopted him and named him Han Yin. His appearance also gave me a little spiritual comfort and gradually let me get out of the grief of losing my own children. In the time I spent with him growing up, he brought me a lot of joy. He was also very sensible and obedient on weekdays, which made me live a warm and happy life. But after he became an adult, I let him go and expelled him from my shelter. What I never expected was that he grew up too fast. It took 1,000 years to become an emperor. It's simply shocking. Han Yin's life is legendary. He has been smooth sailing all the way, and no one can stop him. You should know that except for leading him to the path of cultivation at the beginning, I have never given him any other help. Almost no one even knows that he is my adopted son, and I have never borrowed my name. In the years that followed, the 10-star realm was already Han Yin's era. All the proud sons of heaven lived under his shadow, even if someone became an emperor later. After listening to Ao Lai's story, Ao Tsang opened his mouth wide and didn't recover from the shock for a long time. Then why did he call you Uncle Lai instead of father or adoptive father? When he was a child, he called me father, but later I corrected him to Uncle Lai. Ao Lai said nonchalantly, "Why? After all, I am not his biological father, and the Dragon Clan has strict rules. If the old guys in the clan knew about it, there would be a lot of trouble. This is what neither of us wants to see. Besides, the feelings between us are in our hearts, and it doesn't matter what we call each other." Ao Lai said in a very calm tone. "That's true. No wonder he knelt to you just now, and you didn't refuse." Ao Lai heard the voice, rolled his eyes at Ao Tsang and said, "It's natural for a son to kneel to his father. Why should I refuse? Besides, this is what Han Yin owes me. What do you owe you? You owe me 100,000 years of waiting and companionship." Shawa, Yinjing. At this moment, the city of Yinjing was noisy. Countless people looked up at the ancient bronze portal that slowly opened in the sky, with expectations on their faces. But no one dared to step forward. It was not because they were afraid of the bronze portal, but because they were afraid of the 15 masked figures standing proudly between heaven and earth. The countless forces and people below were talking about it. The 3 emperors and 12 generals of the Ice Emperor Palace are all here. It seems that the Ice Emperor Palace attaches great importance to this secret realm. Aren't you talking nonsense? Since the great changes in the world, this is the first secret realm revealed to the world. I don't know what kind of treasures are contained in it. Who wouldn't covet it? I don't know if we can get a share of it. I don't think it's safe. Looking at the posture of the Ice Emperor Palace, I'm afraid that all the members will be dispatched. How can we compete with them? Don't be too absolute. Didn't the new rules just come out? The new rules say that the secret realm is not owned by individual forces, and anyone is qualified to enter. Is that so? I said it, but you haven't heard a word. What? Rules are used to restrain the weak, and the strong are here to make rules. Do you think the system established by the Ice Emperor Palace can check and balance them? It's better to stay here honestly. I don't care. If they don't let us in, I will definitely protest against the new rules. I believe that many people will have the same idea as me at that time. Then you try it. I hope you can succeed. Just try it. Just as countless people were talking, several military fighters appeared in the sky of Yinjing with sonic booms. And then several familiar figures walked out of them. Xuanyuan Ingmu Yi Gongsu. After seeing the noisy situation at the scene, Xuanyuan coughed twice and said slowly, "Everyone calm down first. I know you are all very anxious, but don't be anxious. I, Xuanyuan, want to assure everyone here that no one will monopolize this secret realm, and no force can ignore the new rules. The degree of danger of this secret realm is not yet known. Once it is understood clearly, all qualified personnel will be allowed to enter." Looking at Xuanyuan Ying's righteous assurance, the people below suddenly became quiet. If others said this, they might not believe it, but Xuanyuan was different. His son Xuanyuan Yu is now the #1 person of the Blue and White Star clan, and his words are extremely convincing. Then someone from below shouted loudly, "Since General Xuanyuan has made a guarantee, we will wait and see." Yes, General Xuanyuan, we believe you. Just when everyone was eagerly looking at the slowly opening bronze door, their hearts were itching unbearably. Xuanyuan Jie's outstanding figure appeared quietly in the sky. Grown-ups! After seeing Xuanyuanqiu's arrival, Liming Zifeng and the other 12 generals of the three emperors bowed to Xuanyuanqiu at the same time. After saying hello to Xuanyuan, Xuanyuan Gong turned to Yun Li and others and asked, "What's going on now?" Yun Li respectfully replied after hearing the sound, "Sir, I haven't found any useful information. The restrictions around this bronze gate are very scary. Brother Chen just tried it, but he felt the threat of death before he got too close. Then he immediately backed off. My subordinates believe that perhaps only after the bronze door is opened can its mysterious veil be unveiled." Hearing the sound, Xuanyuan Gao stared at the secret entrance in the distance with a thoughtful look on his face. The stars can't even get close to it. It seems that the level of the secret realm is very high. Then just wait. Time passes slowly. Under the eyes of everyone who was expecting it, the bronze door finally opened completely, and the surrounding restrictions dissipated. At the moment it was turned on, vast spiritual energy spurted out, and the sky was instantly dyed golden yellow by the rays of light. The shining light made everyone almost unable to open their eyes. Then an ancient dull voice came out, instantly pouring cold water on countless people's hearts. The realm of Nirvana can be entered. Those who enter the realm of Nirvana will surely die. Hear this ancient sound that echoes throughout the world. Countless powerful people below who had not reached the Nirvana realm roared unwillingly. No! Why should there be such a realm restriction? I'm only one step away from entering the realm of Nirvana. I thought this secret realm would be an opportunity for me to advance, but I didn't expect that I couldn't even enter the door. I'm not willing to give in. I want to see if it is true that you will die if you enter. A man roared and rose into the sky, turning into a bolt of lightning and flying towards the open bronze door. Xuanyuan and the others saw this and did not stop him. After all, this was the other party's own choice. But just when he stepped through the door, countless runes of various shapes appeared on the bronze door again. Immediately afterwards, a sharp light emitted from the runes, and his body suddenly exploded unexpectedly. Snowflakes flew everywhere, and scarlet blood stained the bronze door. Then, in full view of everyone, the blood slowly blended into it and returned to its original appearance. At this moment, this bronze door is like a portal that eats people, with its ferocious fangs spread out, waiting for prey to come to the door one by one. Hiss! Seeing this strange scene, those who had not reached the Nirvana realm looked horrified and took a breath. It's so scary. I think I'd better go home and wash up and sleep. This place is not suitable for me. I have no connection with this secret realm. So say goodbye. My mother called me home for dinner, so I left first. Many people found reasons one after another with sincerity to leave this sad place, and some stayed. However, they did not want to be this guinea pig again, but wanted to know what it would be like to enter the Nirvana realm. How many people go in, how many people can come out, and how much their strength will change if they come out alive. After all, people are curious. Seeing the appearance of this peak martial emperor when he fell, now around the secret realm, there are countless Nirvana realm powerhouses. You look at me, and I look at you. No one dares to act rashly. After all, this secret realm is too magical, and they dare not touch it without permission. They only hope that a fierce person will come to explore the way for them. Seeing that no one dared to move, Xuanyuan licked his lips and moved slightly. Ling Mingho, Yushan, my subordinate is here. Liming Hao, whose whole body was covered in armor, and Yushan, a tall and muscular man, replied respectfully. One of you is protected by armor, and the other has strong physical defense. Go up and have a look first. If you notice anything wrong, get back immediately. Yes. Following Xuanyuan Jie's order, the two immediately set off towards the bronze gate without any hesitation, even though they knew there was great danger ahead. Just as the two of them slowly approached the bronze door, suddenly, Xuanyuan, The time has come. It's time to return to the clan. An old voice came quietly into Xuanyuan Ying's mind, and just when he was stunned, his consciousness blurred for an instant. Unknown energy suddenly burst out in his mind and spread to his whole body in an instant. What is surprising is that Xuanyuan Gong is standing next to his father, but he is not aware of it at all. It seems that the other party has separated him and Xuanyuan Ying into two spaces. Immediately afterwards, Xuanyuan Ying, who was standing next to Xuanyuan Jie, had his pupils blurred and his consciousness blurred. Then his body seemed to be under control, and he flew towards the bronze door involuntarily. Almost instantly, he surpassed Liming Hao and Yu Shan. The speed is extremely fast and jaw-dropping. "Dad, what are you doing?" Seeing Xuanyuan Ying suddenly flying towards the secret realm entrance without saying hello, Xuanyuan Gong noticed something was wrong and shouted a few times, but Xuanyuan Ying didn't seem to hear half of it and continued to move forward quickly without any response. When Xuanyuan Gao saw this, he frowned and noticed something unusual. With a movement of his body, he stopped in front of the bronze gate, trying to stop his father's actions. But what he never expected was that after touching his father Xuanyuan Ying's body, an extremely powerful force burst out from his body and instantly knocked it back. Then his figure surged again, and he rushed directly into the bronze gate, leaving Xuanyuan Gao standing blankly in the void with a gloomy face. What? Why did General Xuanyuan send his son flying? What happened? Why does it feel like General Xuanyuan has changed? Countless people looked at this scene in extreme shock, wondering what happened to the father and son Xuanyuan Ying and Xuanyuan Gao. On the other side, he watched his father's figure disappear into the bronze door. Xuanyuan Gao said with a gloomy face, "You dare to use this kind of soul control method on my father. You are really seeking death." Then he said to the people around him, "Ling Mingho, Yushan, get back. Xingchen, you lead them all to guard here. No members of the Ice Emperor Palace are allowed to step inside until I show up. Sir, why don't we accompany you?" Mu Xingchen hadn't finished speaking yet. Xuanyuan Gao glanced at him and said, "Execute the order." "Yes." Mu Xingchen immediately bowed his hands respectfully and replied. Just when Xuanyuan was standing in front of the bronze gate, about to go in, he seemed to have thought of something, and then turned to Mu Xingchen below and said, "Xingchen, if the Nirvana realm of other forces in the Xia Kingdom wants to enter the secret realm, don't stop them. You can discuss the specific matters with your father." Xingchen understands. Mu Xingchen nodded slightly. After explaining all this, Xuanyuan Yu went into the strange bronze gate without looking back. Seeing Xuanyuan Yu enter the secret realm, Mu Xingchen appeared beside his father Mu Yi in a flash and whispered a few words. He said loudly, "People with the strength of Nirvana can now enter the secret realm. However, the current danger level of this secret realm is still unknown. So please think carefully before making a decision. Don't ruin your life because of a momentary impulse. That's all I have to say. Everyone, please." Mu Xingchen made a gesture of invitation with one hand. However, no one dared to step forward. They just saw the scene where Xuanyuan Ying seemed to be controlled by some unknown existence. They couldn't help but feel a little scared. After a long time, after a series of difficult choices, some Nirvana masters from some forces finally set off. With the mentality of seeking wealth and honor in danger, they rushed into the secret realm. With the beginning, naturally, countless people followed one after another. In a short moment, at least 50 Nirvana realm masters entered. Even many Nirvana realm masters from the military entered in order to explore some rare treasures that could enhance their strength. After this invasion of the Central Star, they also saw a wider world and knew what they lacked most now. In order to protect the territory of Daxia, they must become stronger. Now, behind this unknown bronze gate, there may be an opportunity for them to become stronger, and they don't want to let it go. Even if the road ahead is unknown and full of crises, Xuanyuan's biggest background in this life is about to appear. At the same time, after entering the secret realm of the Bronze Gate, Xuanyuan Qi appeared in a huge space. The spiritual energy was dense, the ancient trees were towering, and all kinds of birds and beasts were everywhere. It looked like a blessed land of immortals. However, before Xuanyuan Qi could explore this space and find the breath left on his father Xuanyuan Ing by the previous attack, the space in front of him twisted, and an extreme suction force came out from the space in front of him. Even with Xuanyuan Qi's strength, he couldn't get rid of it. Then, after a dizzy moment, Xuanyuan Qi appeared again in front of a gate that exuded an ancient atmosphere. Behind the gate, there were courtyards with a very old feel, and there were many people coming and going. A world within a world? Xuanyuan Qi whispered softly. His eyes casually scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his pupils widened and he was shocked, as if he had seen something incredible. In his sight, a huge stone tablet stood horizontally at the side of the gate. On the stone tablet covered with traces of time, the 4 characters Xuanyuan Inner Clan were engraved in vigorous and powerful words. These 4 characters seemed to attract Xuanyuan's sight, as if they had some magic power, and he could not move away for a long time. How is this possible? Xuanyuan's face was extremely shocked, and his mind was full of thoughts. It seemed that a cloud of fog suddenly appeared in his mind. He had a feeling that as long as he walked into this ancient gate, all the doubts and mysteries would be revealed. Just when he was stunned, "Since you are here, come in. Follow the direction of the jade pendant. The doubts in your heart and the answers you want are all at the end." An old voice suddenly came into Xuanyuan's ears, and the voice was erratic, and it was not possible to detect which direction it came from. Then an exquisite jade pendant appeared in front of Xuanyuan out of thin air. Hearing the voice, Xuanyuan frowned slightly, with countless doubts and guesses in his heart. After thinking for a moment, he took a step forward. After he set off, the jade pendant seemed to be endowed with some spirituality, shining with brilliance and flying in one direction. Xuanyuan followed closely behind. The speed of the jade pendant in front was very fast, but Xuanyuan could always see its shadow, as if it was deliberately keeping a distance. What surprised Xuanyuan was that the jade pendant did not fly towards the intricate courtyard manor, but around its edge. Although a little surprised, Xuanyuan did not think much and followed the direction of the jade pendant. I don't know how long it took. The jade pendant brought Xuanyuan to a deep pool. Above this deep pool, Xuanyuan Ying's body was floating in the air, wrapped in endless energy, and it didn't seem to be a big deal. Seeing that his father was not hurt, Xuanyuan was relieved, and then turned his eyes to a white-haired old man fishing with a fishing rod by the deep pool. "Who are you? Why did you bring my father here?" Xuanyuan asked cautiously. Although the white-haired old man in front of him did not show any aura, just like an ordinary person without cultivation, Xuanyuan did not dare to slack off. Just because the system issued a warning to him for the first time. Unknown identity. Unknown strength. Please treat it with caution. The sudden warning from the system shocked Xuanyuan extremely, and his pupils shrank slightly. Although it did not show on his face, his body was already highly tense. In the years since he got the system, this was the first time that the system gave such a high-value warning, which was enough to prove that the old man in front of him was definitely not as simple as it seemed. However, after he asked, the old man did not respond at all, and his eyes were always staring at the fishing line floating on the water, as if waiting for the big catch. Seeing this, Xuanyuan slowly walked forward, gathered a chair, picked up another fishing rod beside the old man, threw the fishing line into the deep pool, sat beside the old man, and waited quietly. The old man remained unmoved. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The two of them ignored each other. The old man stared at the fishing line, while Xuanyuan kept his eyes firmly on his father. At this time, Xuanyuan was not in a hurry, because he could feel that his father Xuanyuan Ying's breath was normal at the moment, and his body was undergoing an incredible transformation. Adding the 4 big characters on the stone tablet at the door, all these things together seemed to have some answers in his heart. Time passed by minute. The old man's fishing rod seemed to move, and ripples gradually appeared on the water surface. Suddenly, "Found it," the old man whispered softly, and then suddenly lifted the fishing rod. Splash! A huge splash exploded on the water surface. Xuanyuan stared at it with a puzzled look on his face, and saw that the end of the fishing line was actually connected to a ball of light emitting an extreme halo. Then, before Xuanyuan you could ask a question, the ball of light sank directly into the body of Xuanyuan floating above the deep pool. Xuanyuan didn't have a chance to react. What are you doing? What is that ball of light? Why did it merge into my father's body? After Xuanyuan came to his senses, he turned his head and questioned the old man. Facing Xuanyuan's questioning, the old man turned his head slightly and said to Xuanyuan, "That was originally his thing. Don't worry, little guy. I won't do anything bad to your father." "Who exactly is your excellency?" Xuanyuan stared at the old man with a serious expression. "I am your second grandfather." The old man slowly put away the fishing rod and said something shocking. Xuanyuan Jie's face was very ugly, and he said angrily, "Even if the senior is very powerful, isn't it too much to talk nonsense like this?" "What's too much?" "Xuanyuan is the son of my eldest brother. Shouldn't you call me second grandfather?" The old man seemed to have expected Xuanyuan to have such an expression, and said very calmly, "What? How is this possible? My father clearly said that he has no other relatives. How can you be my second grandfather?" Xuanyuan loudly questioned the old man. "What your father said is right, but that is just the memory I implanted in him according to the instructions of the ancestor. If you don't believe it, your father's memory will be restored later, and you will know everything naturally," the old man said carelessly while packing up the fishing gear. Hearing this, Xuanyuan slowly calmed down. "Although I have already believed it in my heart, after all, such a strong man would not make such a joke for no reason, and there is no need to lie to him. But I still have to wait for my father Xuanyuan to wake up to confirm it." As if thinking of something, Xuanyuan continued to ask the old man, "I just passed by those courtyards. There are countless strong men in them. Anyone placed in the central star is a strong man, not to mention Lanbaxing. Since the Xuanyuan clan has such a strong strength, why don't you help Lanbaxing solve the previous dilemma?" Hearing this, the old man said slowly, "The Xuanyuan clan cannot be too involved in the affairs of the 10-star realm. Otherwise, how could the Xuanyuan clan only have your father outside?" "Wait a minute. You are saying that the Xuanyuan clan cannot get too involved in the affairs of the 10-star realms, not the affairs of the blue and white stars. What is the origin of the Xuanyuan clan?" Xuanyuan Jie looked at the old man with eyes widened and asked as if he noticed something. "You are quite good at picking the key points." The old man glanced at Xuanyuan Jie with interest. "You don't need to know the origin of the Xuanyuan clan now. You just need to know that the Xuanyuan clan is very strong." "How strong?" "No one in the 10-star realms can stop what the Xuanyuan clan wants to do." Hearing this, Xuanyuan Gao was greatly shocked. Being able to say such words was a symbol of the Xuanyuan clan's confidence in their own strength. He was stunned for a moment. Xuanyuan Jie suddenly asked again, "With my senior's cultivation and the background of the Xuanyuan clan, why did I ignore what Qi Shaotian did 100,000 years ago? Is it possible that my senior was lying?" The old man waved his hand and said, "I said the Xuanyuan clan cannot get too involved in the affairs of the 10-star realms. The 10-star realms have this kind of calamity. If they are not destroyed, they will not be established. Nirvana will be reborn. What's more, everything started because of you, and it will naturally end because of you." "You?" Xuanyuan's body suddenly tensed up, and he looked at the old man in shock. "You don't have to be so surprised and nervous. Only a few old guys in the Xuanyuan clan know your identity. I know you have a lot of doubts, but now is not the time to answer them for you. Everything needs to be explored, and explored by yourself. With your amazing talent and talent in your previous life, I believe you can do it soon. Xuanyuan has learned a lesson. Why don't you believe that I am your second grandfather now?" The old man turned his head slightly and asked, "I believe it. I believe that as a senior, you would not make such a joke on me." Xuanyuan Gao replied after hearing this, "What should I call it now?" "Second grandpa." Xuanyuan Gao saluted very respectfully. Since he has this background in this life, why should he resist? Okay. After hundreds of thousands of years, the inheritance of eldest brother's lineage has finally started again. The old man laughed twice, ignoring Xuanyuan's shocked gaze, and waved his hand, and the jade pendant that guided Xuanyuan here floated in front of Xuanyuan. This is your gift for changing your mind. Ignoring the jade pendant in front of him, Xuanyuan Bo asked in shock. Second Grandpa, I would like to ask how old you are? I don't remember exactly how many hundreds of thousands of years it was. I've lived so long that I've forgotten it. By the way, I have some impressions of the father of that little guy, Ao Lai. Xuanyuan Bo nodded dully. Ao Lai is over 200,000 years old, but he is still a little kid in front of him, so don't talk about him anymore. It's really not too much to call him Second Grandpa. Then he turned his gaze to the jade pendant in front of him and asked softly, Second Grandpa, what is the function of this jade pendant? It's not very useful. No matter where you are, as long as you activate it, I can show up and save you 3 times. But you only have 3 chances. Don't use them indiscriminately. Xuanyuan Bo was overjoyed. This was a top-notch life-saving method. With the protection of his second grandfather, who had lived for who knows how many years, it was equivalent to gaining 3 more lives. Thank you, Grandpa Air. This is very useful to me. With this, I will be confident in whatever I do in the future. Seeing Xuanyuan's appearance, the old man smiled and cursed angrily. Look at you. Your character is different from what I know. Xuanyuan Jie chuckled and replied, People will always change. Not to mention that now I have 2 generations of memories coexisting. Under the influence of various circumstances, there will naturally be differences. That's true. I vaguely remember that Han Yin's character is very inconsistent with his name. The combination of the 2 lives actually formed your current character, which is not bad. The old man is quite satisfied with Xuanyuan Jie's current character. By the way, Second Grandpa, I learned from Uncle Lai earlier that someone snatched my true spirit from the dragon realm 300 years ago. Do you know this person? Thinking of what Ao Lai said to him in the dragon realm, Xuanyuan Bo suddenly asked the old man curiously. I know some, but you need to explore these by yourself. If I tell you now, it will not be a good thing for you, the old man warned softly. It seems I'm a chess piece. Xuanyuan Bo chuckled, but his tone didn't seem to care. You can't be considered a chess piece. No one was involved in your death. Everything started after your death. I originally wanted you to reincarnate on your own, but Inger suddenly woke up, so out of our selfishness, we took you back from that person's hands. You don't have to feel awkward. Your father is actually older than you. It's just that the time hasn't come yet, and he's been sleeping for many years. Otherwise, we wouldn't have chosen to do this. It is true that your mother is only over 100 years old, but since you had no biological parents in your previous life and was born in her 10-month pregnancy, it is not difficult to accept calling her mother. Understood? A strange color flashed in Xuanyuan Jie's eyes. Countless thoughts flashed through his heart, and he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. The system has said that no one will detect it. Even if he is currently a chess piece, he is confident of breaking through the chess game and becoming the chess player. At this moment, Xuanyuan in the center of the deep pool also moved. The powerful aura escapes instantly. The spiritual energy around his body gathered and condensed into a mist, and there were also terrifying thunder tribulations condensing in the sky. Holy tribulation! Feeling the powerful aura, Xuanyuan exclaimed. Although he knew that his father Xuanyuan Ying's strength would be enhanced after recovering his memory, he did not expect that he would directly cross the 9 tribulations nirvana, the 12th level of the Supreme, and directly become a saint. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. Seeing the thunder tribulation in the sky, the old man waved his hand. The next moment, under Xuanyuan Yu's shocked eyes, the thunder tribulation in the sky continued to shrink, as if it was needed by some terrifying existence in his hands, and finally turned into a thunderball and sank into Xuanyuan Ying's body. Then, Xuanyuan Ying's aura increased, and the powerful holy power instantly enveloped Xuanyuan Yu's body. Second Grandfather, without the thunder tribulation, will my father's foundation be weak? Will it affect the road ahead? Seeing that Xuanyuan Ying's aura was still increasing, Xuanyuan Yu asked in a low voice. His memory has not yet fully recovered. From his current memory, although he helped some people improve their strength in his previous life, it was only at a low level. He has no idea about directly improving to the saint level, and he doesn't know if there will be any sequelae. If other people improve their strength in this way, there will definitely be sequelae, but your father is different. What's different? He was sealed by countless spiritual medicines for hundreds of thousands of years, and he didn't wake up until hundreds of years ago. He has great energy in his body, and his physical discomfort is beyond the reach of ordinary people. This time I sent him to the blue and white star, and I almost extracted all the potential in his body and stored it in this cold pond. This is just to let him regain his talent, so there won't be any sequelae. Besides, I didn't erase the thunder tribulation, but just condensed it into essence and tempered his body all the time, which is better than a single thunder tribulation. So that's it. Then, an old monster who had lived for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and a little monster who lived 100,000 years ago, stood there quietly waiting for a middle-aged monster to wake up. A family of monsters. I don't know how long it took. Xuanyuan slowly opened his eyes. With a single hand, the space was crushed, and a strong breath instantly spread from the palm of his hand to the surroundings. Then he whispered softly, "What a powerful feeling. It turns out that the thought that I have been missing something is actually true. I was wondering why I am the only one left in the Xuanyuan clan. It turns out that the Xuanyuan clan is here." Then he glanced around casually and saw the old man and Xuanyuan standing by the deep pool. He moved and appeared in front of the two. "Second uncle, long time no see. Son, is your father strong now?" After 2 days in the Xuanyuan clan, Xuanyuan Gao and Xuanyuan slowly walked out of the bronze door under the gaze of countless people. Xuanyuan Ying's aura is restrained at this moment, and no one knows his level. It's not that he deliberately concealed it, but that no one could detect his strength as a great saint. In the past 2 days among the Xuanyuan clan, Xuanyuan Gu and his father, the second grandfather, talked about many things and learned many secrets. Although the other party was cryptic about many important things, this trip was also very rewarding. More importantly, Xuanyuan Gao got 2 extremely rare treasures in it. One was a life-saving jade pendant given by his second grandfather Xuanyuan Gu, and the other was a treasure obtained by signing in. After walking out of the secret realm, Xuanyuan Gao whispered to his father, "Dad, I will take my people away first. You can stay and deal with other things." "Okay. Once the handover is completed, I will go back to accompany you." Xuanyuan Ying's current strength is no longer suitable for taking over his current position. This time he plans to hand over everything to Mu Yi, and then he will retreat behind the scenes. Hearing this, Xuanyuan nodded, and then said to Mu Xingchen Zifeng and others who had gathered around him, "Follow me." After that, he opened and constructed a space wormhole directly in front of him and got into it. Although the 3 emperors and 12 generals didn't know what Xuanyuan Gao had experienced in the secret realm at this moment, why he didn't let them explore the secret realm and left like this. But since Xuanyuan Gao gave the order, they had nothing else to say and subconsciously followed the pace. Below, countless onlookers started making noises when Xuanyuan Ying and Xuanyuan Chao came out. After all, they were the first 2 people to come out of the secret realm. After a while, someone finally couldn't help but asked, "General Xuanyuan, I wonder what is in this secret realm? How dangerous is it? I hope the general can clear up the confusion for us." Faced with the voice of inquiry coming from below, Xuanyuan coughed twice and pressed his hands slightly to signal everyone to be quiet. Then he cleared his throat and said loudly, "This secret realm can only be entered by those above the Nirvana realm. It is a huge world which contains countless opportunities for elixirs. However, this secret realm can only be opened for 1 month. When the time comes, no matter what the outcome is, whether dead or alive, it will be transmitted. As for the degree of danger, I can only say that the dozens of people who came in the past 2 days have now lost 10% of their power. The weakest beasts in the secret realm are the ferocious beasts in the Nirvana realm. There are countless of them. This is all. Please weigh the consequences for yourself." Xuanyuan was not lying. This secret realm is divided into 2 levels. The first level is the space where the Xuanyuan clan keeps ferocious beasts. Because of the long history, countless chance elixirs have naturally been born. As for the second time, it was the inner clan of the Xuanyuan clan. Without the blood of the Xuanyuan clan, it was impossible to enter. 1 month is just the time they set in these 2 days. The main reason is that I don't want more people to be reluctant to come out because they are greedy for the opportunity. After saying this, Xuanyuan ignored the noise below and sent a message to Mu Yi and other guards. Follow me. Mu Yi and others immediately followed after hearing the sound. After all, Xuanyuan had been in the secret realm. If he called them there at this time, he must have information related to the secret realm, or there must be something big to announce. I don't know what Xuanyuan, Mu Yi, and others said. When Mu Yi and others appeared in front of everyone again, their expressions were a little abnormal. Then, Mu Yi called many Nirvana realm experts in the army to enter the secret realm, holding the secret realm map prepared for them by Xuanyuan. It can be regarded as the convenience Xuanyuan gave them before leaving office. 1 month later. In this month, great changes have taken place in Daxia. The emergence of countless secret realms has attracted countless forces and fierce beasts to fight for it. Fortunately, there is the Ice Emperor Palace hanging over their heads, so nothing too extreme has happened. On the other hand, Xuanyuan Ying's resignation from the military has aroused heated discussions on the internet, with everyone holding their own opinions. Mu Yi and others originally wanted to keep Xuanyuan Ying, but after Xuanyuan Ying leaked a breath, they were completely silenced. Just a trace of breath leaked made them all collapse to the ground, almost unable to breathe. It was expected that Xuanyuan Ying must have obtained a great opportunity in the secret realm, but they did not interfere. After all, it was a private matter. Moreover, Xuanyuan Ying just retreated behind the scenes and did not ignore Daxia, so no one was talking about it. What? This day. The day has come when Xuanyuan is about to leave. At the door of Xuanyuan's villa, 15 handsome young people stood, waiting respectfully. Soon, the door of the villa slowly opens. Xuanyuan Gao's figure walked out and stared at the 15 figures in front of him. He opened his mouth slightly and said in a very calm tone, "Are all the personnel in place? Back to my lord. The suitable personnel for Nirvana Realm have been sorted out and are ready to go at any time." Facing Xuanyuan's inquiry, Yunli took a step forward and said respectfully, "Very good. Let's go." With a thought, Xuanyuan built a wormhole in front of him and walked straight forward. The moment he was about to step into the wormhole, he turned his head slightly, looking at the 3 figures in front of the villa window. The corner of his mouth was raised, as if he was saying his final farewell. Then he turned around and walked straight into the wormhole, and his figure slowly disappeared. Mu Xingxian, Zifeng, and others also quickly followed. Watching Xuanyuan Jie and others leave, Xuanyuan Che suddenly whispered softly in front of the window, "I don't know when I will see my brother again after this time. After you break through to the Supreme Realm, I will let you go to the Central Star to find him." Xuanyuan said with a chuckle, "Ah, there's still a long time left." Xuanyuan Che smacked his mouth several times. "It won't be long. After you reach the Nirvana Realm, Dad will take you to a place where you will make rapid progress." Xuanyuan suddenly said something meaningful. Above the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan Gao, the 3 emperors and 12 generals, and Xueshang stood in the sky, watching the figures below turn into streams of light and penetrate into the Ice Emperor Palace. When the last person disappears in front of you, Xuanyuan waved his hand, and the Ice Emperor's Palace, which had been sitting on this snow-capped mountain for more than 10 years, suddenly started to vibrate, and then slowly rose into the air. Under the pull of an unknown energy, it slowly shrunk to the size of a fist and was closed by Xuanyuan. Enter the space ring. Then, Aoli's figure suddenly appeared in front of him. "Boy, be careful," he warned Xuanyuan Gao solemnly. "I understand, Uncle Lai. Don't worry. There's not much else to say. You hold this scale. It contains 3 full blows from me. I won't tell you how to use it." While speaking, Aoli placed a shining golden dragon scale in front of Xuanyuan Xiao. Xuanyuan Jie took the dragon scale, held it in his hand, and looked at it for a moment. His pupils narrowed slightly. "Uncle Lai, this..." However, before he could speak, Aoli interrupted him. "If I tell you to take it, just take it. That's so much nonsense." I don't want what happened 100,000 years ago to happen again. You kid, please live well. Ah! Ao Lai waved one hand, and a shocking crack was instantly torn in the sky. Before Xuanyuan Gao could react, the vast energy instantly wrapped Xuanyuan Gao and his men and sent them into the crack in space. There was no scruple about Xuanyuan Gao's loud shouting. When the space crack in front of him slowly closed, Ao Lai murmured softly, "Farewell is really an unpleasant thing. I hope your trip will go well." Central Star, North Region. The Soul Burial Plain, located on the edge of the North Region, is synonymous with desolation, vastness, and danger. But often crises are always accompanied by the existence of opportunities and treasures. The Soul Burial Plain is also like this. Although countless ghosts and fierce beasts are floating on the plain all year round. But under this land, there are countless strange stones called soul burial stones, which are of great help to the power of the soul. Whether it is to assist in cultivation, or to be used in refining medicine or refining equipment, they have a great increase. Therefore, even though there are dangers everywhere, it has attracted a large number of adventurers to explore. It's just that the soul burial stone is of great benefit to fierce beasts and ghosts. Often, the places where the soul burial stone can be found are accompanied by huge herds of beasts and ghosts. This day, a large soul-controlling team and a herd of fierce beasts were fighting for dozens of millstone-sized soul burial stones in a valley. When the battle was fierce, the sky suddenly became gloomy. With bursts of lightning and thunder, a huge space crack instantly appeared in the sky. Then, Xuanyuan Bo and more than a dozen figures exuding a terrifying aura slowly stepped out of it. This sudden change made countless fierce tribes below stunned. When they saw the figures of Xuanyuan Bo and others, they didn't care about the millstone-sized soul burial stone and fled in all directions instantly. The aura of these people was too terrifying. They were not able to resist the strength of the Emperor Realm or the first and second calamity, Nirvana Realm. If they didn't run at this time, would they wait for the other party to kill them? Ignoring the fierce beasts and ghosts escaping around, Xuanyuan Bo seemed to have discovered something and let out a light exclamation. Soul Burial Stone. It seems to be coming to the Soul Burial Plain. Tong Yuan, you're blessed. The three emperors and the 12 gods were still curiously looking at the surrounding environment. Seeing Xuanyuan Bo said this, Tong Yuan stepped forward and said, "My lord, what did you say?" Xuanyuan Bo slowly raised his right hand, and more than a dozen millstone-sized stones emitting silver-white light were pulled to Tong Yuan's side. Soul burial stones of this size are rare. Tong Yuan will attach your soul power to it and feel it carefully. Tong Yuan heard the voice and attached his soul power to the soul burial stone according to Xuanyuan Bo's instructions. After a moment, he exclaimed in great joy, "My lord, this... Put it away. This thing can only exert its greatest effect in your hands. When you are stronger, you will naturally be able to serve me better in the future." Xuanyuan Bo said softly, "Thank you, my lord." Hearing this, Tong Yuan was no longer polite. In the envious eyes of everyone, he put more than a dozen soul burial stones into his storage space. Then, Xuanyuan Qi silently chanted in his heart, "System, sign in." Ding! Sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 Boundless Communication Bracelets. Boundless Communication Bracelet. Once a month, messages can be transmitted without any boundaries. After detecting these sign-in items, Xuanyuan chuckled and sighed in his heart that the system was sensible and gave whatever it needed. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to one direction at the same time, as if they had discovered something. Bold! You dare to eavesdrop on adults talking, and you even show murderous intent. Mu Xingchen suddenly burst out. Xuanyuan Kai suddenly raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Before he could say anything, Tong Yuan made a move instantly, and a flywheel suddenly attacked from behind, crossing the void like lightning, accompanied by a blood light exploding in the void. A purple figure appeared and fell from the void. Seeing this, a figure appeared in the void again, fleeing at a high speed, as if he had more legs. He looked back while running, as if he was afraid that everyone would catch up with him. However, when he looked back again, two silver lights suddenly flashed in front of him. Then, he stopped in an instant, covering his neck that was bleeding with both hands, with regret in his eyes. Curiosity killed the cat. If he had left earlier, he might not have suffered this disaster. Tong Yuan, why did you act so quickly? My lord, they saw us. We have made many enemies in the Northern Territory. If they recognize us, we may be in trouble. I'm not blaming you for killing him. I wanted to search his soul. Forget it. Pay attention next time. Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand casually. Yes. Then, Xuanyuan Bo waved his hand. The cold spiritual power spread all around, and a series of restrictions gradually emerged in the sky, isolating the space where everyone was from the world. The outside world could not see through it. Then, a blue light flashed on his hand, and the Ice Emperor Palace appeared in Xuanyuan's hand and flew towards the sky. After a moment, the Ice Emperor Palace returned to its former huge state. Then, one after another, figures seemed to be summoned and flew out of the Ice Emperor Palace. Soon the sky and the ground were full of members of the Ice Emperor Palace. These are the high-level combat forces of the Nirvana realm of the Ice Emperor Palace, mixed with many outstanding martial arts emperors. When all the people walked out of the Ice Emperor Palace, Xuanyuan, who had already sat on the Ice Emperor's throne, spoke slowly. According to the task of arranging people for you on the blue and white star, all members are dispersed to the 5 regions of the central star to lie dormant, and Yunli is responsible for contacting you. During this period, you can join any gang or family and try to integrate into their top management. When this emperor needs you, I will summon you. I obey your orders. As Xuanyuan's voice fell, thousands of people shouted in unison, and the sound shook the sky. If it were not blocked by the ban, this grand sound would echo throughout the area. Then, 90 exquisite bracelets and a space ring appeared in Xuanyuan's hand and fell into Yunli's hands. Yunli, the central star is different from the blue and white star. The Ice Emperor's internal network is no longer usable. As long as these 90 communication bracelets are in the central star, there is one time per month when there is no boundary to transmit messages. The 15 of you will each have one, and the rest you can arrange according to the situation. There are many sound transmission stones in the space ring. Although it is not as far as the communication bracelet, it is also a good means of communication. Set up the intelligence system as soon as possible. This is very important for our future actions. Yunli understands. Then Xuanyuan said to the 3 emperors and 12 generals, except Yunli, who is responsible for connecting with me, except for the various departments of the system. All of you leave the Northern Territory immediately and do not stay in the Northern Territory for too long. You are different from other members. In the Battle of Blue and White Star, many alien tribes in the Northern Territory look like you. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the 14 of you should go to the Central Territory or the other 3 regions to train and grow. The enemy of this emperor is very powerful. With your current strength, you can't help much. The sooner you grow up, the sooner you can help this emperor. Yes, we understand. Although they were curious about who Xuanyuan's enemy was, Mu Xingchen, Li Mingho, Zi Feng, and others still responded respectfully. Looking at the members of the Ice Emperor Palace around him, Xuanyuan waved his hand, and a huge energy flew to the sky. Under the gaze of countless people, the energy exploded and scattered into the sky. The rain of light sank into the eyebrows of every member of the Ice Emperor Palace. The general map of the Central Star and some common sense have been integrated into your minds. Remember, don't make any mistakes that you don't even know about the currency of the Central Star. Everyone should hunt a fierce beast or find some spiritual medicine when they leave, and go to the nearest city to exchange for the Star Stone currency of the Central Star. Yes. After Yunli distributed the sound transmission stone and bracelet to the carefully selected Ice Emperor Palace personnel, countless Ice Emperor Palace members either went together or alone, scattered around, and started their legendary journey on the Central Star. Perhaps many people would die, but no one was afraid, not only because of Xuanyuan's order, but also because of their inner confidence in themselves. P.S. Each member of the Ice Emperor Palace has signed a contract, and there will be no bloody plot of betrayal. Soon, only the figures of the 3 emperors and 12 generals were left in the sky. Xuanyuan's hand was thrown, and more than a dozen space rings floated in front of Li Mingho and 14 others. There are some life-saving things in it, and some resources, and the uses are marked. Your inheritance is very special, and it can only truly shine in the Central Star. Don't let me down. Yes, we will live up to your expectations. Take care, sir. We will take our leave first. The 14 people tightly grasped the space rings and bowed respectfully to Xuanyuan again. Let's go. Xuanyuan waved his hand. After the 3 emperors and 11 generals said goodbye to each other, they flew in different directions. From then on, only Xuanyuan and Yunli were left in this world, and perhaps Xueshang should be added. My lord, where are we going now? After seeing everyone leave, Yunli asked in a low voice. Soul Burial City. What is that place? You'll know when you get there. Xueshang. Xuanyuan shouted softly. As Xuanyuan's voice fell, a stream of light emerged from the tattoo on his hand, and a petite and cute figure appeared in front of the two. Master! As Xuanyuan waved his hand, Xueshang rushed into his arms and lay quietly. And then on the way forward, Xuanyuan was surrounded by ice-blue spiritual mist, covering his figure and making it impossible to see his true body. After a while, the spiritual mist dissipated, and Xuanyuan's figure had changed greatly. He was no longer as cold as before. Although he was still graceful at this moment, he gave people a feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. With Xueshang in his arms, he looked like a saint who walked out of a holy land, which made people happy. My lord! Yunli blushed and looked at Xuanyuan's new face with a look of amazement in his eyes. There are many tribes who return to the Northern Territory from the Blue and White Star. I guess my appearance and name have spread in the Northern Territory. Change your clothes to make it easier to work in the Northern Territory. From now on, call me Mr. Xia. Yunli, you should change it a little bit. Yes. Soul Burial City. As the sun sets, countless figures are walking on the road. Suddenly, in front of the city gate full of traces of time, 2 peerless figures are ushered in. Countless people look sideways at Xuanyuan and Yunli standing at the gate of the city, their eyes full of amazement. So beautiful. Plop. Bang. A young man walking on the road saw Yunli's stunning beauty. His face was dull, and he didn't even see the obstacles in front of him. He fell to the ground with a bang, splashing a large amount of dust, which also caused countless people to laugh. Often in this context, there will be extras who come to cause trouble, and then be slapped in the face by the protagonist. As expected, under the promotion of a mysterious person who cannot be called by name. He is coming, he is coming. He walked towards him with a step to seek death. A young man in gorgeous clothes, with a flushed face, walked towards Yunli, followed closely by several guards with extraordinary aura. Oh no, Songren is here. With his behavior, this girl may not be able to escape. Seeing the man in fancy clothes walking towards Yunli, an old man sighed softly, as if he had seen what kind of torture Yunli would suffer next. I don't think things are that bad. Judging from the clothes of these 2 people, they are all children of a big family. Maybe Songren can't get any benefits from them. It's hard to say. After all, this place is remote and the emperor is far away. It's hard to guarantee that Songren will not care about anything, just as everyone was talking about it. The young man in fancy clothes had walked in front of Xuanyuan and the others with a frivolous step. After he approached, the strong smell of alcohol instantly poured into the nose of Xuanyuan and the others. In addition, there was a strong smell of rouge and powder, which was very pungent and unpleasant. From these clues, it is not difficult to see that the man should have just drunk wine. When the drunken Songren walked in and saw Yunli's face, he was stunned in an instant and was shocked for a while. He had just separated from a few of his friends nearby. When he passed by the city gate, he saw a beautiful woman standing at the gate from a distance. She was drunk and walked over in a daze. At this moment, Songren looked at Yun Li with a dazed look, and a crystal light spread down the corner of his mouth. After staring for a long time, he spoke intermittently. "Beauty, what is your name? Which family are you from? Why have I never seen you before? Tell me quickly. I will go to your house to propose marriage. How can such a beauty not be taken into my room?" Song Run was drunk at the moment. His tone was frivolous, and he kept looking around Yun Li, his eyes full of greed. He didn't notice the solemn face of the guard behind him. One guard wanted to step forward to warn him, but Song Rin didn't listen to him at all. He just wanted to take Yun Li away. Facing Song Rin's dirty words, Yun Li frowned slightly, his face full of disgust. "Get lost!" A cold voice came from Yun Li's ear, clear and loud, making Song Rin stunned on the spot. When he came back to his senses, he scratched his ears with disbelief. The alcohol dissipated a lot after this voice, and his consciousness was also sober. "What did you say? Tell me again?" Facing Song Rin's shocked and angry face, Yunli did not respond verbally, but directly expressed her attitude with actions, kicking Song Rin dozens of meters away. At this moment, everyone was stunned, keeping the expression of the last second, motionless. They couldn't believe what they saw. Song Rin, the son of the Song family in the Seoul burial city, was kicked away by someone, and it was a great beauty. In their memories, only Song Rin bullied women, and no woman dared to do this to Song Rin. Of course, it was not their fault. The burial Seoul city was located in a remote area, and there were almost no powerful people coming here on weekdays. There were only some scattered adventurers. With the status of the Song family in the burial Seoul city, naturally no one dared to mess with him. But who is Yunli? He is the rabbit god general of the Ice Emperor Xuanyuan Bo. Although she usually doesn't like to take action, it doesn't mean that she has no strength. The Song Rin in front of him is only half a step into nirvana, and his realm looks very superficial. I think it was built up by pills. Although Yunli only used 1/3 of the strength in that kick just now, it was not something Song Rin could easily bear. Of course, the reason why Yunli did this, it was also approved by Xuanyuan Bo. When she came to the burial Seoul city, Xuanyuan Bo explained it to her. Yunli, Seoul burial city, is just a small border town, and the strongest person is only at the early stage of the Supreme. It poses no threat to us. Just do whatever you want. This emperor is here. No one can touch you. Cough, cough. Song Rin slowly stood up and coughed twice, his face dull, as if he had not recovered from Yun Li's kick. Not far from the city gate, Yun Li suddenly attacked Song Rin. A guard rushed over, protected Song Rin behind him, and shouted at Yun Li. "Bold! Who are you? You're actually violent in front of the city gate. I am here. Why don't you surrender?" Facing the guard's rebuke, Yun Li showed disdain. "Just now, the man behind you was talking nonsense around me, buzzing. Why didn't you speak up to stop him? Are you speaking at this time because you are afraid that the master behind you will be injured? Insolent! Nonsense! Mr. Song just spoke a little abruptly after drinking, and he never touched you. Since you have taken action, I, as a general guarding the city, naturally have a reason to take you down." Facing Yun Li's weirdness, the general guarding the city spoke righteously. "It sounds nice, Mr. Song. It seems that you two have a good relationship," Yun Li said coldly, with a hint of meaning in his words. The city guard officer was about to say something. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind. "Asshole! You dare to hit me? Are you so bold? Come here! Take him down! It seems that I haven't taken action for a long time, and no one remembers my reputation. Today, I will show you the consequences of going against me." With Song Rin's order, the city guard officer instantly called his men to retreat to the side, leaving this piece of land empty for Song Rin's guards. In this acre of land in the Seoul burial city, he really didn't dare to provoke the local snake of the Song family. He would not let the son of the Song family get into trouble in front of him, but he would not help him to commit crimes. Song Rin's men stood in front of Song Rin, but did not move without permission. At this moment, Their faces were full of tangled colors. Although they were Song Rin's guards, it did not mean that they were fools. With their Nirvana realm strength, they could not detect Yun Li's aura realm, which was enough to show that Yun Li's strength was far superior to theirs. What frightened them even more was Xuanyuan Bo beside Yun Li. Although there was no aura on his body, they still inexplicably felt the faint pressure of vastness. They had never felt such pressure from their clan leader. It seemed to be the pressure of the superior or the pressure of strength, which was frightening. Seeing that his men had not moved for a long time, Song Rin cursed with a ferocious face. "Assholes, didn't you hear what I said? What are you doing here? Hurry up!" "Master, the other party may have a complicated origin. We are not sure about this woman alone, and there is a very terrifying person behind her," a guard whispered to Song Rin. Song Rin was shocked. The men his father arranged for him were all guards above the Three Tribulation Nirvana realm. In a small place like the Soul Burial City, it can be said that they are a very powerful force. On weekdays, he relied on these guards and did not know how many evil things he had done. Now he was no match for the woman in front of him, which was enough to show Yun Li's extraordinariness. At this moment, he was sober again. Just as he was thinking about the countermeasures in his heart, Xuanyuan's voice and Yun Li's reaction made him shudder. Xuanyuan yawned and said casually, "Yun Li, it's getting dark. Fight quickly." "Yes, sir." Everyone was shocked when they heard the voice. How powerful must the background be to have such a gorgeous woman as a subordinate? Song Rin also thought of this at this moment. He had already thought of retreating in his heart, but how could Yun Li easily let go of this man who spoke dirty words to her? Under Song Rin's nervous gaze, Yun Li's figure slowly disappeared from the spot, and the next moment he appeared beside Song Rin. The straight, long legs kicked out, and a figure instantly soared into the sky amidst the whistling wind. Then Yun Li's figure rushed into the sky, and as her figure kept changing, Song Rin's shrill screams kept ringing in everyone's ears. Seeing this, Song Rin's guards gritted their teeth and rushed up. At this time, they had to take action. If Song Rin got into trouble under their protection, they would be greeted with endless torture. But even if they took action, could they save Song Rin? The answer is no. Yun Li, who carries the inheritance of the rabbit, is not a weak woman who can only treat and has no power to tie a chicken. It's just because she is a life system that she is not interested in fighting. After a long time, when the screams in the sky stopped, several black shadows fell from the sky, splashing a large piece of dust. Don't ask why the general guarding the city didn't help. It's not that he didn't want to save Song Rin. It's just that Xuanyuan Bo, who suddenly appeared and blocked him, was too terrifying. He just moved forward an inch, and suddenly a great fear surged in his heart, as if he would die if he took another step forward. His eyes were full of horror. On the other side, looking at Song Rin and the others wailing on the ground, Yun Li slowly stretched out his hand, and the emerald energy condensed in his hand. A gentle voice came out of his mouth. Although it was gentle and beautiful, the words that came out really made everyone present feel terrified. Life deprivation. As Yun Li's voice fell, green energy enveloped Song Rin and others in the shocked eyes of countless people. Then Song Rin and his party yelled in horror. Their skin went from white and delicate to rough and covered in wrinkles, and their dark hair turned gray at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seems that the whole person has aged countless times in an instant. His own vitality has been deprived, and the years have passed away. This strange and shocking scene made the entire audience silent. A look of silence. Plop! As Song Rin's body lay heavily on the ground, his life was lost. Without looking at Song Rin, who had fallen to the ground and died, Yun Li strode back to Xuanyuan Gao's side. Then the two of them seemed to be okay and walked slowly towards the city gate, leaving behind a mess everywhere and the stunned people. When the city defender recovered from the shock, the figures of Xuanyuan Gao and Yun Li have disappeared at the city gate, and their whereabouts will never be seen again. After looking at Song Rin's body, the city guard murmured in despair. Something big happened. Walking on the streets of Soul Burial City, Yun Li looked left and right, with a look of curiosity on his face, as if he was not affected by the episode just now. Yunli, find an inn to rest for the night, and tomorrow find a teleportation array to head to the snowy plains. Yes, sir. Where is this snowy plain? Yunli asked curiously. Xuanyuan Gao's face showed a look of reminiscence, but he didn't say anything. At this time, brother, wait a minute. Suddenly, a breathless shout came from behind the two of them. Xuanyuan and Gao turned their heads when they heard the sound. I saw a little fat man with golden eyes wearing a rich brocade dress, a belt as white as jade around his waist, and all kinds of rings on his fingers. He ran towards them panting, shouting as he ran. With